I'm James Dolberry.
All right. Born in
1941 in Princeton, Alabama.
Princeton, Alabama.
It's in between Scottsboro and Huntsville, Alabama.
Okay.
It's a little town out that way.
Okay. Can you tell us maybe a little bit about your life, growing up, and maybe like when you were born, gas prices, cigarette prices? This kind of maybe show us the change between 2020 and 1941. You said?
Yeah, 1941. That's a big distance in there. I know next April I'll be 80 years old, so it's getting close to 80 years from the time I was born. I try to remember back as far as I can remember, and I just got a couple of memories of Princeton. I think we probably lived there maybe for about 3 years or something like that. I know my sister Georgia, next one younger than me, was born over there too in Princeton. And I remember we lived, the first house I remember was, it was a house out in the middle of a pasture. And my dad, I don't know what he worked at, but I know he worked because I remember he wasn't there during the day, but he would come home in the afternoon. And one of my earliest memories was we had to go to a spring to get water. And at that time I was real small, so I don't know how far away from the house it was, but we had to go out of the pasture onto a road and go down a little ways to the spring there. And I've seen pictures of it, and it was, I guess the neighbors all around used the spring too, because they had a big spring box there that the water come out of the spring and ran through the spring box and ran out. And they would keep their milk and butter and stuff like that in jars submerged in that water for refrigeration. That was the only refrigeration we had. And we carried water from there too. And me and my mom and two sisters, older sisters, Hazel and Lucille, we would go to the spring. I only remember a time or two we did it, but one time we went and left the door to the house open, and there was some goats in the pasture, and we got back home and the goats were inside the house. I remember that. That's one of my memories. And there was like a old root cellar or something that was out to the side of the house, which had caved in, and we used to play around there. It was just like a dirt hole's what it was, and we'd dig around in there, and we dug up a few things out of there. We dug up I remember digging up a cast iron, like a skillet, but it didn't have the sides on it. It was used like for making pancakes and stuff like that. I remember digging that up. We kept that for years and years. But Georgia was born there, but I don't remember.
You mentioned your dad. Could you introduce your dad? His name?
His name was Leland Ernest Dolberry, was his name. His dad's name was Absolom. Absolom Neely Dolberry.
Your grandpa was Absolom.
I never met him. He was killed when he was 27 years old.
How was he killed?
Well, the stories I heard were that he was in partners with about 6 other guys in a still they were running, and they had been running it pretty much that day, and he went home, and then he had left something there and went back to get it, and caught a couple of the other guys there was running off more alcohol, I guess, and they weren't supposed to be, and they got caught at it, and I heard they shot him and left him floating in a pond that was there. That's what I always heard. But I have a copy of an obituary for Scottsboro paper that said that he was found at the bottom of a bluff, a cliff, like at the bottom of it, and they said foul play was suspected, but nothing ever come of it as far as an investigation or anybody charged or anything like that. But
your dad was. Can you go into maybe his background, his origins? Maybe was he American Indian?
No, no. My mom's dad was. My grandfather on my mother's side. He was. I was always told that he was full-blood Cherokee Indian, and
What's his name?
his name was Wiley Day, and he lived in Tennessee, I think it was. Cleveland, not Cleveland. No, I can't. That's where I went, where my grandfather lived. My other grandfather lived for a while, but it was in Tennessee, and my mom had a half-sister, two half-sisters, a Bertha, and I can't think of the other one's name, that lived over there. And my grandfather, the Indian, Wiley, he was pretty mean to my mom and my grandmother, and my grandmother left him. I don't know how early it was, but my mom has early memories that she told us about with living with him. Before they left, and she used to tell he was pretty mean to him, and so, but I met him once. I don't remember how old I was, but we went up there to visit my Aunt Bertha, and he was married again. His second wife's name was Ella Swenson or something like that. I think I remember, and the rest of the family called her a witch. I don't. She looked like one too, but I think he got what he deserved when he got her. So, but the grandfather that I really remember is Coley Travis. He's the only grandfather that I really remember very much about, and that I knew. He pretty much taught me a lot of what I knew as a young child, because I used to spend a lot of time with him. I would go out there in the summertime, and after school was out, after we moved away from, I hadn't even got to the part where we lived up on the mountain yet. That's a whole nother story if you want to go up there first before we get too far ahead. But we moved from Princeton to Skyline. I didn't never know it as Skyline until not too long, a few years ago. We always called it Cumberland Mountain, and Cumberland Mountain's what they called it, but it's a part of the Cumberland Mountains up there where we're at. It was about 17 miles from Scottsboro up to the mountain where we lived, and Scottsboro was the closest town on that side of the mountain. It was about 17 miles. You go off the other side of the mountain and you go into Tennessee, and so my grandfather lived up there, and I don't know what my dad worked at when we lived in Princeton, but when we moved up on the mountain there, I'm sure he worked for my grandfather, and I know he did a lot of hunting and stuff like that. We didn't, we were poor people, and we didn't have a lot to eat. We ate a lot of squirrel and whatever Dad could kill, and a lot of potatoes and gravy and biscuits. I remember a lot of that. Is what I pretty much grew up on. My mom used to get, I don't know where she got it from. I don't know if they got it in the store or what, but I remember her taking a lot of the salt pork, like salt bacon pork. It wasn't smoked or nothing like bacon, but it was salted down, and she would slice it and then boil it to get the salt out of it, and then she would fry it. And it would be like bacon then when we ate that. But we lived in a little house, a little two-room house down there, or up there on the mountain.
You say we. Who was all living with you?
There was Mom and Dad, and I had 3 sisters that lived with us up there, and then another one was born there where we lived up there. And that's when I ran away from home, when she was born. I think I was about 5 years old. And I wanted a brother real bad, and because I already had 3 sisters, so I didn't need another girl. But so when they told me it was a girl, I packed my little bundle up and left and went across what we called a holler. It's like a ravine down there, and then up the other side of the ravine. It was probably a quarter mile or so over there, and went to my uncle's house. He was my mom's stepbrother, but he was my uncle, because when my mom and grandmother left the Indian, she ended up marrying Coley Travis, who had 5 children, and he had 4 boys and a girl, and his wife passed away, and the kids were young because Mom was still young. So Mom grew up with that family, and so they became, part of my family. Still are. I'm still close with the Travis siblings and stuff up in Indiana and around, and so Paul Travis lived across there. Him and his wife Gladys, and they had 3 boys. They had Charles and Robert and Calvin, and they lived across the ravine. So I took off and went over there. And I stayed for about 3 days, I think, over there, which I think was fine with my parents because, they got a new baby at home, and it's one less kid to take care of while she's getting better from having the baby and everything. But I remember up on the hill playing with the boys there one day and looked down, and the spring is down, our spring that we had there, a different spring from the other one I was talking about earlier. We had a spring there that had a rock box down there, built box in the ground, and the water would run out of the spring, run through the spring box, and then run on down, and there's a place dug down there like a pool where the water would pool there, and that's where they watered the animals and stuff at. So Dad had come down to water the cow down there that day, and I saw him down there, and I was getting kind of homesick, so I asked him if I could go home, so he took me, set me on the back of the cow, and led the cow back to the house. And I remember that riding back to the house. And Mom tells the story about it, and she said that when I got home, she couldn't keep me away from that new baby because I was, I guess, just excited about having a new baby in there. Somebody in there.
Alyssa.
And so she come to see what's going on.
And she comes to
Want some tea?
tea.
Brought what?
It's
No, okay.
Yeah.
It's a distraction.
Yeah.
Okay. Edit that.
I'll edit that.
But anyway, Liz was born there, Elizabeth, and since then she's gone now. She passed away last Christmas, just a couple of days before Christmas. We drove up there for the funeral on Christmas Day, and also lost Lucille. She's the one next older than me. Liz is.
Could you give them an order?
Okay, first is Hazel. She's 85. Then there's Lucille. She passed away a few years ago. I don't know exactly how many. And but she's about 3 years older than I am, so she probably would be 83. Hazel will be 86 next month. So, and then I'll be 80 in April. And then below me is Georgia, is the next one, and she's about 3 years younger than me. And she's younger than me. Lucy's older, 3 years older. And then Liz, who I was just talking about being born there, she's passed on. She's about 5 or 6 years younger than me, I think. And then Annette.
So how many total sisters did you have?
5. I had 5 sisters.
You're outnumbered?
That's why I ran away from home. Yeah, I ran away from home because of that. But after that, I still have a lot more to talk about up there on the mountain, because we lived there until I was 6 years old on the mountain, and it was a rough life, but I didn't know it. I mean, I know it was rough on my mom because I can remember the things that she had to do. My mom was a hard worker, and she had to take care of us kids. She had to wash clothes, and the washing was a tremendous job at that time. She made her own soap, made her own lye soap, and because I remember helping her to make it, and she used ashes from the fireplace, and Red Devil Lye, and fat rendering down from pigs, and cook it up together and mix it up, and then put it in a pan and then cut it into squares to use. And when we would get ready to wash clothes, we had a great big huge black pot, cast iron pot that sat down by the spring down there. So she had to take all her clothes down to the spring, which was it was a ways down there, probably a couple hundred yards down there from the house. It's hard to measure distance and everything, just being a kid and everything. I've been back there since then, and it looks like it's closer than what I imagined it as a child down there, but it was a ways down there. And we had to go down to the spring and set the pot up down there and build a fire under it, fill it with water, get the water hot and all that stuff, and then she would put all the clothes in there, and she had like a paddle, like a boat paddle, and she would push the clothes down into the hot water and stir them around and everything. And then if depending on how dirty they were, if they were extra soiled, she'd have to take them out and then do them on a rub board. We didn't have an agitator like we got in a lot of the washing machines, but yeah, she would have to do that, and then she would have to double rinse them and wring them out and all that stuff, and then carry them all back up to the house and put them on a clothesline. That's a day, a real day's work, because I can remember helping as I could. I don't know how much help I was. I may have been more in the way than anything, but I can remember helping with stuff like that there. We had to carry our water for drinking all the way up there from the spring, and so the spring was a pretty much part of our life every day, and we had to carry all our water up there. I remember the wood stove we had in the kitchen. We had a 2-room house. It had one wall right in the middle, and the kitchen area was on one side of the wall, and the chimney for the fireplace there, and we had a fireplace in the front room, and then the wood stove in the kitchen had a pipe that went up and went into that chimney, so the smoke went out through there, and that had like 6-gallon reservoir on the side of it. And so when you're cooking and heating and stuff, you can also heat your water to wash dishes with later and that kind of stuff. And she, of course, Friday nights, I guess it was Friday night, I don't remember doing it more than once a week, get the tub out in the kitchen and put the water in there, and we'd take our baths in there. And I was usually first because I was the only boy. I got clean water. They had to bathe. Everybody was bathed in that water. All the kids were. So, but I mean, that wasn't the only time we bathed in, during the week, but it's the only time we were submerged in water. The rest of the time we was just with a wash rag and soap, stuff like that. But yeah, all our beds were in the living room area. It was one big room, and I remember, I don't know, like three or four beds in there. I don't know, and we all slept in there. Mom, Dad slept in there. I remember her having a sewing machine in there because Mom sewed. She made a lot of our own clothes. I know when they would buy flour, they'd buy it in like 25-pound sacks, and sacks at that time the sacks were cloth, and they would be made out of print, like different color shirt stuff and dress stuff. She would use them, collect enough of them to make a dress for the girls or make a shirt for me or something like that out of the flour sacks. So yeah. Mom was a hard worker. Dad was too. He worked sawmill and farming, whatever, he'd work around there. He didn't make a lot of money. I think he made like 50 cents an hour, or 50 cents a day, I think. He told me when he first started working, he was making 50 cents a day. But I can remember working myself out there when I was a teenager at my grandfather's sawmill, and he was paying the men that worked for him 50 cents an hour then. And he paid me the same thing when I did a laborer's work. One of the guys got hurt or sick or something and couldn't work for a while, so he had me working just like one of the men. He paid me 50 cents an hour for that. So, but yeah, we lived out there for We didn't have no running water, no electricity, anything like that. I remember we had an old radio that it was a battery was about that long and about yay thick and about that high. It was a dry cell battery, and we got to listen to like two 15-minute radio shows at night. We'd listen to sometimes Sergeant Preston or Sky King or the Squeaking Door and stuff like that, just 15-minute programs. And they really made your mind work whenever, because you was imagining what was going on from hearing what was on that radio. And then we'd usually go to bed around dark time because we had lamps, but you couldn't afford to use the fuel that much. But my grandpa lived up the road from there, and grandmother, and they were, it's probably maybe 3/4 of a mile up there where they lived, up a dirt road.
Who again?
My grandma, grandpa, my mom's mother, and her name was Addie. Emma Adeline was her name, and they called her Ma Addie. And his name was Coley, C.E. Travis. My grandfather on my mother's side, now this is going to be a story that'll put your mind to thinking, but my grandfather on my mother's side and my grandmother on my dad's side were brother and sisters. But my mother, he was her stepdad, or my mom's stepdad, so that's how that worked out. It's confusing, but figure it out.
How much schooling did you get as, I guess, a child?
Well, I started school in 6th grade. We moved from out there on the mountain to Gadsden, Alabama, which is about 90 miles away. Dad got a job down there at the steel mill. And I think, I was talking to Pat earlier, and I think that was about the time before Annette was born. She was born shortly after we moved to Gadsden, and she was the only child that was born in a hospital. My grandmother, Addie, she delivered my 2 older sisters and me. All 3 of us she delivered, and Georgia was delivered in Princeton. They had a doctor there with her, and they had a doctor at the house with Liz. But my grandmother delivered the 3 of us first. She always told me the story. She found me under a rock in the spring out there. She told me that story for a long time till I figured out it was something she was making up. You know, I was wondering why I didn't drown out there in that spring with a rock on me. But yeah, we moved down there to Gadsden, and I shortly remember them bringing Annette home. So my aunt and uncle lived across the road there. My Aunt Sylvie, my dad's sister, lived across the street from us, and my grandmother, Ma Bessie, Dad's mother, lived in a little house out behind their house, and she had married Mr. Ott because like I said, my grandfather Absolom, he was killed when he was 27, and when my dad don't remember much of him. Wesley was the youngest, and I don't think he remembered him at all. But they were young kids whenever he was killed. And so eventually she married Mr. Ott. His name was Bill Ott, I think it was. And they had a little store, block building store there on the street there right in front of my aunt's house there, and they lived in a little house in the back. And we lived just across the street a ways there. So we lived on that street, on Tyler Street, until I went in. I think I finished the 4th grade there, living up there. And I was talking to Grandma, and she was asking me about, I remember going to church, and I said, well, when we lived out on the mountain, I don't remember ever going to church out there. And I don't know if there was any close by or not, but when we moved down to, my mom was always, she always taught us stuff about the Bible and stuff like that, but we never went to church. She had been, I guess. And so when we moved to Gadsden, I went to church there. We went to church, and I remember, of course, later on in this interview, you'll find out my grandma and I worked with Volunteer Christian Builders for about 10 years. We traveled all over the United States building churches. And I told one of my friends I worked with, I said, well, I did my first VCB job when I was probably, I don't know, about 8 years old, I guess, something like that. They started building a Presbyterian church up on top of the hill there. And so, you know, just being an inquisitive kid, I went up there and started hanging around, and I let them give me stuff to do. So I'd push wheelbarrow around, pick up blocks and stack stuff around and everything like that, and I'd get to eat lunch with them, see. So that was an incentive to start working, and so that was my first VCB job. I've been back up there. The church is still standing, but the whole area is a black area now, and all black people live up in there, and they just lived not too far from us when we lived up there. We used to play with them, the black kids, and so that whole area, we go up through there every once in a while when we go back to that part of the country. Me and Grandma drive up through there.
The church is still in use?
It still is. It's not the same denomination as it was then, but it is. Yeah, it's still there.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, after I got old enough, I went to church a lot. Whichever one had the best offer, I went. You know, for VBS, Vacation Bible School, and I'd go to Presbyterian, the Baptist, you know, all of them around, because we were in a close area there. The town, it wasn't that far for me to go from one side of town to the other. And of course, I was in Boy Scouts for quite a few years. I was in the Boy Scouts. We went to all their meetings, and then to the big jamboree. That was the best part, when all the different scout troops in the area together would come in a huge area. They'd meet somewhere, you know, in a huge area, and we'd set up our tents, and then we'd do things together with our group, and then we would do things as a whole group and have meetings and all that kind of stuff. It was pretty good. They give you your merit badges and all that kind of stuff that you'd earned.
Did you have a lot of badges?
I had quite a few, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I enjoyed the Scouts. I hate to see what's happening with them today. You know, that's terrible, because it was a good organization, and I never saw anything that they, you know, that they talk about. You see them wanting to sue the Scouts for child molestation and all that kind of stuff. I never saw any of that. And of course, then everything started getting politically correct, and they had to let the girls join the Boy Scouts and stuff like that.
Not in your day, though, right?
Oh, no. We would have liked it, I guess, but.
Grandma would have something to say about that.
Well, Grandma wasn't around at that time. That was a long time before I met Grandma.
How old were you in the Boy Scouts?
Oh, probably from about 8 or 9 years old I started, I think, because I remember we met at different places. They would, some places, sometimes we'd meet in church and stuff like that. And then there was one time there was a big factory there that made stove. It was a stove works, Agricola Stove Works. They made cast iron stoves and all that kind of stuff. And we used to meet in one of their office meeting rooms in there, because it was, Dad run a service station down there at that one place down there, and just right outside of where we used to go into the gate to meet for our scout meetings and stuff like that. And then we met in a church down in South Gadsden there for a while. I don't remember when I quit the Scouts, or when I left. I know after I become a teenager, I started working down there. I started cutting grass and stuff like that, try to make some money. I had a lot of different projects going, to anything to make a little money. I raised rabbits. At one time, I probably had 150 rabbits at one time, cages all around the backyard out there, and started out with 2 rabbits. That's all it takes. No, but I got some more breeding rabbits too, so I raised a bunch of rabbits and sold them. We'd sell them live, dressed, however you want them. Rabbits easy to kill. You just whack them in the back of the neck and they're over. I've heard somebody down in Arkansas say you could almost kill one with, somebody did kill one with a switch, didn't they? that's one of the Otis's stories, I guess. Her uncle told about somebody killing a rabbit with a switch, but they were easy to kill. Anyway, yeah, I did rabbits, and then we had a little. When we moved on down to Gadsden, moved from off of Tyler Street over there, moved down to South Gadsden. Dad bought a house down there, and it had a little block house in the back, probably, I don't know, 15 feet wide and 20 feet long. And it didn't have a floor in it. It was just a dirt floor, but it had doors on it and everything. And I remember I opened up a bicycle repair shop in that. And I repaired bicycles for quite a while down there. Had a lot of parts, stuff like that, which moved on with me to here. I'll bet you I've repaired and taken at least 100 bicycles from here down to Mexico, given out to the kids down there. Yeah, the Grand Saline Police Department called me one time, and they heard I was repairing bicycles, and they asked me if I had a trailer, and I said, yeah. They said, well, bring it over, and we got some bicycles for you. I went over and picked up about 30 bicycles over there on that trailer. I brought them home, and I think out of the 30 bicycles, I was able to save 27 of them and get parts off of some of them. Some of them, they'd just been sitting there a while and tires flat on them. So, and people would bring from church and all around the area around here, find out that I repaired bicycles, and they'd bring them over and dump them out here in the back. And I had a lot of bicycles for a long time. Now I'm down to 3, I think, out there. I just bought me a new one so I can ride it. But anyway, I got kind of walked off on that one there. And then, then I started cutting grass. My dad went to Western Auto and bought me a new lawnmower. I think I don't remember what it cost, but it was it's a substantial amount of money at that time, and he put a down payment on it, and I paid it off cutting grass. I would cut grass every Saturday, Friday evenings and Saturdays. I'd go uptown Gadsden. I had pretty regular customers that I would cut to either every week or every other week, and made pretty good money. Matter of fact, bought my first car cutting grass. My mom. When
you say you cut grass, you had a nice lawnmower, I'm assuming?
Yeah, it was a gas lawnmower, and I had to go quite a ways to go uptown and up gravel road and everything to get up there, and before I got to pavement, and I'd go up and push around and to my regular customers up there, and I carried I had like a 2.5-gallon gas can, whatever it was. I think it was a 2-cycle engine, because the gas was mixed with the oil. So
how much was your first car?
$75. My mother worked for a lady down there who had a child that was.
Do me this. Just say how much just say my car costs. I'm gonna cut it out later.
Okay.
My first car cost.
My first car cost $75. My mother paid $25 down on it, and I paid the rest of it off myself, the other $50 with my grass cutting. And Mom worked with a lady who had a disabled boy, and she would go over every day and help her with that boy, and that's how she earned her money. That, and of course she kept house for the lady and stuff like that. Mom worked hard, she always did. I never knew anybody work as hard as she did. She could pick cotton when we picked cotton at different times, and she'd outpick Dad. She'd pick over 400 pounds of cotton a day, and Dad couldn't even pick that much. She was a hard worker, fast too at it.
What was her name again?
Ida.
Mm-hmm. So you bought your first car.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to high school at this point?
No, not yet. Not yet.
How old were you when you bought your first car?
15. I didn't even have a driver's license. So we bought the car. We lived on south side of town, down out in the country, and there were some gravel roads down there, and I was driving already. I mean, I could drive up and down the gravel road and stuff like that. I had a friend that lived down the road there, and I'd drive down to his house, and we'd fish, and a creek was down there. We'd go swimming and fish in the creek, and I'd help him he lived on a farm, and I'd help him with his animals. He had milk cows and stuff like that down there, so I'd go down and help him, So, but yeah, I got my license when I was 16, and that's getting to another part of the story when I ended up in Indiana. So I'll back up a little bit. And,
well, can we back up to, was it Wiley Day?
Yeah.
Can you tell us about him?
I don't know a whole lot about him. Like I said, he was supposed to be. I was always told that he was full-blooded Cherokee Indian, and the way that he escaped the Trail of Tears from Tennessee and Georgia and Alabama over to Oklahoma, through Arkansas into Oklahoma, they marched the Indians, gathered them all up down through there, and marched them up to Oklahoma, to the Indian Territory, and his family. And somehow his birth certificate says he's white on there, because I've seen his birth certificate, but it's supposed not true. They did that so that he wouldn't be marched with the rest of the Indians over to Oklahoma. And there's some question about whether he was white or whether he was Indian or not. You know, some of the family says that they've had the Ancestry.com thing checked out, and they had no Indian blood in them. But I don't know. I don't know how accurate that is anyway.
What was he like? That you can say.
I don't like I said, I don't remember much about him, except for the only memory I have of him was when we went up there to visit, when Mom and Dad and us went up to visit my Aunt Bertha. And he didn't talk a lot. And the only thing I really know much about him was what I was told by my mom. I don't remember my grandmother even saying, you know, she was married to him. I don't remember her saying too much about him at all.
What about, we'll change gears, and what about Leland?
Leland, my dad?
Yeah.
Well, he was a hard worker. He worked for us, to support the family and all like that. But he had a problem with alcohol. I think most of the Dolberrys had an alcohol problem. That's probably what kind of pushed me away from, you know. I drank a few beers once in a while after I got old enough to do that, and even when I was younger, made a little homebrew of my own. And you know, as a young teenager, older teenager, whatever, mid-teenager, whatever, but I never was much for drinking at all. But I was around it all the time. It was there. My dad used to sell it when I was a kid. I remember a lot of that. And he never made any whiskey. Didn't have a still or anything like that, but he did make the home brew, which they call it down there, which is like a homemade beer. Yeah, I remember we lived up on Tyler Street up there one time. He had a big crock, like a 6-gallon crock or something like that, you know, big, like a churn. You've seen the old crock churns, only this is a big one. And he had some homebrew that was fermenting. You got to mix all the stuff up, and you got to let it ferment for a while, and it just bubbles and stuff in there when it starts fermenting. And he had it sitting in the closet in the house, and we were sitting in the living room in there, and I remember I heard a clink like that, and then all of a sudden the stuff started oozing out from under the door in the living room. The crock had cracked. It must have gotten weak from being used over the time, and it cracked, and he lost that whole thing. You gotta let it ferment, and then you bottle it. You can't bottle it too soon or pop the caps off of it. So yeah, he used to sell some of that, I remember, but Dad he'd get a little bit mean when he'd get drunk, and so he didn't drink steady all the time. He just had binges where he would drink. If he'd get with someone else that drank, and he'd drink, and usually it would end up with problems, either losing a job or wrecking a car or something happened, you know, when he did that.
You have any run-ins with the law?
Well, yeah, he got arrested a couple of times. One time because of me.
Can you go into that?
Well, we'd moved to Indiana by then, and we lived in an apartment which was above a resale shop down below. And they rented it, and the stairs went up to the apartment on the side, outside stairs on the outside the building went up, and there was a landing up there that you'd stand on and then go inside the apartment. And he had been drinking. I don't know the situation or circumstances, but he had been drinking that day, I guess, and he could never stand for anybody to try to stop him from doing anything, like from hide his keys, driving a car and that kind of stuff, and he'd just go wild. And I don't know what had happened, but he come in the room, in the bedroom. At that time I think I was in the 11th grade school, something like that. 10th or 11th, I can't remember. I started the 10th grade in Indiana. That was when I met Grandma up there, but that's later. But he came in the room in there for something. I don't know what, he woke me up. It was after I'd went to sleep. I was going to school the next day there. And he come in there and he started ranting about something. And I told him, go on out and leave me alone. I got to get my sleep. I got to go to school in the morning. And we had a .22 rifle sitting in the corner over there, and he goes and gets the rifle, and he is in there yelling and everything. I said, that rifle's not loaded. I don't know what you're doing with it. And all of a sudden he took it and shot right through the roof. It was loaded. He'd loaded it. And so I got up, and he's still ranting and raving, and I got up and dressed and went out of there. At that time, Cedar Lake didn't have police force. The county would usually have someone. It wasn't incorporated, so the county would have a policeman sitting out there and down there somewhere in the main part of town. And so I went out the door and went down the steps and got my car and drove down to looking for somebody in town there, and I found the police down there, the cop down there, county cop. And so he came up, and he wouldn't go up the steps to them because Dad was sitting up on that landing up there, and he had that rifle laying across his lap. And so he was drunk, I could tell. I thought about maybe going up and going around. There's a steep hill that you had to go up to get around up there where that landing was, because it was up off the road on the side of a hill. I thought about going up there and trying to, get the gun. Cops didn't want to go up there because he had that rifle. And so then I thought, well, if I get up behind him and sneak up behind him, and he's going to shoot me because I was afraid to. And so I started talking to him at the foot of the steps, and he started calling me Charles Irvin. He thought I was somebody else. Charles Irvin is one of the three boys that I went to visit with when I ran away from home. He was the oldest boy. He was my cousin. But anyway, he started talking to me like I was Charles Irvin, and so I just kept talking to him and went on up the steps talking to him all the time. And he never raised the gun or anything like that. He just sat there with it on his lap. And as soon as I got up there, then I got the gun. And then the cops come running up there, and they handcuffed him and took him and the gun and everything, took him to jail. We never got the gun back. But after I went in the house and looked later, right up on the wall, right by the side of the door, there were 4 bullet holes just like that, which weren't there before. And they were right where I would have stepped off of that landing and stepped down to that next step. And so he would have shot right over my head. He put those 4 shots there as I was going out the door, and I didn't realize it at the time that he did that. So, yeah. Well, before that, that was when I was 16, I think it was, between 16 and 17. I was in the 10th grade in school then up in Indiana. But before that, when we first moved to Alabama down there, I was talking about down there on Tyler Street. We lived down there, and my Uncle Wesley was over there, and he come over. My dad had been drinking that night, and my grandfather had his dad had a 45 caliber revolver that my dad had got, him being the oldest son. He had gotten that, and nobody wouldn't have any idea that he had it there.
Sorry, it's really squeaky.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Quit rocking. It's hard to sit in a rocking chair and not rock.
I just started noticing it. I'm like, I don't know. Go ahead.
But anyway, he got drunk that night, and he was out walking up the street shooting that gun up in the air, you know, and Wesley came over, his brother, and was trying to get him to, you know, to quit. And Wesley standing up on the porch, and of course, with my dad, with him being drunk like that, he would get mean and mad if anybody tried to get him to do something he didn't want to do or whatever. And he'd walked up and down the road shooting that gun, and he got back down, and the porch was probably about 3 feet off the ground. Wesley was standing up on the porch, and Dad's standing down on the ground, and he's arguing with Wesley, and he just takes the gun and cocks the hammer back and points it at Wesley's head and pulls the trigger, and it was empty. It clicked. And that gun came up missing after that, and I never did find out what happened to it until just recently, within the last few years. I found out my cousin Vernon, my first cousin Vernon, Uncle Lloyd's son had it. Wesley had gotten it away from Dad, I guess, and had given it to Vernon. And Vernon's the only one that's got boys that pass it on to, and I think he eventually wants to pass it on to one of his sons. I was a little upset because I was supposed to get it, but it's only right that it goes to Vernon's. He's got boys to give it to, you know, and we don't have any Dolberry boys. We got 3 Dolberry girls over there.
You got
But,
one.
and I said we don't have any Dolberry boys from the Dolberry line except for Mike, and he doesn't have any to pass it on to, and Vernon does. But anyway, another thing I was going to tell, when we lived down there on Tyler Street too, I remember my grandmother, Ma Bessie, she had 2 of the flags, the Gold Star flags, hanging in the window because she lost a son in World War II and a stepson also. Her Papa Ott's boy got killed over there, and then Wesley was missing in action for quite a while. I remember when he came home from the war. It was in the 50s when he came home. And yeah, that was after that. Of course, we moved down there in 1947, down to Gadsden. So it was 2 or 3 years there before Wesley came home.
Where is he at? Do they know?
Well, he was wounded in action, and he
Overseas, if you know.
in Holland. He was wounded over there with a grenade or something, and ended up in Holland. And a family there took him in and nursed him back to health. And so he didn't. He stayed there for a while longer than he should have.
What was his name again?
Wesley.
What side of the family?
That's my dad's brother, youngest brother. Yeah, my grandmother and aunt had a rough time getting him. They were thinking about maybe court-martialing because he didn't come back when he was supposed to, after he healed up, after they nursed him back to health and everything. I think there was a couple of daughters there or something in that family that kind of wanted to keep him, and he wanted to stay. So I don't know. I'm just talking. Anyway, yeah, he's passed on already, and so. But okay, where were we at on that?
Your dad.
My dad. Okay, yes, I do want to clarify one thing before everybody gets a real bad opinion of him. Dad, he did quit, gave up drinking. He accepted the Lord when he was about 64 or 5, I think it was, and he served the Lord for the last 13, 14 years of his life. He was a good Christian man. And I remember when he died, when he was in the hospital, we were all in the room with him, and he had his arms up, you know, praising the Lord, and he was talking to his mother. I don't know what kind of communication he had, but he was talking to his mother, his mama. He was talking to Mama, and everybody thought, some of the people that came in didn't know him, thought that he was talking about my mom, but no, he never called her Mama. He always called her Ida. And so he was talking to his mama. I don't know, yeah. So that was something that was real touching, yeah. But he was a good man, as long as he stayed away from the drink, you know. My wife, after we got married, she would always say she could tell when Dad was drinking when we went down to the house, because he didn't talk a lot. He was kind of quiet, and didn't talk a lot to people that he didn't know real well, wasn't close to or anything like that. But if he'd been drinking, she could tell, because he'd start talking to her right away, and when she'd come in the door. But
so now you're in. When did you move away from, I guess, Tyler Street?
we moved away from Tyler Street after 4th grade. I started the 5th grade. We bought the house down in not Alabama City, South Gadsden it was called, yeah. And I went to school in the 5th grade there, and they were building a new school down there closer to the house, but we had to bus up to the school up town there, and I went there in the 5th grade at South 11th Street School. And I remember at that time I sang in the choir. No, that wasn't in the 5th grade. That was after I went into the 7th grade. Yeah, we went down there and up there, and then in the 6th grade I went to school at Jesse Dean Smith School, which was up on not too far from the house there. I was a patrolman up there. I wore my little stripe thing and a crossing guard, you call them. They call them patrolmen down there, but I was crossing guards, what it was, at the road for the kids to come back and forth. I did anything like that if I get out of class early. They let me out early in the evening, in the afternoon, to go do my crossing duty, and I'd come early in the morning and do it and stuff like that. Fell in love with my 6th grade teacher. Of course, most of the boys in class did too, I think. So.
You like hunting when you were a kid?
Yeah, we'd squirrel hunt stuff when I was a kid a little bit, but I don't remember hunting a lot down there when I was a kid. But I used to go with my dad when we'd go out on the mountain out there where my grandfather and grandmother lived. He'd squirrel hunt out there. We'd go out there once in a while.
He's a good shot?
Oh, he was an excellent shot. Yeah, yeah. He could shoot a squirrel out of a tree over there, and I couldn't even see it. And he'd shoot it, and it'd fall to the ground. And yeah, I can remember him shooting. He'd set up 5 matches out there, stick them in the ground, and he'd strike at least 2 or 3 of them and cut the heads off of the others. He trying to strike them. That's what he was trying to do. Yeah. So he was a very, very good shot. And without a scope, that's with open sights, real good. Wow. With a .22. That's why I was thankful that he missed when he was shooting over my head. But he was drunk then, so the only time I've ever seen him, do any good shooting, he was always sober. Nobody wanted to be around him when he had a gun at that time when he was drinking. But
anything else that you want to go into regarding your early life before meeting Grandma?
Well, I remember, like I said, I worked most of the time, but in the summer, after I got up old enough to do anything very much, I would go out and spend the summers with my grandfather out there and work out there. Coley Travis, yeah, my daddy and granddaddy Travis, out on the mountain there, and he had animals. He had cows and pigs and mules, and finally later got a small tractor that I got to drive out there. But I got to work out there all the time on the farm and logging. They did a lot of logging, cutting trees, and they lived that house where we lived there, where the spring and everything was, just up over the hill where my uncle Paul and them lived. It wasn't probably 100 yards or so over to the bluff, where you could stand up there when the trees weren't leafed out, and you could see Scottsboro 17 miles away down there, pretty close to it. On a clear day from where we were at, and that's where he was found. My grandfather was found at the bottom. That's what they said in that newspaper thing, was that he was found at the bottom of that bluff there. And he said foul play was. I'll show you that obituary. I've got it on my tablet here. Somebody sent it to me. I think Vernon or somebody.
Have you been back to that house?
That house was the one on the mountain up there.
Mm-hmm.
Now that house, after we moved away from there, Dad sold that house. The house itself, somebody out on the road going over to the old rock school and everything over there bought that and put it in their front yard for a mother-in-law house. They moved it. The chimney is still standing there. I have a rock out in here in the front of this house here that come from that chimney.
And you went out there and visited it though?
Oh yeah, we went out there a number of times. Yeah, I took your mother and Alyssa out there once, I think, and then I took my sister Lucille and her son and grandson out there a time or so. Me and Grandma have been out there 2 or 3 different times. It's hard to find now because it's grown up out there so much. I passed it up. First time I looked for it, passed a couple of times there I was within a few feet of it and I couldn't see it, and then I finally found it because I knew just about where it was at.
Even when you lived there wasn't a lot of people in the vicinity though, right?
No, there was my uncle that lived across the holler there, and then we lived on this side, and then up a little ways up there, my uncle Enos, Paul's brother and Mom's stepbrother Enos lived over there. He had 2 boys, young boys, but that was later. I think they moved in there after we moved away. And like I said, my grandmother and them lived 3/4 of a mile up a sandy road up through there. The road we had to get out the main road. But no, there wasn't a lot of people lived around there.
What was the model of your first car again?
It was a 1947 Pontiac.
What was the price of gas?
Gas? Oh, I don't remember too much what it was down there because, like I said, I left there when I was 16. And I hadn't bought very much gas down there. But I remember when I got to Indiana and I first started buying gas up there, I could get it for 18 cents a gallon. $1 worth of gas would put like over 5-gallon gas in a car. You could drive a long ways on $1 worth of gas then. People used to come in and ask for $1 worth of gas. If you go out, of course, you don't find too many full-service gas stations. Now you pump your own, but if you was to pull into a full-service gas station, tell them to give you $1 worth of gas, it'll laugh at you.
What was your first job again?
Well, the first job of working for someone else, like I said, I worked for myself, bicycle shop, cutting grass and stuff like that. I worked, that was my senior year of high school. I worked at a meat market. My junior year of high school, I left home right after my junior year of high school because that was before Dad got saved and he was still drinking and he come in, he would always try to pick a fight with anybody that would fight with him, and I tried to stay out of his way when he was drinking, and he came in one day and started in on my mom and starting on me, and I was 16 years old or 17, I guess, at the time maybe, and I'd had enough of it, I guess, so I punched him and gave him a black eye, and he went to the bedroom and didn't come out for 2 or 3 days because of that. And then I kind of got to thinking, I can't do this. I can't hit my own dad.
How old were you?
About 17. That's when I left home. I had a distant relative that lived over Cedar Lake, not too far from where she lived, and we moved in with him when we first went up there. The whole family did. He had a big house and lived by himself, and so we lived there for a few weeks before they rented the place down in Cedar Lake there that was on top of the business below us, and so I got in contact with him, and he worked the afternoon shift, and my senior year, I went to school half a day, got off at noon, and I worked from 1 till 6 every day. So I hardly ever saw him. He let me move in with him and have my own bedroom, And all I had to do was just kind of straighten up and do the dishes and stuff like that. I didn't have to pay no rent or anything. So I worked at the meat market then from 1 to 6 every day, and,
Would they pay you?
75 cents an hour. I worked from 1 to 6 5 days a week, and from 8 to 6 on Saturdays. And I had Saturday evening, Sunday off. And yeah, I worked there for my whole senior year at the meat market. I'd get off at noon at Crown Point, and it was about 10, 12 miles from there to Lowell, where I worked at the meat market. And I'd drive down and stop at a little restaurant there in Lowell and get me a couple of hamburgers or something. They were probably 50 cents a piece at that time, maybe less, and then go straight on into work. Yeah, I remember we lived in Cedar Lake over there. There was a place there that this couple had a trailer there set up as a restaurant on the curve, and you could get hamburgers for $1 a piece there, and if you buy a dollar's worth, you could get you could get 5 for $1. And but anyway, I worked there for a year, yeah. And he had talked about, he had a produce department in the store there, and he talked about giving me a full-time job in handling the produce department and everything too. And he was going to raise my pay to $1 an hour after school was out. But he talked a good game, but I never saw any money or anything come. So at the end of the year, when school was out, I quit and went to work at a place called Graver Tank and Manufacturing Company, and it was in 1960 as a welder, because I'd taken welding in high school and in machine shop and wood shop and everything in school. So I had some other avenues to do, and I started working up there, and I think I made like $1.25 an hour or something like that up there, $1.25, $1.30 an hour working there.
So you always really good with your hands?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I always was. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would go back a little bit to when we lived up on the mountain up there. Well, no, we didn't live on the mountain then. We'd lived in Gadsden, and it was on a summer, but I'd went back up there to spend the summer at my grandpa's house, Grandpa Travis's house, because I would go and spend 3 months up there, and he'd work me, like one of his own kids. If you ate at his table, ate his groceries, you worked for it. You was part of the family, so you worked, and which was good, because I learned a tremendous amount from him. But yeah, we were.
Who is this again?
My grandpa Travis, my grandmother Eddie's husband, the one who had all the stepbrothers and sister that my mom had. But anyway, I was working there one year, and there was a crew over there that was what they call snaking logs up from the side of the mountain. They would cut the trees down on the side of the mountain, and they had this big cable hoist thing up there. It was had a big wheel on it and a big drum with the cable on it, and they would take this cable and take it down the side of the mountain and then hook it around the log, and then that it was a motorized machine, and it would turn that drum and pull that log up the side of the mountain. And those cables were probably big around my thumb, I guess, maybe 3/4 inch cables, pretty strong cables. And I don't know if it was from where on the cable bringing it up and down the mountain or what, but there was a young guy that was working with the logging crew there, and the cable broke, and it snapped, and it killed him. I don't know. You hear stories about they say it cut his head off or what, but I don't know if that happened really or not, but it did kill him. It snapped, and he was a young guy, probably, I don't know, in his mid and late teens maybe, because he was married, and him and his wife, they lived in a little house up there out on the edge of Grandpa's land out there, and they had a little baby. And that was kind of tragic. I always think about that when I go back over to that section over there by that bluff, about what happened over there. It's just an addition. I remember earlier I told you I got the car when I was 15 years old. I wasn't quite 16. And I got my driver's license in April, my birth year when I turned 16. And I remember driving the car a little bit down there before I left to come to Indiana. At that time, I'd never been out of state driving the car. I'd just driven it around there in the country and in town and stuff around there. And school was out, and I was trying to work out a way to make some money to buy my school clothes and school books for when I went into my sophomore year of high school. And so I had talked to my uncle who had a lumber yard in Indiana, and I was planning on going up there and working for the summer, staying with him like I used to do with my granddad. He was my granddad's son and my mom's stepbrother. And he lived in Creston, Indiana, just north Lowell a little bit there and south Cedar Lake. And about that time I had a cousin that came down that lived in South Holland, Illinois, which was maybe 35 miles away from where I was going in Indiana there. He'd come down, he had family out on Skyline there where I grew up and had visited with them, and he had come down to Gadsden to visit with my aunt and cousins and them there. And I found out that he was heading back up there, so somehow we worked it out to where I could go with him up to my uncle's to work for the summer. His mother had just bought a brand new 1957 Ford Crown Victoria with a convertible top. Boy, that was black and with a white top. Beautiful car. Everybody was kind of envious of him driving that car, but it didn't seem to bother him too much. I mean, he didn't care because we got in the car and started off, and he started me out driving. And I'd never driven outside, like I said, of the city of Gadsden around there, except around the country. Never went on a long trip, and that's about a 12-hour trip from down there to up to Indiana, where we went to up there. Especially with the old highways 41 and that, we didn't have I-65 and none of that going north at that time. That was in 1957. And so we took off, and we had stopped down. It was a nice warm day. I think it was the last part of May, early June when we took off up there. And he told me, he got me on the 41 highway, US 41, and he said, just keep going north. And I said, how far? He said, just keep driving. And so he lays over on the other side in the seat there and goes to sleep. And I kept driving and driving, hour after hour driving, and all the pretty girls would go by and see that nice car and wave at me. I'd wave back, I was in car heaven. I left my old 47 Pontiac sitting down there at the house and took off up there in that 57 Ford. And I remember waking him up when we got up around Nashville, Tennessee, and asked him, I said, how much farther we got? He said, oh, you got a long way to go, just keep driving. And so I just kept driving, and every once in a while I'd wake him up, and so we drove and finally we got to South Holland, Illinois. That's where he lived. It was late Saturday night, late Saturday afternoon, I guess it was. I drove all the way up there in that car. And like I said, I hadn't driven no more than probably 15, 20 miles at a time. And I drove all day long that day in that car and loved every minute of it. It was a beautiful car. It wasn't his, though, it was his mother's. So we got up there, and none of him or his mother, none of them didn't know where my uncle lived down there in Indiana. We passed right by his house within 3 miles when we were on 41 going up there, if we had known. I could have got out and walked over there, but I didn't know where it was at. So I went on to South Holland, and they had a big trailer, nice trailer out there that they lived in that was in his mother's brother's backyard. And it was all, back of that was all onion fields. South Holland, Illinois grew onions out there every summer. And so I had to stay the whole next week there until the next weekend for somebody to take me down. His dad was coming in, and he knew where he lived, and so for somebody to take me down there to Uncle Buddy, his name was Kenny Travis, and we all called him Buddy, and to get down to his house. And so I stayed there a whole week, and his cousins lived in the house in the front there, and I stayed and visited with them all week long. Yeah, there was a couple of boys and a girl there. They were younger than me. And then he was going to, I don't know, he wasn't going to school then. I thought he was going to school, but he wasn't. No, school was out. But he worked too, I guess. Lawrence was his name, Lawrence Travis. And so while we were there during that week, he had found a motorcycle that he wanted to buy, that he was going to buy, and he was going to go pick it up. And he had a couple of his friends, high school friends. He was probably a year ahead of me in high school. And a couple of his friends, they all came and they all wanted to go over with him, pick the motorcycle up, and there was two or three of them, and they were all arguing on who was going to drive that Ford back when he rode that motorcycle back, And we all got over there and we got ready to come back, and he made them get over. He had me drive it because I'd driven the thing all the way from Alabama. He didn't trust them driving his mother's car, but he did me. And so they weren't too happy about that. I didn't make any friends there. But anyway, the next weekend, then he was my dad's uncle. I guess he would have been my, what would he have been? Great uncle, I guess you'd call him. I don't know. Cheryl's got a once removed thing she tells about relations, but I don't know anything about that. But she tried to tell it to me, but you can't teach an old dog new tricks, I guess. Huh? So. Anyway, we went. He drove me down there, and I got to Buddy's house, and then I worked there. I stayed with them and worked, and they fed me, and I don't know if they took it out of my work or what, but I made a little money. They're working, so I could have money for books and stuff. And I worked for probably, well, let's see, we got there the 1st of June. First part of June into May, and then over the 4th of July. I had no idea what was happening, but my dad was up there working. He had lost his job down there in Alabama, and he'd went to Indiana, and he was working in East Chicago, Indiana, at a steel mill up there. And I don't know why I thought that I was going to finish up the summer and go back to Alabama and just, I guess, leave him up there working. But as it turned out, over the 4th of July holiday, my uncle took his 2.5-ton truck and drove, and with my dad drove to Alabama, moved the whole family back up. And my 47 Pontiac came along, and and then after we rented the house we moved into over there with a relative, he had a big house and he was alone, and we stayed there for maybe 3 weeks to a month. I don't know what it was. And that's when I met my wife, Pat, your grandma.
You are Grandma?
Patsy Dolberry.
And when were you born?
I was born December 16th, 1942.
Okay. And who were your parents?
My dad was Winfred Hayes, born in Rosie, Arkansas. My mother was Olene, actually her name was Alice Olene Husky Hayes.
Olene Husky. Do you have any siblings?
I had one brother, 6 years younger than me, Jimmy Carroll Hayes.
6 years younger. So can you tell us a little bit about maybe the Hayes line?
Well, I was thinking about that, and personally, I can't go back any farther than my, I guess he would be my great-grandfather, because he was my dad's grandfather. Yeah, his name was George Hayes, and he lived up around Rosie, Arkansas, and he had several boys and a few girls. I don't know all of them, just the ones I was raised around, And my grandfather's name was Jess Hayes, and this is my dad's line. And he lost my train of thought. But anyway, he married my grandfather married Ida Bell Fane, which is Irish, I think. Ida Bell Fane. Well, unfortunately, she got some kind of a fever. She had my Aunt Willie and she had my dad. And the story goes that he was just a baby, hadn't been weaned yet, and she died. She was about 19 years old when she died. And so he kind of grew up without a family, stayed with the maternal grandmother, I think, most of his early childhood. And then he never did live with his dad. His dad, meanwhile, later on in life, married Pearl. And then they had about 5 sons and a daughter, roughly, around in there. And he lived mostly in his older years with my Uncle Fred. And both of my grandfathers, my paternal grandfather and my maternal grandfather, weren't grandfathers like you think you could go run and jump up in their lap. I never felt that way. I kind of held them in high esteem, back like that. They were all good men, both of them. Well, my paternal grandfather, he had a problem with the bottle in his early years too. And but if I was thinking, if I was thinking of a grandfather, I'd probably have to pick my Uncle Fred, because he was the one that I'd run to and jump up in his lap, and he'd play with me and everything like that. But and my mother, she was born, losing my voice. My mother was born in Arkansas too. I think she was born over around Saffel, where we lived, over around in there somewhere. And she came from a family of 10 children. There was my Aunt Myrtle, and then Aunt Pearl, which is my cousin Linda, if you've met her, it's her mother. And then my Aunt Edith, Myrtle, Pearl, then my Uncle Holly and Otis. I know both of you have met Otis. And my Aunt Hazel, and then Mom, and then my Aunt Velma, and then Jean and Paul was the baby. And right now he's the only one alive. And he's still down there. He's 90-something years old, but he's still alive.
Uncle Paul in Arkansas?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And what else do you want to know?
What else you got?
Okay.
So, there's a story that we have about how, I guess, maybe it was the Hayes line got to America?
Okay, well, the Hayes, I was going to tell you that too. The only thing that I know is that my great-grandfather's name was George. I think I told you that, George Hayes. And he come from, the story goes that he comes from southern Illinois somewhere. Now, where they come before that, from the different country, I don't know. Someone told me they thought it was Ireland, and I think probably it stands a pretty good chance of being Ireland. But I don't know, and I'd love to know. It's just I don't know. I haven't researched it, and neither has anybody else. My cousin Dean did a study on the Rainey's, which was my grandmother's maiden name. Her name was Frances Rainey before she married my grandfather Husky. And they definitely come from Ireland, so I think I've got a lot of Irish background in it. And
was there a stowaway?
Oh, that was Dad. The Dolberries.
Really?
You'll have to get
Get him.
And my siblings. I just had my brother, and he said he got left home because he wanted a brother. Well, I thought about it because I wanted a sister. I was almost 6 years old when he was born, about the same spaces between Suni and Thomas, roughly around in there. And Dad come home and told me that I had a little brother about this long, and I think I cried because I was wanting a sister. But yet when they brought him home, he was my baby. I didn't care if he was a boy. And at that time, I think because we were all getting ready to move north, but my Uncle William and Aunt Velma lived with us. We all lived in one house. They had kind of one side of it and we had the other. And my cousin Mark, who is maybe 2-3 years younger than me, when they brought Jimmy in, they brought Mom home in an ambulance with the baby and everything. And I'm over there trying to get as close to my brother as I can, and Mark, he was getting in between us, you know, and they said I chewed him out good. That's not your little brother, it's mine. So I fought over him when he was born. But we were kind of close, but if it would have been a closer age, we would have been closer. You know, because I had my set of friends as we grew up. He had his, you know, so.
What was your mom like? I guess that'd be Olene Hayes?
Yeah,
Olene
Olene Husky Hayes.
Husky Hayes.
My mother was a loving woman. Of course, you both knew her, and she loved her family very much. She, to be perfectly honest, was the disciplinarian in the family, you know. And I remember she would spank me. My dad, I don't think he ever spanked me. I don't ever remember it. But she would, and she'd tell me, this is kind of funny, but I'd be doing something she didn't approve of, and she'd say, "Go get me a switch." Or else she'd look at me real stern and say, "Do you want me to give you some peach tree tea?" Because we'd have to go outside, and most of the time she got her own. I wish she'd let me get it. But she was a very loving woman, and I stayed close to her, you know, up until I was 60-something years old, and she passed away. And you wanting my dad now, or is that another question? Okay, Dad, he was very loving, and he wanted me to have everything. Of course, being the condition we were in, I couldn't, but he would spend his last penny on bringing me home something when he went out. This is before I had a brother, you know. And oh, he played with me. I'd get up in his lap and we'd play and sing and everything. And your mom could tell you stories about him too, because he did the same thing with them. And but he was no disciplinarian, you know. The only time I remember him even halfway acting like he was I was gonna get in trouble over something from him was when I was in high school. And I went to one of the Friday night dances with my girlfriends, and their mother took us. And some boy that I thought was kind of nice wanted to know if he could bring me home. And I said, yeah. Well, that was the wrong thing to do. I think I was, oh golly, as far I met your dad, so I had to be about 14, much too young for anything like that. Well, he brought me home, of course. He brought me straight home, but Mom was in the bed. Dad was in the house on the couch, and he said, getting back a little bit, the girl's mother called Mom and Dad and said that I wouldn't come home with them, that some boy was going to bring me home. So he was waiting on me when I come in the house that night. And he said, who brought you home? And I thought, uh-oh, the jig is up, you know. So I told him who brought me home, and he just looked at me. All he said was, "I don't think you'll be going to any more dances anytime soon," he said. But I love my dad. My dad died at age 62 from lung cancer. And I think I was, well, matter of fact, it was just shortly before Matthew was born. He died I think in September. And no, he was born in, you were born, I'm getting all confused here. You were born in September, he died in October. And I remember now he was in the hospital. And your mom smuggled you in, you know, so that he could see you, because we sort of knew he probably wasn't going to ever come home. And the nurse saw it, and the nurse walked by and said, "I didn't see a thing," you know, and she kept on going. And I remember he looked at you and he said, "Oh, that little baby," he said, and then he started praying for you about, Lord, I can't say the prayer, but the Lord would take care of you all your life and everything like that. And he died maybe about a week later, you know, after that. So he was a good man. He didn't get saved until he was 42 years old. He never drank like his father did. The reason being was that my grandfather drank a lot. And sort of some of the things that he said would be true for my grandfather, not my father, but my grandfather. And because he had seen so much of it, he wouldn't touch this stuff. Even before he became a Christian, he wouldn't. And him and Mom used to, not what you'd call fight, but nip at each other all the time. But I told somebody, I said, yeah, Mom and Dad fought all the time, but I said I never felt like my home was in danger. I never did. So I had good parents.
So, Olene, maybe any stories you want us to tell us about her?
Well, funny stories, nothing comes to mind. My mom was the only one out of 10 children that graduated from high school. She was a good student, and the college, Jonesboro College, was after her to try to go to college, but she opted to marry my dad instead and didn't go. And I don't know why they just had 2 children. That's probably all they could have, you know.
Jimmy, can you maybe give us a snippet of what he was like?
Brat. No, he wasn't. He was, well, he was pesky, of course, like little brothers are, especially when I got up to be a teenager. And I remember the first time that James wanted to know if he could take me down and get a root beer. There was a root beer stand down there. My dad wouldn't let me go unless I took Jimmy with me. So we had to take him along. And I don't know, I knew he wasn't rolling in money, so when a boy says, you want to go get something to drink, that's what I order. Something to drink. I'm not going to order no 7-course meal. And he asked Jimmy, he was in the back seat, and he says, what do you want? What would you like, Jimmy? And he says, oh, I think I'll have a hamburger or some French fries. But he spent a bundle on that kid that night, and I just got a root beer. He grew up, and of course he was only 12 years old when I had Mike, you know, because he was, you know, Mike was born when I was 18, and he liked him, but I think he might have felt a little bit of a tug there, because there was another little boy there besides him, but he was older then anyway. So, but no, I really don't know that much about his personal life. I know he had lots of girlfriends. He's very popular with the women, and he could have been a good student. One story about him was he got a teacher. He'd come tell me about it. He says, Patsy, I got Mrs., I think her name was Schrader or something, for English and literature. I said, oh, she's a good teacher. He said, she told me, she says, oh, Jimmy, she says, I'm so glad to have you in my class. Says, I enjoyed your sister so much, and I know I'm going to enjoy teaching you too. He said, he wasn't in there that long till she found out she wasn't going to enjoy him, and he ended up failing literature because he just plain didn't like to read. But
did he get married?
He got married, his first wife, Peggy. They got married very young, I think about 17 or so. And they, of course, she got pregnant with Scott, you know him, and she had him. Jimmy volunteered for the draft and he didn't have to go to Vietnam, which by then it was kind of slowing down, but he got sent to Germany. And then Peggy and Scott, when Scott was about 6 months old, flew over there to be with them. Well, they come home, everything was fine. Well, then she had David, his brother, and I don't know, the marriage just kept deteriorating and deteriorating, and they ended up getting a divorce. And then later on, he met Kathy and married her, and then had 2 boys and a girl with her. And
what branch did he serve in?
Army.
Okay.
He just volunteered. He knew he was going to get drafted, he said, so he just volunteered before they drafted him. I don't know.
Okay. What hobbies did you have when you were younger?
What?
When you were younger, did you have any hobbies?
I don't know if you'd call them hobbies. I just played with my dolls, and I never had anybody to play with until someone come over, so I had a pretty good imagination and could, entertain myself.
Yeah.
But I really enjoyed it when my cousins come over, especially Linda. I said that's the closest thing to a sister I ever had.
You know the price of a movie ticket or egg?
Well, I've been thinking about that, and in 1942, no, I don't. But the earliest memory that I have is going to the show with going to Swift under Tuckerman and going to one of the shows, movie houses, with my cousins, and it cost them 25 cents to get in. I remember that. And you said something about eggs on there, and I wouldn't have any idea what eggs cost because we didn't buy them. We always had our own chickens. And if you want to know a little bit about my early life, like I said, we lived in Arkansas. We didn't stay in one place very long. We didn't own a home. Dad was what you would call a sharecropper. And he might work for one man this season and go somewhere, and they always furnished you a place to live. Some of them was pretty kind of shaggedy looking places, but they'd give you a place to live. And I never did without anything I needed as a child. Never was hungry, but I didn't always have maybe what some of the better families did. And I remember one time I didn't have a doll. I was big enough to remember it, so I must have been at least 2 or 3, and to my knowledge I'd never had a doll, and I loved dolls. And my mom would roll up a towel and tie a string around it for arms, and then take her lipstick and paint a face on it, and that was my doll. Well, then I remember one day my dad coming home, and it had to be my birthday, December 16th. He come home and he was holding something behind his back, and he was dancing around like he always did, trying to tease me. And I'm trying to pull him and look what he had behind his back, because I knew he had something for me. And he brought out, and I think I just was speechless. If a small child can be speechless, it was a doll, about this beautiful doll back then, And I kept that doll, and I remember it must have been my birthday, because for Christmas, which was about a week or 2 later, from my birthday, I got a buggy to push it around in. But he would go to town sometimes, and he'd always come back either with candy or gum, or if he had the money, some coloring book and crayons or something like that for me.
And again, both your parents were Christian?
My mother was, although I don't have very many memories of church as an early child. My mom didn't drive, and back then it was a ways to get to a church sometimes. My dad wasn't a Christian. He at that time he wasn't, and I don't know. One time we went to, did I tell you this already about my dad playing Santa Claus in the church? Okay. We went to sort of a Christmas program, and Dad wasn't a church member or anything. Matter of fact, when the men would take their women to church, they would sit out in the yard under the trees smoking and, you know, talking and everything till church was over, then gather their family and go home. But Santa Claus was there. Now they didn't have, because everything was poor back then, so he didn't have a Santa Claus suit on. He just had regular clothes, but somewhere he got a hold of a fake beard. And my dad was in there passing out candy to the kids because he loved kids, you know. And the story goes that I said to Mom, Santa Claus has the same jacket my daddy has. It was my daddy. I just didn't know it because of that. But my mother, I don't know when she was saved back, but she was a member of a Free Will Baptist church, and that, you know, they have a little bit different belief than the Southern Baptist. And we would go sporadically if we were near a church, you know, and someone was there to take us. But I don't have a memory of much church in my younger years until I got in Indiana. But we got up there, and I started going to church with my cousin Talmadge, because he come up and stayed with us after he graduated from high school and got a job and worked. And he was a staunch church goer, but he went to a Pentecostal church, Foursquare Church. That's what he was. So he took me with him, and I'd go there, you know, just about every Sunday. Mom would once in a while. And she was saying she really would like to find a Baptist church. Well, somehow the Southern Baptists got wind of us. We might have visited a time or two. So they come to visit us several times, and Mom says, well, you know, they believe a little different than I do. Southern Baptists believe once you're saved, you're always saved. You're not going to lose your salvation. The Free Will Baptist, which is what my Uncle Paul is, thinks that yes, you can. But no one could ever tell me that line you pass over to lose it, you know, because I've asked a few people. But anyway, she started going, and I was the first one. Now, before I tell you when I was saved, I have to tell you when I wasn't saved. When I was 11 years old, I went to a revival with my cousin Janice and her family. And there was this woman sitting next to me. I don't know I think it was non-denominational, I don't know. But she was talking, she was sitting next to me, and she asked me if I'd ever accepted the Lord. And I said, no, I haven't. She says, well, honey, you need to do that. She says, why don't you just do that? And I'm totally against this. And I wasn't at the time, but I am now. And so she talked me into walking up front. So I walked up front, and she told them she's coming to be saved. They took me in a little room and prayed with me and everything. And all I did was just kneel there and cry. I didn't do anything. But, you know, I thought, well, I guess I'm saved. They said I was. So I went back, and it didn't take me long to discover nothing had happened. And so when I was 14, I knew then, you know, that it had to be from you. It couldn't be, so nobody else could do it for you. But I did go forward at the Southern Baptist Church and presented myself. And but still, see, it's got to be the time the Lord picks for you to be saved. And this just wasn't the time either. Although I went for 14 more years thinking I was. I went to church regularly. I held about every job. I held teaching job. I held a secretarial job. I held the church clerk, which I was in charge of all the records of the church during that time. Well, when I was 28 years old, I'd been married for 10 years. I went to a revival, and the preacher was preaching. Well, previous to that, I was beginning to wonder why I didn't know some of the scriptures. I've been a Christian for a long time. You think these scriptures, I would have them at least in my head by now, but I didn't. So I set about trying to memorize some scripture. And the preacher said something that just pierced me, and he says, you have to call upon the name of the Lord. You know, he was telling all that. And I'm thinking to myself, well, did I call? And the answer was no, I didn't. I went forward again and knelt, and the preacher prayed. He was a preacher right out of seminary, and you'd think that he would know better, but he didn't. He prayed for me, and I remember him praying, Lord, she comes calling. She comes calling, she wants to be, whatever he said. So I was baptized then, right after that, and went for 10 years, comfortable. Of course, I wasn't having any communication with the Lord, but I didn't know I was supposed to, during that time. And after he said that, I had a terrible time. I kept calling my preacher, and he was about to drive me crazy. And he kept coming over to talk to me and counsel with me. Well, finally, he says, Patsy, you need to settle this. If the Lord is calling you, you need to settle this. So I just fell prostrate practically, not like that, but with my mind and my soul and everything. And I called out for all I was worth. Lord, I'm a sinner. Please come into my heart. Now, you don't have to say those words, but I did. Come into my heart and save my soul. Well, I noticed a difference right away. My depression was gone. I was joyful, and I couldn't wait to get to church. And I'd get up in the morning sometimes and couldn't wait for James to leave to work so I could go kneel by my bed and pray, and things like that. And I haven't had any serious doubts since then. But I know he's with me. He's shown me over and over again he's with me. As I was talking about, I accepted the Lord when I was 28 years old, and I had a good friend that lived across the street from me, Janie. She's still a good friend. She still lives up there. And I went over to visit with her and have coffee and told her what had happened. And I asked her, I says, have you ever accepted the Lord? And she says, no, I haven't. So we just talked and visited, and I went back home. Well, our pastor come over to see how I was doing, and I told him about Janie. And I says, I think I'll see if she wants to come over. So I gave her a call, and she come over to the house. And to make a long story short, she ended up accepting the Lord that day. And then Pastor Stilo said, why don't we, for a short time, I come over once a week and we'll get you two young women rooted, and we'll have Bible study, once a week. Well, my goodness, that thing exploded. Out of that Bible study, I think I'm estimating about 20 people off and on came into that. Several of them became a Christian during that time, and some of them, of course, were Christians and then rededicated themselves and decided they were going to, be. And had one Catholic girl, and she'd come in and she'd bring this great big Bible. The thing was about that thick, She'd bring it in, and every time that we would look up scripture, she would look it up in her Bible to make sure we were saying the right thing. I assume she was a Christian. I don't know. I'm not judging.
So how many, you say about 30 people?
Oh, it's not that many. I'm estimating about 20.
About 20.
Mm-hmm. And I didn't know one of them. It was just word of mouth. Janie knew some of them, and they come because she invited them, and then they in turn would invite somebody else, and it just sort of exploded there for a long time.
Have you talked to any of these people in the past year?
Well, like I say, I've kept up with Jane.
Right.
And she's a Methodist. She goes to the Methodist church. There was one that lived in Crown Point that I kept up with for a while, but I haven't in ages now, so I don't know. They didn't all stay with it, but hopefully a lot of them did, There's been a few divorces and things like that in it.
Do you have any favorite scripture verses or books of the Bible or anything?
Well, I love Romans. What did I remember what I put down. I just don't know if I can. Okay. You have a question here. What do you want to hear from Christ when you stand before Him? Unless that's in another part of the interview.
It was, but now we got it.
And I hope He says to me, "Well done, thou good and faithful servant, enter into the joy of the Lord." That's what I want to hear.
So your favorite book of the Bible, you think that's going to be Romans?
More than likely Romans.
Yeah.
But it's all favorite, actually.
Yep.
I'm in Daniel right now. I know that's mind-boggling.
So back when you were a child, you talked about how you moved around a lot, and you were
Yes.
in Arkansas. How did you get to Indiana where you met Grandpa?
Okay, I'll tell you about my early years. I started school in Arkansas, and like I say, my dad moved around so much there trying to find a good place to work. First grade was not a fun time for me. I went to a school in a town called Manila, first grade. I went to Tuckerman, I went to Swifton, I went to Walnut Ridge, and then back to Swifton. And at Swifton, I passed from the first into the second. Started school that year, and then we moved to Indiana. So at Douglas MacArthur School up there at Cedar Lake, I entered the second grade and went all through the rest of my years up there. Never moved again. And I went to MacArthur School 1st through 8th because back then they didn't have a junior high. The 7th and 8th grade was in with the grade school. So I graduated from 8th grade at Douglas MacArthur School. Went into Crown Point. We didn't have a high school at Cedar Lake either. And then had to be bused to Crown Point, which was about 8-9 miles away. And went to Crown Point High School. And I loved it. I liked high school. I'd always heard that the Crown Point kids thought they were better than the Cedar Lake kids, and that they called us lake rats. That was supposed to be the name for the kids that come from. Nobody called me a lake rat. I was included in everything. They asked me to run for student council. I ran, I won. And I had a good time.
What is student council?
Well, the student council is where I wasn't an officer, like president, secretary, and stuff like that. I was a representative from the junior class, is what I got elected to. And we just met. I don't remember how often. I think it was monthly, but I'm not sure, and discussed things that we think we could do to make the school better, and if there's something coming up and we wanted to take part in it, we discuss how we were going to do that and everything. It's just generally trying to make school a better place for everybody. My dad never went to church very much, just once in a great while, but when he was 42 years old, some of the men at First Southern Baptist of Cedar Lake started visiting our home, and they got him to promise to come visit. Well, he would visit a little more, a little more, a little more. Finally, when he was 42 years old, he was saved. The Lord, convicted his heart, and I remember him saying to me, he says, "I'm going with you now, Patsy," he said. And as it turned out, I wasn't saved till later, but that was at the time. There is one story about my mother that I want to share. As I said, we didn't go to church a lot when I was very young, but she'd set me down every day and work with me to memorize. And I really don't think I was much over 2, at least maybe about Helena's age or something. And she would set me down, and we would work with John 3:16 until I could say it, just like that. She wanted that in my heart and in my head.
Do you think that benefited you over the years?
Oh, constantly, yeah, it did. Of course, the Lord will bring you to Him when He sees fit. I know that, but I think he puts little things in your pathway before then, you know, to
Kind of God's providence.
providence, yeah, providential. What I hope the Lord says to me when I meet him is, well done, thy good and faithful servant. Enter into the joy of the Lord.
Okay, well, like I said earlier, first time I saw her, she was walking down the road, and at that time, I think, did I have that Pontiac or did I have that Ford at that time?
Pontiac.
Okay, I don't remember driving the Pontiac a lot up there in Indiana, because shortly after we got up there, I think it was after I'd met her though, and we'd moved down to the apartment down there. My dad had an old Oldsmobile that he was driving, and it played out on him. Transmission went out on him. So with him being the main provider for the family, he kind of inherited or confiscated my 47 Pontiac to drive back and forth to work, and left me with no wheels. And so I, through my uncle, a guy that he knew, had a 1947 Ford, a four-door that he wanted to sell. And it seemed like all them 47 cars sold for $75 because that's the same thing we paid for the other one. And Dad paid for part of it, and he took my 47 Pontiac, and then I paid the rest of it off. The guy also had a service station over in Couts, or Hebron, Indiana, which was on the other side of Crown Point where Pat and I went to school. And I worked on the weekends at the service station for him to finish paying off that car for myself. And but anyway, I was driving a Pontiac, she says, down the road there, and I saw her walking down the road, and I had a guy
Bicycle.
Okay, she was on a bicycle. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I don't mind. But yeah, this part I don't remember. She tells me that the first time I saw her was when she was going down the road and I was driving the car. But a friend of ours, whose name was David Bowie, not the rocker, but he did play guitar and sing. He was from Arkansas. He's a good guitar player and singer. He was a year behind me in school, I think. And he knew Pat. He used to call her up and play and sing to her on the phone. But there was no kind of interest in each other that I know of. He just needed somebody to listen to him play the guitar.
He was a friend.
Yeah, he told me who she was, and she says I told him that she's cute. I don't remember none of that, but she remembers it. It stands out in her mind. But anyway, we drove on home, which was a road over from her, about a block and a half away from where she lived up there in Cedar Lake. And then he asked me if I wanted to go over and meet her, so we walked over there to meet her, I think, and I didn't take the car. And we walked over there, and of course she rode her bicycle home and quickly went in and came back out and sat on the porch. Probably thought she had me hooked already, wanting me to come over. So I came over and we talked a little while there. And I didn't go in the yard. She had a 4-foot chain link fence and had a dog back there that kind of tried to run the boys off. And I remember one time we were over there visiting. Her cousin Linda was over there. They were sitting on the porch, and there must have been 3 or 4 boys out along that fence there, about 3:30 in the afternoon, and her dad came home from work, and I'd met him at school up there. They used to, him and some of the other young guys a little older than me used to play baseball up there at the school field up there, and so I'd played ball with him, so I knew him. But I didn't realize he was as much a joker as he was at that time, but he comes up and he sees all them boys standing out there, and he says, "Why don't you boys just hop up on that fence and crow?" like a bunch of roosters after a couple of hens, you know. It was kind of funny that way. But that was how I met her, sitting on her porch over there, and soon started visiting her for a while.
Yeah, I think I may have seen him once before that, but I wasn't introduced or anything. But my cousin Janice and I went into a restaurant in Crown Point, and he was sitting in there with a boy that we knew. Turned out to be his best friend, Jimmy Ward. And He must have said, "Who's that?" or something. This is what you told me. You may not
I don't remember
it, but it said, he says, "Oh," he said who we were, and he says, "I used to go with that little one, a little while, you know," and then said that you said, "Oh, she's cute." And then he promptly forgot all about it, I think, because then later on we met on the bicycle thing.
So after you guys first met, chain link fence incident, and then what happens next? You guys start, I guess, dating or seeing each other, or?
I'd come over and see her occasionally, and the first time we went out anywhere was I had the car, and she had a brother who was 6 years younger than she was, and her dad wouldn't let her go anywhere unless we took the brother along.
Nice.
And so I asked her, if she wanted to go down to the root beer stand and have a root beer, and she says, yeah, she'd like to go. So we had to put her brother in the back seat, and we went to the root beer stand, and of course I asked her, what she wanted, and she told me, she wanted a root beer, and so I asked him what he wanted. He wanted a hamburger and fries and a big orange drink. We went to the A&W root beer stand. Here I ain't making much money at that time, not enough to go bowling on him. But then, so I got it for him, and then we went down. Then I took him down to the drugstore down there, and they had a lot of other stuff in the like CVS, that kind of stuff. And he went. I know he got a Pez dispenser with some Pez. Did he get a pair of goggles?
Yeah, you got him some goggles.
Got him a pair of goggles, swimming goggles, and that kind of stuff. And
he had more money than I thought he did.
So we go and park over there by the lake and watch the boats and stuff on the lake. There's a lake right there in Places Park.
You ain't gonna tell that, are you?
Sure, why not?
Go ahead.
So I wanted to get a little sugar, and so her little brother's back there. Of course, she's playing with his goggles and his Pez dispenser and everything, and she wouldn't let me kiss her as long as he was looking. So I threw a quarter into the back seat, and when he went diving for that, I got my first kiss. Oh, me. I must have wasted 2 or 3 quarters that night.
Was it worth it?
It was worth every bit of it. I'd have spent $10 if I'd have had it. But that's the only time I ever paid for it. I didn't pay her. It was for him. It was him. I got all the kisses I wanted. We only had to take him with us one time, and it was...
No.
Yeah.
I used to wonder when my dad, he wouldn't let me go or probably it was Mom, because like I said, she was the disciplinarian, but I couldn't just go anytime I wanted to. Of course, I can look back, and 14 is way too young to be dating anybody. And
that's just 2 years older than Lisa.
But he got where he would let me go to an indoor movie theater, but for love nor money, he would not let me go to a drive-in with this guy. And I used to wonder why. I'm watching the same movie at an indoor show. Well, as I got a little older, I figured out, why you don't let them go to a drive-in.
They closed most of them down now.
Yeah, they were.
Well, a lot of them have come back though since COVID. I think people are they're going and they're listening to they don't have the speakers or anything. Yeah, when we used to go to the drive-in, they had speakers, and of course in Indiana it gets cold up there.
Oh, it does. I
had that old '47 Ford, and it had the brake pedal and the clutch pedal both went through the floor. They didn't hang in like they did in the newer ones when you got up in 54s and around that area. And they had these rubber grommets that they had around the things that went through the floor there. Of course, they were gone, so I had holes like that, and snow would blow up into the bottom. I'd have to put something down there to keep the snow from coming in there when we were sitting there. Sometimes it'd be wind blowing, wouldn't be snowing, but the snow would be on the ground and it'd blow. But they give you they don't give it to you. When you go in, if you request a heater, you got an in-a-car heater. It's a little box like that, and it was, they had a place on the side of the speaker. You get the speaker and bring it inside and roll the window up. Well, they also had a place to plug a heater in. And for 10 cents, it cost you 10 cents for a heater. And of course, if you being real cold, you try to keep as much heat in there as you can. So we'd put a blanket across our legs and put the heater down there, and then the window would freeze up, and you couldn't see the movie. Take the heater and clean the window off so we could see through it again, and then put it back down and all that. And so, after we got married, this a little later, we didn't have a lot of money, and so we started trying to figure out a way to make our own popcorn. And I had this popcorn popper at home. It was a nice round popcorn popper, and it made good popcorn. So I figured, well, we'll just take stuff with us and I'll plug it into that heater cord and we'll make our own popcorn. We won't have to pay for it, go in and get popcorn, So took it that night and got over there and got ready to to make the popcorn and everything. And so I pulled that thing up, and the prongs were different on my popcorn popper than it was on that on that heater thing. So I said, well, I took the pliers and bent on the prongs so I could plug it in there, not knowing that was 220 and my popcorn popper was 110. Burned that sucker.
Burned it all to pieces.
And needless to say, I had to go get popcorn anyway. Burned up my popcorn popper. But, I'm a pretty good electrician now, but you live and learn.
Oh, we had some experiences. I remember one time we went over to what they call Buck Hill. And like you said, the middle of winter is cold. Lots of snow, and it's cold in Indiana. And so we went tobogganing with a bunch of different people. And we got over there, and it was my turn to kind of guide. The one that's sitting in the front would guide the toboggan, down by leaning, and then everybody else would try to do what the first one was doing. I ran us right into a small tree is what it was. Ran us right smack into it.
They used to go down that old hill and anything. I mean, somebody had brought an old car hood over there, one with a kind of a pointed nose on the thing, and the whole car hood. They just took it and turn it upside down and ride that thing down the hill. And it's good if you can keep it going straight with that nose going, but if it turns around, that back end starts plowing snow and it'll dump you out everything.
Yeah, you and I rode it once.
Yeah, we rode it. I don't know whose it was. Somebody rode over. But yeah. I even went down that thing on skis one time. Never had skis on in my life, and didn't realize that you're supposed to kind of swoosh sideways and stuff to adjust your speed. I went straight down and I was flying down to the bottom of that hill. That was my only experience.
But we're getting away from the topic.
With snow skis. Okay, what was the topic?
When did you guys propose?
Oh, that was a long time later. I asked her after we'd been together for a little while to go steady with me. And
so again, what age?
Well, I was probably, 15 or so. I asked her to go steady with me.
Probably 15. Or I was. I don't.
Okay, maybe. Yeah, anyway, when she was about 15, I asked her, she was a freshman, I was a sophomore, and I wanted her to go steady with me. And I guess she wasn't ready for that. So I said, okay. So I moved on.
He dated everybody in Cedar Lake.
Dated some other girls, and then she got to thinking about what she had lost, I guess. What did I say, Tim? Anyway, you know, right? Anyway, she kind of let me know that she might be interested again somehow. I don't know. She sent a note to some kid to ask me why I didn't ride the bus.
No, I asked it. I don't think there was a note involved, but I asked one of the Wyatt boys. I says, "How come James doesn't ride the bus anymore?" He was driving his car. I said, "I don't know. You want me to ask him?" I said, "Yeah, go ahead." So he took that as a come on, you know.
It was. I took it as what it was. Yeah. So I started back. At the meantime, I was going with two other girls, different, not at the same time, on different nights, and and so I got back to going with her and a little bit. I come over to see her a while, and
we still weren't going steady.
And then we weren't going steady. We was just getting interested. She let me know she was interested again. So I asked her out a couple of times, and I took her out on Thursday night, and she wondered why I didn't take her out on Friday night or Saturday night, and then she found out.
He's taking somebody else
I had
out.
another girl I was taking out on Friday night and then another one on Saturday night. So, but that all stopped.
Thursday night was my night. I got to tell you something funny though. During this time, before we actually did get together, I went with another boy, and actually never did date him because he didn't have a car or nothing. But I seen that was a mistake about a day or two after. You know, I don't want to be with this guy, and it was a draw because I was the lowly freshman and he was a senior, and he was interested in me. So, and he knew who he was.
Oh,
So
yeah.
we were all set. He asked me, would I go to the show on a double date with him and James and some girl he was supposed to take. And I said, well, yeah, I'll go. And come to find out, he couldn't go, or she
Her parents
couldn't
wouldn't let her go.
Believe it or not, she was even younger than me, so her parents wouldn't let her go. And so he took us.
I drove them to the movie.
He took us to the movie, dropped us off, and was supposed to pick us up at a certain time. It was close to midnight before he ever come and got
I
us.
sabotaged that one.
And when I got home and had to face the music, I blamed him completely for it. James was supposed to pick us up, and he didn't do it.
And I went out with the guy's brother. Me and him went out and just went riding around and just doing stuff together. You know, his brother was a friend of mine. He wasn't that much. He was older than me, but his brother was a little younger, and he was a little goofy. So we goofed off together. And I could say that we just got busy and lost track of time and didn't go, but that's not the way it happened. I did it on purpose.
So you were interested in Grandma at the time?
The whole time, yeah, the whole time.
But,
and I wasn't gonna. I wasn't gonna let him.
The thing of it
get off
was,
scot-free.
he had given me a ring, and I think about after a week, I took that ring off and put it in my jewelry box. Didn't have enough nerve to give it back to him. So he decided he was going to come and ask me for my ring back. He knew, we wasn't going nowhere together. And he brought him with him. He was over there as proof that he was the one asking for the ring back, and that it wasn't me. So he come over with Kenny, and then I bet they wasn't gone over an hour. And he calls me up. You want to go to the show Saturday night?
No, I think it was Saturday night.
Well, whenever it was, I don't remember. But
oh me!
And I think that's when really I didn't date anybody else.
I wasn't really interested in either one of those girls. Other
But
girls. I
we
was
were
going
so
with. As a matter of fact,
young.
one of the girls, she was she ended up marrying my best friend, Jimmy Ward. But we were just good friends. Just get out and drive around. Matter of fact, whenever I would go and pick her up and take her out to, I had that 47 Ford then, and I'd pick her up. If I had a quarter tank of gas, she'd buy gas. She'd buy $1 worth of gas, and of course, you get 5 gallons of gas for $1. We could ride a long time. We'd get out and go for a ride and ride around and just have a good time. When we got back down to the quarter tank of gas, I'd take her home.
I said, well, at least I never had to buy my own gas.
I wasn't. We were just friends. I wasn't romantically inclined, But the other girl, she ended up being our neighbor. She turned
out being my best friend.
When we moved over to Creston, she was Pat's best friend, and her husband was a real good friend of mine. And and matter of fact, they have the same anniversary day as we do, only a year later. They'll be married January the 20th, 59 years, and we'll be married 60. We used to go out together every January and for our anniversary dinner. I remember going out when it was below zero, and going in a restaurant over in Maryville over there. Nobody else is out. We're the only ones out because it's so cold.
Yeah, she was the one I was telling you about. That lived next door, across the street, and how I invited her to come over and meet the preacher and everything, and she ended up accepting the Lord.
Yeah, her daughter and Cheryl were good friends. She's a little bit younger than Cheryl, but they were good friends. Yeah, Shelley and Cheryl.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying Grandma was special?
Oh, she was always special to me.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, it was. I don't know about love at first sight, but it was an attraction anyway the first time I met her. And
So how was what was your dad's name again?
Winfred.
Winfred.
Winfred T. Hayes.
So how is that relationship with Winfred?
Winfred T. only. The T didn't stand for nothing. Normally, if you, that, because I've heard him say that a couple of times, and Winfred T. And what does the T stand for? Nothing. It's T only. And so I used to call him T only.
Oh, they had a good relationship.
Yeah.
He knew.
Yeah.
He knew my dad before he did me.
Yeah. He was a good guy. He was a smoker. Smoking probably what killed him. He smoked 3 packs of Camels a day. He would light one off the other. He'd smoke it down so small, and then he'd take another one and light it. He quit about 2 years before he died. But
that was pretty common.
What's
Or
that?
no? For people to smoke that much back in that
Back then,
He
yeah.
smoked more than anybody I knew. I smoked a pack a day when I smoked. I started smoking when I was about 8 years old, and I smoked until I was 28.
Did you roll your
And-
own?
No, well,
Part of the time
part
you
of the time
did.
I did. Yeah. When I was a kid, we usually didn't have too much trouble getting cigarettes. I mean, at 7, 8 years old, I had a friend down the street whose dad used to buy them by the carton, and he had some way he could sneak in there and open his carton up and then slide them around so his dad wouldn't remember how many he'd used, and he'd think he'd lost a pack or he'd smoked a pack that he hadn't smoked. And we used to get out there and smoke out behind his grandma's rose bushes, and she'd yell out there. His name was Stephen Martin. She'd say, "Stephen, you boys come out from behind there." It was a whole row of rose bushes right up against the
I see
garden.
that
I mean, the
row.
garage, and there was about that much space down at the base where we could crawl back in there and smoke. And she'd see the smoke coming out, I guess, and she'd yell at him, "I know you're in there smoking." But yeah,
We're getting off the subject.
well, it's a part of life. Back there then, that's when I started smoking, and I smoked until I was 28. Me and my neighbor Butch, Jane's husband, we had a kind of made a bet to see we would both quit and see who would stay quit the longest. And I stayed quit for about 9 months. He started back, and I'd been quit for about 9 months. And one of the guys at work, I used to work in the packing department. We couldn't smoke there, but in the hot end where they made the bottles, I had to go back every hour and mark up the production for that hour so they'd know how many bottles was packed and if they had a problem with defects and stuff. And they offered me a cigarette, and I, like a fool, one day I took one and smoked, and then started back. I smoked for another 2-3 years, I guess, before I finally quit.
Why did you quit?
Well, I smoked a pack a day, and we had a couple of guys at work, and that was just, they were bums. They had the habit, but they didn't want to spend the money, I guess. Didn't want to pay for it, and they'd just come around and bum a cigarette, and after a while they'd just come by and just grab your pack and take one, and pretty soon I was going through 2 packs a day. And so then I started rolling my own. I'd get me a pack of that Bull Durham and I'd roll my own, and they wouldn't bother you then because they don't want to bother rolling. They'd go bum off somebody else. And then after a while, I don't know, I just guess I become convicted about it. It was something that had control over me, and I didn't have control over it. I was using more and more of it, and I thank the Lord. At that time, I didn't know the Lord, but I'd had an experience, but it wasn't a conversion experience, and so I guess I was getting convicted about something having. I was always somebody that liked to have control of my own life and all that kind of stuff, and so I felt it had control over me, so I just decided to quit and did, and I thank the Lord for it. He's the one that I give credit for it, because he's the one that put the desire to quit in my mind and everything. And I sucked them little hard candy balls till my tongue almost bled for a long time there, but I quit, and her dad and her brother Jimmy, they never would believe I'd quit for a long time. It was almost a year I'd been quit, and we'd play cards and stuff, and they'd be smoking and everything, and they would look at me, and they thought I was sneaking around and smoking behind their back. But finally, after about a year, they decided, well, yeah, I guess he quit. So I did quit that time, and I haven't smoked a cigarette since then. That was 68.
No, Cheryl was born in 64.
It was 68. I quit in 68 because I had started my apprenticeship in 64, and I got my journeyman's card in 68, and that's
For
when
glass making?
for tool and die making.
Tool and die.
Yeah.
So I guess we can jump back. When did you propose to Grandma?
I don't know, what, you about 16?
I was 16. Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't remember it. I had to tell him.
Well, I mean, time to me, that far back, it's hard to remember the sequences and how old I was and the times and all that kind of stuff. But yeah.
You remember proposing?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And what'd she say?
Well, here we are. Isn't the answer obvious to you?
Oh, he says, will you marry me? And I said yes, because we'd already been talking a little bit off the cuff about marriage and different things like that. And I just thought it was something that really probably wasn't necessary, but if he wanted to go through the whole thing, I did. And then
I wanted to make sure.
that's when you gave me my engagement ring,
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
And then I got my ring. I
My
didn't know he'd go out shopping.
My mom helped me pick out the rings. Yeah, we went to Sickinger's Jewelry. Is that what it was?
I
there
think
in
it
Crown
was,
Point? And I
yeah.
got her a engagement ring and a wedding band, and yeah.
I've still got them. I just can't wear them anymore. My fingers are just too fat.
But I had to ask her to make sure, because when I asked her to go steady, she turned me down. So
I had to ask.
yeah, you don't never know. I can't be too sure, you be cocksure, you end up like Tim there, I'm joking with Tim. Me and Tim have a relationship where we joke with each other. We're both pretty sure, aren't we, Tim? Of most things, yeah.
Chip off the old block.
Yep.
When did you guys get married? The date?
January 20th, 1961 in New Buffalo, Michigan.
That's enough.
We
Let him go ahead and ask the next question.
Okay, where did you guys go live after that?
Oh, he wasn't going to ask that question.
What question did you think I was going to ask?
I forgot now.
Uh-oh.
No, oh yeah, about,
Buena Vista.
no, about if we asked your dad.
Oh, did you ask my dad? Goodness, no. People didn't do that back then.
We eloped.
We eloped.
Yep.
That is the only thing I don't regret for a minute ever marrying this guy, but I kind of have a little bit of regrets about how we went about it. Got it.
Kind of broke her mom's heart for a
My
little
mom
bit.
cried.
Yeah, when we
Of course,
told her
my
she
dad
cried,
got
yeah.
me aside and said he's glad we did it that way.
He didn't want to go through no
He
big
didn't want to
wedding.
walk me down the aisle.
Yeah, he didn't want to give her away. I just stole her.
But yeah, it hurt my mother, and I regret that.
We drove around the southern tip of Lake Michigan on January the 20th with a foot of snow, and it was snow, lake effect snow, and I always told her lake effect snow don't count, it's real, it's not real snow, it's just coming off the lake. But it counts when you're pushing it with the front bumper on your old car you're running up there. But yeah, it was pretty cold and snowy and windy when we went up there and got married at New Buffalo, Michigan. We did that because in the state of Indiana, the girl was legal at 18 years old, but the boy wasn't legal until 21.
And he was 19
I
at
was
the
19
time.
and she was
I was 18.
She was 18. But
So I was legal.
yeah, so she robbed a cradle, and so we did you had to, at that time you had to take a blood test and wait 3 days to get it back, and then take it, we
Yeah,
took
you
it with
did.
us. We took it with us when we went up and got our license and everything, got married in Michigan. That was a requirement back then. Take the blood test, you have to wait 3 days for the results.
Yeah.
And then we went up there to get our license and get married all at the same time that we went up there. And you asked about the blood test, why it was necessary. I guess it was just to make sure we were healthy. Both of us were healthy, but anyway, we must have passed. He let us have our license, and they married us. And his secretary and his wife, I think, were the witnesses that it was a justice of the peace married us. His name was Dominic J. Farina. And didn't have much money at that time. Matter of fact, I was laid off. I just got laid off from work at that time. And so it cost $5 for the wedding. And I only had $5 and wasn't sure I had enough gas to get back home.
That seems kind of expensive, actually, for a wedding. $5.
Well, I didn't think it was that expensive for the license and everything, and the marrying both. So they did everything. We got it all done. We signed all the papers and we left. I still had the $5 in my
In his
pocket
pocket.
when we left. So I got gas on the way home. I was my plan B was to, they used to do that a lot in those days. I was going to hawk my spare tire for a couple dollars worth of gas to get home and then come back and get it later. But we didn't have to do that. So I got a couple dollars worth of gas and we went on home, and then we went and I got a money order and put the $5 money order in there and mailed it back to him. We had his address and everything like that, so I didn't cheat him out of anything.
When we
It was
started out of his office, I noticed he didn't pay him. And I said, "Aren't you gone?" And he says, "Come on."
I said,
I was going to say, "Aren't you going to pay him?" But then he shut me up before.
Well, the thing was, it was give that $5 and get the spare tire. Find somebody to let me have gas for that spare tire for a couple of days or whatever. But we never cheated nobody out of nothing.
No, we never.
Winfred, her dad, was telling me one time that he had. I don't remember what it was. He was working up there where I was working at Graver Tank in East Chicago, Indiana, and he had to borrow 50 cents off of a guy for something. I don't remember what it was.
Well, what it was is that he had his paycheck, but it wasn't cashed. He was at work wherever he worked at the time.
In Chicago, it was.
And he didn't have enough gas to get home, and he had no money whatsoever on him. So he said he went into a little store, and
that had a gas pump there.
He went into a little store and said, "Could I get? I'll just tell you how it is. I need 50 cents worth of gas to get home." He says, "Because I don't have any money." He says, "If you'll let me do that," he said, "I'll bring it right back to you." So the guy just thought he told him to go ahead and get his 50 cents worth of gas. And the guy said later he thought, "I'll never see that 50 cents again." But Dad went home, washed and cleaned up, cashed his check, and went all the way back up to Gary, I think.
It was East Chicago, wasn't it? I don't remember.
Well, wherever it was. And paid him that 50 cents.
Yeah, and the guy was really shocked to see him come back up
He says,
there and do that, but
I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
Yeah. Yeah, he was an honest man. He was a good Christian man.
Well, yeah, later on he was. Well, he was at the time.
That time too.
At the time, yeah.
Yeah. He wasn't no saint, but he was a good Christian man. He was, yeah. Where was we at?
Any noteworthy memories in your early years of marriage?
Pop bottles.
Because you said you didn't have a job, so I guess we would go into that. You did recently after that?
I was drawing unemployment $35 a week whenever we got married. I had bought a house. Like the car, I bought the car before I got a license. Like the house, I bought a house before we got married because the opportunity was there. Her cousin and husband were building a new house, and they wanted to sell that one, and so I bought it. And I think the monthly payment on the thing was like $9 a month, and that included the interest and the insurance and taxes on the thing. That's all I paid.
Yeah.
It was just like renting it. And
we only paid $6,000 or $8,000 for the whole house.
yeah, that's what they wanted for it. It was like $7,000, I think it was, something like that for the house. And we at the time weren't planning on living there forever, but we thought it would be like renting a place. It'd be better than renting a place, and so we did. We lived there for Cheryl was 3 years old, I think, when we.
I think we lived there for about eight years, 7 or 8 years,
something like that. And I did a lot of work on the house and around the place there, and so and then I sold it the same way they sold it to me, to her dad's friend and his wife and 2 kids. They bought it off of me, and so I lived there and wasn't out anything, didn't make anything off of it, but it was a good place to live. We raised the kids there until, like I said, Cheryl was 4. We moved.
She was 4 because I remember she had a 5th birthday party right after we moved in.
Yeah, and we built a new house. My uncle Kenny Travis, the one that I came up and worked at the lumber yard, he sold me two lots he had over there on the next street from where he lived, and I bought those 2 lots and started paying on them, and then we started talking about building a house, and he found a builder, and he furnished all the building materials and everything and for me, and I think with the lots, lumber, labor, and everything, it cost me $16,000 to build that house. And that's, you know,
We
at that
sold
time,
it for
that was
$50,000.
yeah, we sold it for $50,000 whenever we sold it, the house.
Take a break.
Like I told you before, we bought the house, and I had I was paying for it for the first month, I think, or so on my unemployment. I was getting like $33 and something a month or a week unemployment. So it took 2 of my checks to get to make payment on the house, but we didn't have furniture, very little furniture, and we stayed at her mom and dad's house for about 3 or 4 days, I think, after we got married. And
Yeah.
and then we bought some furniture at a place in Hammond, Indiana called El Fish Furniture Company, and they sold, you could get more reasonable price furniture there. It wasn't the most expensive furniture, best made, but it was good. It worked for us. We bought a bed and couch and chairs and stuff like that. And I don't remember if we bought table and chairs for the kitchen or if we already had that.
Well, we had that big dining room set, so we didn't have one at all at first.
Yeah.
In the kitchen.
But we scrounged up some stuff that we didn't buy. But at that time I didn't have no credit, so I went to her dad signed for us to get the furniture, and I paid it off monthly payments. I got a job right after we got married. I called the glass factory. I had worked there during the summer between my junior and senior year. I worked for 3 months up there. Went up there and got a job, and I kind of think they had thought that I'd quit school and I was gonna, you know, stay there and work from then on. And of course, when school started back, I talked to the supervisor and told him I was going to go back to school, finish school my senior year, and he applauded me for it. He thought it was something that I should do, and I did do. But and then after my senior year, of course, like I said, I took welding classes and auto mechanics classes, wood shop, and all that stuff in high school. So I had a lot of different avenues and I could go into, you know, sheet metal and electrical shop and all that. And so I decided to go and try and get a job welding, because her cousin and them worked up there at the Graver Tank Manufacturing Company. They made railroad tank cars, what they did. The ones that hauls all the, you know, you see the black ones going down a railroad track. And you wouldn't realize it, but those things are inch thick. Those tanks are. They haul oil and different chemicals and stuff like that in them, you know. So they have to. They're controlled. The manufacturing of them is controlled by the government. And so I went to work there and worked for about 9 months there, and then in 1960 there was a recession and a lot of layoffs and stuff like that. And so I right after I got laid off and I was drawing unemployment, and so I looked all over. I went to I don't know how many different places. I went to a drugstore up in Highland, Indiana, that put an ad in the paper for a stock boy, and went up there and there's like 300 people in line out there for that stock boy job. Went to steel mill, and before daylight, before they even opened up over there, and they had a job opening, they had lines out for the job. I said, well, this ain't gonna work. So I called the glass factory, and my supervisor that I'd worked for, he liked me a lot because I was always a hard worker, and you know, and he liked my work ethic and all that. So I called him and talked to him, and he had been transferred to he was a personnel director in charge of hiring and that kind of thing. So I called him up, and within 3 days I had physical, and I was working, and worked there for almost 35 years at the glass factory. I did I worked for 3-4 years in the packing department. Then the supervisor in the machine shop he was looking for a new mold maker, an apprentice. And he would always stop and talk to me every once in a while when he'd come through the packing department. They had to go through the packing department to get back to the back where he was, and I'd be working down there, and he'd always stop and talk to me. And I never really, paid much attention to it. He seemed like a nice guy, but I didn't know him or anything. Didn't even know he was a supervisor in a mold shop for a long time. And he stopped one day and he told me, he says, we're going to be hiring a new apprentice in the mold shop. He said, I want you to go down and apply for it. I said, okay, sounds good. They was the highest paying job in the factory at that time. It was about $3.50 an hour at that time when I was making, I don't know, $1.35, 40 cents, something like that. That's after you served your 4-year apprenticeship. But I went down and applied, and of course that was at the time that they were trying to be more diverse in their hiring with women and minorities. And so they had about 20 people applied for that job. And I ended up getting the job. And worked for about a year and a half, 2 years on my apprenticeship. And they had a guy quit that was a journeyman mold maker, and they couldn't get a
That cough's gonna really hurt people's ears.
Is it? Well,
Sorry.
it's COVID. I couldn't. I forgot my train of thought then. Oh, they couldn't get another mold maker, and they hired through the union, and that was nationwide. Wherever there was a mold maker, he could apply for the job. But if they couldn't supply one, the union couldn't supply one, they could hire what they called outside help. And they didn't want to do that. And so since I already had 2 years in my apprenticeship, they offered me, if I would go and take the job, that they would go ahead and pay me the full rate, what a mold maker's making, but I'd still have to work there for 2 years before I get my card. I could still get my card, and I'd already learned most of the trade by then anyway. It's just a matter of repetition. And so I took it and took the job, and within 4 or 5 months, they found another mold maker. They brought him in, and they wanted to put him on day shift. Well, shop seniority is what counted at the place over there. So I was a union member, and I had shop seniority. And the shop president had just come out of his apprenticeship, and he didn't want me to get back on straight days and not have to keep working nights, because I was getting a journeyman's rate. But they tried to put the guy on days, and I filed a grievance on it, and I got back on days because I had more seniority than that guy did. And so I got to work. They couldn't take the money away from me, so they paid me in the last 2 years, or the next 2 years of my apprenticeship. I worked and got my journeyman's card. So that was hard work. People watch you when you're working, and you're a good worker. You do a good day's work. You don't slouch around and stand around and talk and stuff. They watch you on that. So, and it does pay, because that's how I got my job. I was a hard worker, you know.
So you say you're a molder. So you're molding. What kind of things what kind of things are you molding?
Glass, all glass bottles.
Right.
But I made the molds that they blew the glass bottles up in. They were made out of iron, cast iron, and we had to machine those things. Yeah. And at the time I retired, I was what they call a master mold maker, and I and I was also tool and die. And I made all the tools in the shop for cutting the metals and all that kind of stuff. I did all that. There was 2 of us guys in there were master mold makers.
And you were a programmer too, weren't you?
For the last 14 years before I retired, they bought a CNC machine, computerized numerical control machine. It was an Okuma LC20 Japanese machine. They bought it in there, and I think they paid probably close to $300,000-$400,000 for that machine. And nobody in there had ever operated anything like that. And of course, at that time, I was running a lathe and milling machine and stuff like that, but it was just regular standard engine lathes and stuff like that, nothing computerized. And so they asked a couple of us guys if we wanted to go and train. In Long Island, New York, they had a school over there that Okuma would teach you basic programming if you bought one of their machines. So there was 4 of us went to over there to New York and Long Island and took that class. And before we left, I was already doing some stuff with that machine. I was operating and doing some cutting with it and everything, but I didn't know how to make arcs and different things like that with it. And so that's what I had to go and learn. So I went and learned, and their plan was to have, they took a draftswoman with them over there, and she was going to learn how to program, but she'd never operated any kind of machinery. And she was going to, the boss's idea was to have her program because they wanted company people, not union people, doing the program, and they thought we would slow the machines down, not run them full speeds, all that kind of stuff. They didn't trust us, is what it was. And so we went, and they come back, and I make a program for it and get it running the first week I was back. And so he wanted to have her, the draftswoman in there, do a program for to run the machine, and they did it and brought it out there for me to put in the machine. And so I put everything she programmed in the machine, and she had outside cutting tools doing inside cutting, all that kind of stuff. And we got it in there, and for one thing, the machine would not even take the program. If it's not going to work, it's not logical, then it'll shut. It won't even go through it. What you do is you put the program in the machine, and then you can dry run it. Just push a button, and without it moving, it'll run through the computer. It never went anywhere. And so I told the boss, I said, she's not a machinist. She don't know what she's doing. She's not using the right tools. I said, I'll put it in there, but I said, if you want to make a cut, you're going to push the button, not me. So it didn't work, and he found out that it wasn't going to work, so he had me start doing the programming. And for the first 2 years, I programmed and operated the machine myself, and did real well with it. I thought, you know, I made a lot of the tools that they were buying, like spending $300-400 for one tool to cut with, and if one of them would break off, I would remake it, put new carbaloy on it, and we'd go ahead and use it. And I ended up getting a few $100s on suggestion for that. They had a suggestion box and that kind of stuff. But anyway, I ran it for about 2 years, and then I trained a guy to operate it on the afternoon shift. And then they got a CNC milling machine, and I went to Chicago for programming on that. They had a programming school up there, and so for the last few years I worked, I did most of the programming is what I did, and make tools and stuff like that. I didn't operate the machines that much. Once in a while I would, but yeah.
You didn't work very many hours at this job, right?
65 hours a week. 12 hours a day, 5 days a week, and 5 to 6 hours on Saturday, and then sometimes they'd want you to work later on Saturday or come in and work on Sunday. I could have worked all I wanted to. Wow. Yeah, I did that for about 4 years. Put Mike through college. I'd saved money. I'd bought bonds for savings bonds to pay for his schooling. First 4 years of school at Indiana University, and when it come time for him to go, I paid his tuition annually as he went, and ended up cashing all those savings bonds in and putting them in IRA, and was part of our retirement funds, and so it worked out real well. Lord took care of us, you know, with that. And worked a lot of hours, but I was home Saturday afternoon usually and Sunday. So, but I worked the company would allow you to work the hours you wanted to work, and we had guys in there that would come in. Some of them would come in at 3 in the morning and work till 3 in the afternoon. And then they were sleeping in the recliner by 7 o'clock, and then some came in at 5 and worked till 5. Some worked from 7 to 7. I worked from 5 to 5. I'd come in at 5 in the morning, work till 5 in the afternoon. So I did have some time home with the family and everything that way.
So where did you live early on? And maybe go into when you moved to Arkansas?
Well, early on, we lived in the house. I told you that we bought like for $7,000. That was at Cedar Lake.
At Cedar Lake.
And we lived there until, and we started building a new house. My uncle, buddy Travis, had the lumber yard over in Creston. He had some land over there, and he sold me 2 lots over there. his plan was he was going to build a bunch of different houses on land over there and sell them on contract, and that was going to be his retirement. People paying on these houses. He charged 6% interest. That was the going rate at that time on the loan. And we built a house. I did a lot of it myself. He had another guy working there, carpenter, an old German guy, and he did most of it. He built cabinets and everything. He was a good carpenter. But we moved in. I don't know what year did you say it was when we moved in there?
Well, 68, I think.
1968.
I'm counting Cheryl's birthdays.
And we lived there until 86.
Yeah.
When was Uncle Mike born again?
61.
61, August of 61.
August of 61. And then Mom was born in
April of 64.
13th? Yeah, 64.
Yeah, April. Mm-hmm.
So they lived with
Yeah.
you guys in Cedar Lake?
Cheryl, yes.
Yeah,
Yes, she did.
We lived there. Mike went first grade there. Cheryl, we moved.
about
Like
3.
I say, there was no kindergarten in the system there, but by the time we moved to a different school system, and they had a kindergarten. So when she turned 5, and then started the following September in kindergarten over there. Meanwhile, I was working.
At the school.
At the school, I had a chance for a job there, and I thought, well, I'd be home all summer with the kids while they were off from school, and I knew that they would let me off if I had to stay home if anybody was sick, and they did. So I thought, well, that might be a good job for me. So I took it and worked there 16 years. I'm getting retirement from that place too.
I know.
Not a big one, but I get some.
Okay.
You want to hear a funny story about your mom?
Oh yeah.
She was a very, very strong-willed child. I'm telling you, she was strong-willed. When she was about 2, not quite 3, between 2 and 3, they'd play in the yard. There was other kids next door and stuff like that, and they'd play in the yard. But on up the street, it was like more of a driveway off of it was Buena Vista Terrace was the name of it, but it dead ended up there at our neighbor's house next door. So we didn't get hardly any traffic up through there or anything unless it was coming to their house or ours. But on up where the dead end was, you could go on. There's another street, and there were some kids up there. Well, Cheryl got the idea that she was going to go up there, and she was a little thing, and she walked up there and went and got her and brought her back home and set her in the yard and told her, don't go again. Don't you go up there no more. Didn't no more than hardly get in the house, and there she goes. She's heading off up there again. Went up there and I spanked her all the way home. Every step I'd give her a swat on the butt. But she was very, very
She was
stubborn.
crying, but lo and behold, when he set her down, she took off again, still crying.
Oh, we finally broke her from that, I think. I don't know. Anyway, she gave up anyway on getting up there. But yeah, she was a very strong-willed little girl, but I loved her to death. She's such a sweetheart.
Yeah, still do.
Yep.
Was Uncle Mike the same way? Was he pretty strong-willed?
In a different way.
He hide it.
He could. I think he did just as much. Just we didn't always find out about it at the time, But he would get with the little boys, and one time they had a swimming pool over next door. Not a big swimming pool, but a little kiddie pool, and William Earl, his friend that lived there, they managed to drown a couple of chickens before we knew they were out there. So
I don't remember that.
They wanted to see if they could swim, so they're throwing them in the water, and the water was deep enough, they drowned. And then he was missing for a little while. I usually knew where he was at, but he had gone over to Darrell Wayne's house, I think, that lived directly behind us. You could their house was next to our fence, so I figured that's okay. So he went over there, and come to find out, they had an old piece of lawnmower, and there was a big hill there by that house. And they'd take that piece of lawnmower up, wasn't a motor on it or nothing, but they'd take it up the top of that hill, then they'd get on it,
Set
and
on it
they
and ride
would
it down.
ride it all the way to the bottom of that hill. So
That was a steep hill, but
yeah.
tell her about the time when he was a fourth grader or something like that?
Oh my goodness, yes, fifth grader.
Fifth grader, yeah.
He
They went to school in Lowell at that time. That was after we'd moved to
there was a
Creston.
little girl in his class. I don't know how old he was at the time, but fifth grade, whatever they were, and
He's probably
she
10,
invited
11.
him to go home with her after school. So he went. Cheryl comes home and she gives me a note, and I couldn't figure, Mom, I'm at so-and-so's house. I didn't know who she was, but more than nothing. And then he started drawing arrows
Map.
for me to come pick him up. Come pick me up at 4 o'clock or something like that. And so I thought, I can't find him with this. Hope he's okay. I guess he is, but come time to go get him. And Cheryl says, Mom, aren't you going to go get Mike? And I said, no, I'm not. I said, and I hope, I'd hate to be in his shoes when his daddy gets home too.
It was on Friday night, too.
So a little bit later, the phone rang. Mom, are you coming to get me? And I said, no, I'm not, Mike. And I told him the same thing. I says, I'd hate to be in your shoes when your dad gets home.
She said, I can't find you with that
And
map.
I
you drew."
says, besides that, I says, that map you sent me, I wouldn't have the faintest idea where to go. I says, where are you, Mike? And he finally got it through my head that he was over on the other side
Of Lowell.
of Lowell, and his grandma, Dolberry, lived over on the other side of Lowell. Well, I don't know what grade, Lake Prairie. But that's where the girl lives, that's right.
Yeah, that's out
And the
across
school-
41,
uh-huh.
across US
But he
41
had
over there.
rode the bus home with her, and she lived over there. And so I says, the only thing I know to tell you to do, I says, walk over to your grandma's house. And I says, and we'll come pick you up when your dad gets home. We were going out to eat that night because it was a Friday night.
Yeah, we usually did.
So he walks over there, and I get a call from my mother-in-law. Patsy, she says, Mike's out there sitting on the front steps, she says, and he won't talk, and I can't get him to come in. He's just sitting there. So I told her what all went on, you know, and she laughed a little bit, but still. And so I don't know if he ever did go in, but anyway, he's still there when we walk by.
He was sitting on the porch, on the
So he
front
come in,
steps
he
when we
come
come
up.
up there, yeah.
We said, hi, Mike, and James passed him. He says, hi, Mike. You know, real friendly, like he says, you're getting a whooping when we get home.
My whoopings wasn't nothing with him. I give him like 2 swats or 2 pats with a belt. But the thing with Mike, you could get to him more. But
Suffer
the
beforehand.
suffering before, and you know, we went out to eat, and I don't think he ate hardly anything. He was. He was suffering. I got him home, took him in the room, and took my belt and gave him 2 whacks on the butt and walked out, and it was over with, you know. But he was dreading that so bad.
I'm standing down in the kitchen. We had a tri-level, 3 different level house, and I was.
yeah,
in
you
the
were there.
kitchen. I was in the kitchen, and I was. By that time, I was feeling a little sorry for Mike, and I heard a whack whack, and is that it?
Wasn't even that hard. But Cheryl, now you could threaten her and say, go ahead and do it and get it over with.
He told her
Yeah.
He told her one time, "I'm gonna whoop you. Well, do it and get it over with."
It didn't bother her. Oh.
2 different personalities.
Yep, 2 different people.
And I asked her what she said. Why do I always get caught? I get caught all the time. Why doesn't Mike ever get caught? And I says, well, what does he do? And she wouldn't
wouldn't
gonna
tell
rat
on him. They wouldn't rat on
not
each
rat
other.
on each other. They wouldn't do that.
They had honor among siblings, which I guess is a good thing.
I guess that's good.
That's like Tom told me one time. I don't want to know everything they do.
Said what?
I don't want to know everything they do. My mom I thought she was going to whip a couple of my sisters one time after they were grown and married and
had
out of the house. And
families.
they come back and we're sitting over at the table and they're telling stuff they used to do and get away with when they were younger and still at home. You could just see the fire coming up my mom's face. I
She's
thought
getting madder.
She was getting ready to get the belt or the extension cord. She whipped whatever she could get a hold of.
Wait, was there a story one time when you snuck out of the house and you tried to sneak back in through a window, or is that?
Oh,
That was
his
my sister. That wasn't me.
Sister. What, can you tell us that one?
Oh, I don't remember too much about it. Just what they told. They were come. They'd been out and went somewhere. I think they were. One of them was driving at that time. I'm not sure.
What sister?
Annette and.
Well, they were teenagers.
Annette and Liz, and Dad had that Pontiac. It's a '56 Pontiac, nice car, and they took it and one time and they weren't supposed to go to Cedar Lake. And they drove it over to Cedar Lake. Liz was real bad to want to race. She had raced some of them young guys around there in that car. And that car was fast. It had a V8 engine in it. It was a fast car.
She was a female racer.
Yeah. And she slid off and hit the back fender one time on a telephone pole over there in Cedar Lake. But it was still drivable. And so they got in it and drove it back down to Lowell, and she placed it around another telephone pole down there, and called Dad and them. She still wrecked the car, but she wasn't in Cedar Lake where she wasn't supposed to be. But there was one time that you were talking about that window thing. She was outside the window, and she got caught.
Well, she was sneaking back in.
She was sneaking in instead of sneaking out.
She'd already been out.
They were get back in that house, and she'd already been out and was
I
coming
think he
back.
took the belt to him and said, "I'll teach you to sneak out of the house." And she said, "He didn't know it, but we weren't sneaking out. We were sneaking back in."
Yeah.
How terrible, huh? You know what to watch for, but I don't think your kids will do it.
You can't show this picture to Liz anyway. She's gone. But Annette probably wouldn't be happy about it.
Oh, tell them about the time Annette hit that man with a pop bottle.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we were going.
Coke bottle.
I don't remember. I think it was my cousin Charles Irvin. He's passed on too now, but he was one of the three that was across the holler that when I ran away from home, one of the brothers. And he was up there in Indiana, and he had a convertible car, and they were going. We were all riding, and sometimes they'd stand up, let the wind hit them over the windshield, and Annette had a pop bottle, and she hung it out and was making it whistle, letting the air go over the top of it.
When you go in a car, you can take a pop bottle.
And there's some guy walking alongside the road. She hit him in the head with that bottle.
Oh, they used to have me in stitches, some of the things they would tell.
Rough childhood.
These are your sisters?
Yeah, I had 5 of them.
All right, so let's maybe...
Lots of brother-in-laws.
Yeah.
Different ones with the same one. I think Hazel's been married, I don't know, 5 times, 4 or 5. And yeah, it's rough.
So, when did you guys move to Arkansas, or am I jumping too far ahead?
No.
Well, we lived over in Creston in the new house we built. Lived over there until 86.
17 years, I think we lived there.
We lived there, and we sold the house at the time, we tried to get her mom to move in with us over there because Winfred had died, and she'd been alone over there for a few years, and she really didn't need to be there by herself. And Pat, it was about 5 miles over there, and so Pat was making the trip sometimes a couple times a day, you know, to help her with stuff and to check on her and all this kind of stuff. And so we thought it would be a good thing if she would sell her house and move in with us over there. Of course, we had the tri-level and steps going up to the bedrooms, going down, and then all that. And she just didn't think she could handle the steps. And for first real thing, she didn't want to move out of that house. And so we had the opportunity to buy that house in Arkansas down there. And it was a real good buy on it and everything. It was right next door to Olene's brother. And so we had talked about buying that house, but I said, well, I'm not gonna go in debt for another house.
We had our house paid for.
Our house was paid for. I said we could sell our house and then buy that. Well, Olene said, well, y'all could just move in with me over here then.
Yeah, she told me that
and
one
so
time, and I said,
we started, yeah.
I said, we were out having lunch out at a restaurant. She says, Patsy, why don't you and James sell Jimmy that house? She was wanting the house for Jimmy, part of it. And she said, why don't you sell that house to Jimmy and you and James move in with me, and then when you get ready to go to Arkansas, I'll sell mine and move with you. I said, well, I didn't think he'd do it. And I says, well, I can ask James. I can talk to him about it. So I said, I will. So I presented it to him, and he said, well, that'd be one way to do it, he said. So that's what we ended up doing.
So we ended up, Jimmy didn't have, his credit wasn't the best.
He had no credit rating
And
at all.
so we helped him, I helped him repair some of his credit that he had let cars go back and hadn't, you know, still owed some money on them. They took the car back, so, but if it doesn't pay itself off, you're still responsible. And I got that taken care of for him and on a couple of other things. And then his mother-in-law came up with like $5,000 to help him to pay down on the house, I think it was, and that kind of stuff. So they ended up getting a loan for it. I was surprised that he did. And so we sold the house. I bought that one down there in Arkansas, and then had some money left over and put it in a single premium life policy. Cheryl let me do it on Amanda. She was the baby at the time. I had $12,000 I put in that insurance policy, single premium life, and it paid interest and dividends, and now it's worth over $90,000 for that $12,000 I put in there. And plus I got $150,000 worth of life insurance on Amanda, if y'all want to collect, you know. I mean, no, I'm joking. I wouldn't do that for nothing.
No.
But if we decide to cash that in, she can still have the life insurance and just pay the monthly premiums on it if they want it. Her and Simon will work on that. But anyway, yeah.
We went from 1986 when we originally bought the house to 1994 before we actually moved there, because he couldn't retire yet. He had a...
Well, I was going to retire at age 55.
Yeah.
But take, early retirement, I could do it. If you had 30 years in and you were 55 years old, you could go ahead and retire. But in the meantime, when I was 52, they offered a buyout to anybody that was working in the mold shop that had at least 50 years in, or 30 years in and was 50 years old. And so I had almost 54 years in, and I was 52 or 3, I think it was.
34.
Hmm?
You had almost 34 years.
Yeah, what did I say?
54.
No, I was wrong. Okay, you're right. It was almost 30. When I left there, I had 34 and a half years in. And I took the buyout and moved to Arkansas, and I had a promise of a job down there at another glass factory there, Arkansas Glass Container in Jonesboro. I went down, and it was almost a year before that job opened up down there. But and I worked at a CNC machine shop down there in Hoxie, Arkansas, for a young guy that had started a machine shop there. And I worked there for about 4 months or so, and then started work at Arkansas Glass and worked there for 6 years until I was 61, and sold the house to her cousin. And
all the houses we've sold, we've never had to
never used a realtor.
The realtor. There's always been somebody there wanting to buy our house. The first one, it was my dad's friend from work, and then the second one was
Jimmy.
My cousin. Well, yeah, to Jimmy. I forgot about that one. To Jimmy, and then the one in Arkansas, my cousin Scott wanted. So
yeah, that house I paid, I think $29,000 for it. The house cost them $90,000 to build it. When they built it, a retired, what was he?
Colonel, but I don't know what
Colonel
branch.
McCabe or something like that was his name. He was in the military and he retired, and his wife had that house built from 2 houses that she had picked out of different magazines and had it built. It was a beautiful house. It was all out of redwood.
Yeah, well, y'all
been in it. Big old fireplace and stone underpinning, and it had.
The one in Arkansas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that to a T.
Yeah, and it had.
It's different now.
At that time, it had 9 acres with it, I think, when I bought it, because they had another 30-some acres over there that they kept and was selling separate. But yeah.
Which we drove around in our 4-wheelers.
Well, I bought me and two other guys bought that other 30-some acres and split it up, and I got 11 acres with that, and the 10 I had 21 acres there altogether.
You have a deer stand on that one?
I had a lot of deer stands. I had one out in the front, out in where that field was out there. I had one out there with a corn feeder 55-gallon drum gravity-fed corn feeder there, and then I had 2 box stands in the land back behind me, which we leased every year. So we had 150 acres there that we could hunt on.
What's the biggest buck you ever caught?
I got a 4-point buck. The bucks weren't that easy to shoot down there, because usually when I wouldn't get down there until Thanksgiving, and by then the gun season had already been opened, and they were pretty spooky. And I would go down earlier sometimes and hunt during the bow season. And but you couldn't kill a buck during the doe season. It was during bow season. I don't know the way they got it now, and I talked to Paul the other day, but you were allowed 3 extra does this year. For some reason, they must be overpopulated or something.
Before we get too far into Arkansas, can we jump back to a different mode of thinking now? When do you believe you became a Christian?
Well, it was at a Bill Gothard's basic youth seminar in the Erie Crown Theater out on the shore of Lake Michigan. It's when I believe I became a Christian, and at least cemented it, if you want to call it that. I had thought before that I had, I'd made a response, but I don't think it was genuine at the time. But it was pointed out to me that it probably wasn't. But when I first started dating Pat, she went to church, and I went to church with her and everything, until we got married. And then when we got married, I quit going to church. And she didn't drive, and for years I drove her and the kids to church and drop them off. And then I would go down to the service station, spend time down there with my buddies and everything, and then go pick them up after church was over. And I was always kind of a goal-oriented type of guy, and I had goals. I wanted a wife, and I wanted kids, and I wanted a nice house and a nice car and all this other stuff, and as time passed, all that stuff, I acquired all that stuff, Of course, I realize now it was with the Lord's help. But even after that, I still felt this emptiness inside. I think we all have a spot in there that only God can fill. It's for Him. And you can stave off the feeling, I guess, for a little while by acquiring things. And that's what I was doing. I was acquiring things, and I'd meet my goal, and then I'd have another goal. And after a while, I didn't have any more goals. And I just felt empty inside. And she would ask me every Sunday, we get ready to go to church. She'd ask me, you going to church this morning? No. So the Lord had been convicting me over this and everything. And that Sunday she comes by and she asked me, you going to church today? I said, yeah. And so she just went on about her stuff, and a little bit later she comes back and said, what'd you say? I said, yeah, I'm going with you. So I went to church with her and started going back to church, regular then, and called what I called rededicate my life.
Yeah, Baptists used to be bad at that,
rededicate. But it wasn't. It still wasn't satisfying. The need that I felt inside myself. And we were going. I'd started working with in the church, and we had a 63 passenger school bus, 2 of them, and I started driving one of those. I had a chauffeur's license. At that time you had to have chauffeur's license and have a physical every year to drive a bus hauling public passenger chauffeur's license, what I had. And we were hauling a busload of kids, youth, up to Bill Gothard's. I don't know if you've ever heard of Bill Gothard. Basic youth conflict seminar he was having up there. And we had been to them, we'd been, I don't know if it was the second one I'd been to or not. I don't mean the second day, but the second one we'd been to. And like I said, I still had doubts, about where I stood with the Lord. And that night, he was talking about doubts, and he said you shouldn't, you should he talked about driving a stake for when, in the ground to show Satan whenever you don't have a time, you can't say, well, when I was saved or anything like that, You should do what the Lord tells you to do in His Word at that time, and then drive a stake there, that you were saved, so that you don't worry about and have doubts all this time, because I know a lot of people that doubt it. I know other people that say you shouldn't drive stakes, that kind of thing.
Two ways to look at it.
But I did everything I knew to do, everything the Bible told me to do. I talked sincerely to the Lord and told Him, where I stood, what I thought I needed, and I just turned everything over to Him, and drove my stake there, like He said. And I've had a peace about it ever since. The Lord has taken care of me, and He's given us stuff, ways to serve Him, and everything that we've tended to do has worked out. Like if you have a question about, should I be doing this? Should I do this now? He's always opened the door for us. When we moved here to Texas, and I had the opportunity to go to work with volunteer Christian builders and travel building churches, we both had jobs at church. She taught the first grade and kindergarten, first grade Sunday school class, and I helped her with that. And I was on 2 or 3 different committees in the church, and I was a deacon. And so, we started asking the Lord, "Is this what you want us to do?" And so we had a lady come and wanted to start training to teach first grade Sunday school class.
She wanted to work with me.
She wanted to work with her because and she took our Sunday school class. I rotated off of the committees that I was on, because you take a committee for so long and then you rotate off and they put somebody new on there.
You talked to the preacher.
I talked to the preacher, and I talked to the deacons in there about whether or not, I said I'll be missing a lot of time because I'll be traveling a lot. And preacher says, no, you go ahead and do it. Says you'll be a representative for our church here in Main Street while you're out there working, for the Lord, building churches for other Christians. And so we didn't have no trailer, didn't have no truck to pull it with. And so we started checking around. I found a trailer, a brand new trailer. It was in 06 is when we got our trailer, and it was an 05 trailer, 29-foot Challenger, had 2 slides on it. And I got a real good buy on that. And I got a GMC, 06 GMC diesel truck, got that. I sold my truck, that red Ford F-150, the one that Mark wrecked out here in 17. I bought that truck brand new in 02, and Bobby McAlpin gave me $13,000 for it. He was going to give me 14 for it, and they only wanted to give me 13 on trade. And so he went up there with the money to pay $14,000, and I said, no, it's just 13. He said, well, I'll give you the 14. It's worth it. I said, no, that's what I promised you. So what they'd give me for trade. So he bought the truck, and then I bought that new diesel truck, and I paid cash for both of them. And we pulled that thing around. We pulled that one around for 5 years, and then in 10, I bought another a 10 model, a 35-footer with 4 slides, and we used it for 5 years. And then I sold it and the truck both, and got a big part of my money back from the 2 of them, and bought that red truck back from Bobby for like $5,000. And then I ended up selling it to Mark because he needed a truck and Pa didn't want a cosign. So I said, well, the only way I can figure out we can work it out is I'll let him, and he had, I don't know, $3,000 in the bank or something, so he's gonna pay that. And I said, well, you can pay the rest of it off, in $50 a month, whatever you want. And Tom wanted to get rid out from under that white truck, so I bought it off of him. So that's how. I
saw so much truck trading.
Yeah,
all my life.
That's how we ended up with that. And Mark ended up with the other one, and he flipped it out there. And he loved that truck too. That was a good truck. But anyway, we got to travel all over the United States. We've been to every state in the United States. We've been to Hawaii, Alaska, Canada, Canada, Germany, South Africa.
You got some video of South Africa.
Yeah. Well, but we've been all except 4 states out on the East Coast I haven't been to, and in the United States.
Can you tell us about South Africa? How you got to go there and everything?
South Africa, well, Mike met a girl over in South Africa as a pen pal. He started writing to her, Brenda Forey.
I think she was 17 at the time.
Yeah, she was 17 at the time, and he started.
He was up in his 20s.
Started writing to her, and then as they got a little more serious, they started. He started calling her once a month and talked to her for like a half hour or so, because it's pretty expensive to call South Africa then. It's not like it is now with cell phones and cards you can call all over with. And they would make, at that time they had cassette tapes on it. A lot of people that are watching this probably won't know what a cassette tape is, but they had cassette tapes, and they would record cassette tapes to each other and mail them back and forth. And they got serious and started thinking about, getting married and
getting married. They
all that.
Met each other yet.
And Mr. Forey says, well, he'll have to come down here and stay for a year before he'll
he
even
will consent.
Even consent. And so Mike started saving all his money he could save, and bought his airline ticket and flew to South Africa. And after 9 months, I guess Mr. Forey got tired of him hanging around down there, and he no, I'm joking. He said after 9 months he knew him well enough, and they would he'd consent for them to marry.
We didn't think we could go, but
And
we
so
ended up doing it.
we started trying to scout around and see how we could make it down there. And I only had 2 weeks vacation left, and we wanted to stay 3 weeks. So I talked to my supervisor, and he talked to his supervisor, and so he called me into his office and talked to me, and he wanted to know why I wanted to go to South Africa. And I told him my son was getting married. He said, you can go down there, and if you want 2 weeks or 3 extra weeks or whatever take off, you go ahead and go. He said, I worked in South Africa for Owens, Illinois, the glass company, as an advisor to a glass factory down there. And he said, you'll love the place. He said, but first I want to give you some required reading before you go. Go to the library and get James Michener's book, The Covenant.
The Covenant.
It's a 2-volume book. They're about that thick, 2 volumes. And we checked those out at the library and read them. And we learned a lot about South Africa before we ever went down there. Knew a lot about it. We got to see a lot when we were down there.
I loved it.
We flew into Johannesburg, South Africa, got a rental car from Avis there, and drove all the way across South Africa to Cape Town. We took a week to drive across. Our travel agent had made us reservations at some places, at some game parks and stuff, for us to stop and spend the night. We slept in rondavals with 8-inch thatch roofs on top, and we stayed at the Addo Elephant Park one night with hundreds of thousands of acres out there with elephants and all different kinds of animals out there. And
we were going to take you with us.
Yeah, we asked your mom to. No,
There's no way she was going to agree to that.
What I did was I talked to your mom and I said, we would like. You were 8, I think, at that time. I said, we'd like to take Mike to South Africa with us. Would you? Yeah, Matthew. Mike was already down there to South Africa. I said, would you talk to Tom about it? And she says, I don't have to talk to Tom. I'm telling you, no, he's not going. That's out of the country. And out of the question.
I'm not talking to. I don't have to talk to Tom. That's out of the question, because it's.
You would have enjoyed it. We had a great time down there, and we stayed in Cape Town area for a week for the wedding and all that. And then the last week we left and drove back across South Africa by a different route, and down by the ocean as far as we could. The funny thing was, there's other little countries in South Africa that are individual countries of their own.
Yet they're inside of South Africa.
And we couldn't go into them. If we went into one of them, then we wouldn't be able to come back into South Africa, because we had a single entry visa on our passport. Mm-hmm. And so they told us to make sure you go around those places, and we did, because yeah.
Did you have a good time with the Foreys?
We did. We
did.
had a good time with them.
They were nice.
I think they were kind of expecting us to stay with them. That was kind of a mix-up. Mike had found a place down there for us in the next little town over there called Muizenberg, I think it was. Mm-hmm. It was right on the ocean, and there was an apartment building there that's being revised or something, and reworked on anyway, rebuilt. And it wasn't ready by the time we got there. And so they were scrambling around and trying to find moving stuff around for us to place to sleep there, and we went up there. I told him, I said, no, we have a hotel downtown. We stopped at a hotel downtown there and got us a hotel to stay at until till the apartment opened up over there in Musenberg, and I could see the relief. I think, because they weren't prepared for us, is what it was. And of course they had 3 kids there. They had Brenda and Evan and Sheldon, so they really didn't have a lot of room there. It wasn't a real big house. It was,
and the wedding went very well?
Wedding went great, yeah.
Oh, it was a beautiful wedding.
Beautiful.
Longest wedding we ever went
to. I think there was 2 sermons preached at that wedding. Her grandfather was a bishop with a South African Anglican church. And he was a licensed minister, but her dad wasn't. And so he couldn't sign the certificates. And so her dad did the preaching part of the wedding, and her grandpa did the official part of the wedding and signed everything. But it was real great. Yeah, we got to meet her grandma and her grandpa before they passed away. They both passed away since
Everyone was so nice.
Oh, they were. Yeah, her aunts and uncles were down there. And we got ready to go back, and since we were going a different way and going down by the ocean there was a Christian retreat place over there. What was the name of that? You remember? Carmel is what they called it, over on the right close to the ocean.
Interesting name.
Over there, yeah. And they held like different Christian groups would come there and hold retreats and meetings and different stuff like that there. And so Brenda told us that we could go and stay, and we would get the family rate, And of course, when we went over there, we didn't have any idea what the financial thing was going to be, but we went, prepared to spend enough money to take care of the trip. But when we got over there and we started making the exchange, we got 3 of their dollars for every one of ours.
We come back with money.
Yeah, I gave Mike and him some money while we were down there, and then we had money left over from what we had planned on spending. But we stayed in that hotel. I mean, a big hotel in Fishhook, which is just down the bottom of the little mountain there where her parents and them lived. And what was that, Sunnyside? I can't remember the name of the place up there where they lived. It was just out of Fishhook. And we got a room, including a full breakfast with a huge breakfast bar, and they had a chef down there that would cook your eggs any way you wanted it. And it was 60 Rand a night, which was $20. Cost us $20 a night for that motel, and I mean, a hotel. It was a nice hotel. And then after about 3 nights, I think it didn't work out over there where that apartment was with him, but we found another place that was right on the ocean there. And it was a good sized apartment. It had 2 or 3 bedrooms in it, I think, and we rented it for a week. They rented it to us for a week there, and we could look out. It had shutters on the windows by the ocean side, and you could open them up and lean out and look, and there was a sidewalk right down the bottom. And when the tide was out, the water was out in the sand out there, and people would be out there clamming and stuff, digging clams up out of the sand. But when the tide was in, it'd come all the way up to that sidewalk. Up to our building. And you could see seals and stuff out there and all that, and yeah. It was a really nice place.
It's a beautiful place there where they lived.
But our travels, we've been all over. We've traveled a lot of travel out in the Pacific Northwest. We worked in Washington a lot, all over northeast, south, and west of Washington State. We've worked on building churches. We've worked in Arizona a lot. We've worked in Wyoming, Montana, Oregon. Just ever stayed out that way in between. At different times, and we would leave in May every year, and sometimes wouldn't be back till September, October. We didn't spend any summers in Texas for about the first 8 or 10 years we lived down here.
What were you driving in?
I was driving that GMC diesel 3/4 ton truck, and pulling a 29-foot fifth wheel the first 5 years and a 35-footer the rest of the time.
I tell you what, guys, if you drive a truck like that and pull that biggest trailer we had up a mountain, up
Big
the
mountains
side of
out
a
there,
mountain,
out
and
west,
you have
yeah.
to make switchbacks, and you look straight down, and we. I'm sitting there, James.
That brings me to a question. Back to that faith question.
Yeah.
Someone were to ask you, what did after that incident where you had your stake placed in the ground? What have you placed your faith in since that point?
I placed my faith in God, in Jesus Christ, yeah. From that time on.
Did you ever have an incident where you were on top of a mountain and you placed your faith in Christ and you saw maybe an immediate response?
From that time, well, now the thing I think you're referring to with the key, that didn't happen on a mountain. That happened when our children were still at home and we were traveling. I had that Ford Gran Torino and I had a trailer, a camping trailer that had the doors that would fold over on the thing. They're metal doors. And what happened, you pull them out like that and it made beds and stuff. That trailer, I bought it off a guy for $50. Everything was gutted out of it. And I just wanted it for hauling our camping equipment in. We had a tent, we had stove, we had all that, the sleeping bags, cots, all that stuff. And I pulled that behind that Gran Torino and I built a portable kitchen up that would sit up on bars on top of the trailer, on top of the car. And it had, you open the door and you could pull this whole thing out and it would come down and lean on the side of the car and it had all your utensils and cooking and all that stuff. But anyway, I didn't have that at that time. We went to Turkey Run State Park and we were camped down there in the park. What are you shaking your head for?
Because I'm the one that did it.
Well, I haven't got to that part yet.
I know, but I'm thinking ahead.
We went to Turkey Run State Park, and we, of course, the top of that trailer had a lock on it where you could lock it up. Nobody could get in it and get to your equipment. And so we got ready to go hiking, and so we locked up the trailer. We locked up the car. She didn't want to leave her purse in the inside the car because people could see in there, so she wanted to lock it in the trunk. Open the trunk up, put her purse in there, and then we went on and walked and camped and hiked. I mean, around the whole Turkey Run State Park. It's a beautiful park, a lot of nice trails and all that stuff. And we came back and we was tired, and it was getting in the afternoon, getting close to supper time. So I opened up the trailer and let the sides out and got the gas stove out, and I started getting ready to cook and all that. I was cooking supper that night. And so she thought she would sit and do her Bible reading while I was using the gas stove and doing the cooking and all that. So she come and asked me for my keys so she could get into the car to get her Bible, to get her Bible out of her purse. And so she did. And she came back and she read and everything, and then went back and put her Bible back in the car. I think that's the way it worked. Or did you have your Bible with you? I don't remember. But anyway, what happened was she got in there and she got her Bible and everything out. When she did, she laid the keys.
I laid the keys down.
Down in the bottom of the trunk. They're on the floor of the trunk.
To get whatever I was
And
getting.
didn't take her purse out. She got her Bible out of her purse, and then she closed the trunk door. So both sets of keys
Both sets of keys are in the
were
trunk
locked
of
in
the
the
car.
trunk. And so she comes over after a while and wants to know if she can have the keys to get in the car to, I think it was after we'd already finished cooking and everything, because I didn't walk off and leave
My
the cooking.
purse was in the trunk.
Her purse was in
and I
there, is what
needed
she wanted.
to
But
get it.
and she asked me for the keys, and I said, I don't have them. I gave them to you. And she says, I gave them back to you. And I said, no, you didn't. I don't have them. I said, I know where they're at, though. She said, where? I said, laying in the trunk of that car there where you laid them down when you had stuff. And so I turned around and I walked off, and
He's so mad at me, he couldn't talk to me.
I couldn't talk to her. I walked up to the bathroom up there, and I sat up there in the bathroom for a while and prayed about it. And she sat down there under the tree and prayed about it. And finally, I got a little relief from my mad spell, and headed back down to where we was camped at, and I was over it enough to where I'd figure out some way to get in there. I didn't know how.
He tells me, we've got 3 days to figure out how to get out of here.
So I'm walking back from the bathroom, and I look over there, and there's a Ford LTD sitting over there. Got Illinois license plates on it. A guy's camped over there. I don't know, the Lord just placed it upon me to go ask him. I told him what had happened. I said, could I try your key and see if it'll fit my car? He gave me his key, and I went over there, and it opened my trunk just like it was made for it. But it wouldn't, the other key wouldn't work on the door or nothing.
What was your car?
It was a Ford Gran Torino, 72 Ford Gran Torino. It was a different make of car, but it was a Ford. They had the same style key, and it opened that trunk up just like, and I was trying to figure out before a way to get down in the windows and all. There was no way to get in that thing that way without breaking something or messing something up. Opened that thing up, and I gave the guy his keys back and thanked him. I gave her keys, put mine in my pocket, and she never got them after. But the Lord answered the prayer.
It was the Lord. It had to be. We were in a mess there.
But there was a time on the mountain that you were talking about that it was a beautiful thing that happened. We were camping up just a little bit south of Jackson Hole, Wyoming. We'd been working in a church in Washington State up there. We'd worked in Monroe, and then we'd went on up almost to the border of Canada in Mount Vernon, Washington, or something up there. I don't think it's Mount Vernon. It's something like that. Worked on a church up there, and we had 2 weeks off. No, 1 week off, and then we were coming in between the jobs. And a couple of the guys had went up scouting for a place for us to camp because it was so short. Usually we get a week to travel between one job to the other. But if it's real close, like that was, it wasn't that far apart, then we would just go and camp somewhere for a week and just enjoy the scenery. And so they scouted that place up there in Jackson Hole on a weekend in between. And so we went up there. There was 5 of us that went up there, 5 different units. I think one motor home, and the rest of them were fifth wheel trailers, and we all went up there. And we dry camped. We wasn't in a campground. We was in the national park, but we didn't go all the way down to the campground. We had to have our own water and everything with us, and we had our generators, and we filled our water tanks up. And we sat out there and saw the beautiful place. We was right at the foot of a mountain here. There was a lake across the road, and then about a mile or so on over that way there was another big mountain, and that's all we could see over that way. But there was a pair of eagles that had a young one that they were teaching to fly, and we got to sit there and watch that for a whole week. From the time they pushed it out of its nest, we couldn't see the nest, but we could see it soaring down there and kind of crashing into a tree. And then they get it, and they worked with it for a week there. So
the male and the female,
yeah, both
they
of them
were both up there with
When
it.
we first got there, we saw the eagles flying across, and one of them had a fish in between its feet, was carrying it to feed it, and the other one had a gopher or something that he'd caught in between his feet and was carrying it up there. That's the first thing we saw, those 2 eagles. We saw that before we ever seen the young one flying. But later in the week, they got the thing to flying, and one of them would get underneath it and make it go up and get into the updraft so it could soar. They were teaching it.
If it would start to go down, one of them would get underneath it,
and make it
slowly
go up.
bring it back up again.
They were teaching it how to fly and use the drafts and all that. It was amazing. But anyway, Richard and I decided one afternoon that we was going to climb that mountain. It didn't look that high behind us, because you could only see up so far, and so we thought, well, we'll climb up there. They fly into there, and they've got to be pretty close up there, so we thought we might be able to find a nest. Now, Richard and I decided that we'd try to climb that mountain. We didn't think it was very high, and we'd find that nest where those eagles were roosting at up there, in the nest where they're raising the young one. And so I had a walking stick, and we climbed up, and it plateaued there. And we looked around and couldn't find nothing, so we climbed the next section, and it plateaued, and it did about 6 times. We just kept going and never found the top of that mountain. We found a trail where a whole bunch of elk had been up through there. They had just tore this trail up, and the difference between a deer pill is about little bitty bean pill. Elk pills are like that, the big old thing. And there was a lot of them up there. They just tore it up through there. But anyway, we got up high enough that where we looked back and looked off, and we looked across and we could see that mountain, the one that I told you about a mile away on the other side. We could see that mountain, but we could see over it. And we saw the Grand Tetons with snow on top of them over that mountain there. That was really something. And we didn't even know that it was there. You know, we didn't know we was that close to the Grand Tetons, but we knew we were just south of Jackson Hole, Wyoming there. No. That was amazing.
We didn't start all these fantastic journeys till we were in our 60s.
Yeah. Yeah, after my Mr. Lee is the one who got me started in the Mexico missions. I started going to Mexico with him, and from our church we had borderland missions, and we'd go down there and work, and that's how I ended up carrying all the bicycles and stuff down there to the kids. And he wanted me to start with Volunteer Christian Builders, and at that time I was still working on the house. I could go down there and stay for a week, you know, but I couldn't take off and be gone all the time working on the house. And so when I got the house finished, that's when I started thinking about going and traveling with them.
What was the poverty like in Mexico?
Poverty's pretty bad in Mexico. I don't know if you've been there, but yeah, down there where we go to, it's not too far in, maybe 30 kilometers, what's that, 20 miles, what is it, 6 kilometers? Be 6 kilometers to a mile or something like that. I don't know, 0.6 of a mile. Anyway, it's less than 30 miles in where we go down there to the towns we go to. We go to town of Nava and Allende and Morales and Zaragoza and Piedras Negras is the one right across the border from Eagle Pass. And it got pretty bad, hard to get in down there, the lines, the traffic and all that stuff, so we started going in at Del Rio. And it's a little farther down there because we're following parallel with the United States border going that way, and it's a little bit longer distance, but it's about the same end from the border down there. But yeah, the people are pretty poor. Now there are some people, you can go through those towns down there and they have some beautiful houses and stuff like that, but then you have the
you see both, actually.
Yeah, dumps and stuff down there, you know, like that. We ministered to some people who actually lived by a garbage dump, and that's where they got a lot of the stuff they subsisted on. They got their materials to build their houses out of pallets, plastic, piece of plywood. Wood was like gold down there, anything they could get. And the people that were doing day labor and stuff, one fellow there by the dump was he was doing day labor, going getting a job wherever he could, you know, and he would buy a block. So they'd buy one cement block a week or whatever they could get. And he had built his house up part way over there, and he had 3 kids at home, and him and his wife, and they were living in a little place that was, man, they had a regular bed pointed this way and another one this way, and there was just barely room to get inside there and get in those 2 beds. And there was like 5 of them lived in there. And no, they had 4. There was 3 boys and that little girl. The girl, she was probably 11 or 12. She was getting up to, the kids, they didn't know no difference. They're just like I was when I was a kid. I didn't know I was poor. You know, I thought it was just a way of life. But the little girl, she was getting to where you could almost see it in her face to realize that she was, this was her life, you know, and it wasn't going to get much better. And she was realizing what the other kids had that she didn't. Those kids didn't go to school. We built a school down there for them to go to school, and the people we were working with down there had teachers and stuff they had in there. They would teach the kids. The people that lived on the dump, most of those kids didn't have any papers. They didn't even have anything showing that they were born or anything. They hadn't been registered or whatever. And so they wouldn't send them to school because the people had the idea that they were going to take their kids away from them if they sent them up to school. So they were sending them to that Christian school down there. But eventually we started working with them and with the mayor. the mayor's wife started getting involved and came down and met, and they were afraid of the officials. That's what it was. They were afraid they were going to take their kids away from them, and so they had the mayor's wife came down and talked, and then they started bringing some of the school officials down to talk to the people, and the people weren't quite as afraid of them, and eventually they got, the mayor's wife got the kids registered and everything. They got their paperwork on them and everything, so they weren't afraid of them being taken away from them anymore. And about 3 years ago, they shut that dump down there. And so most of the, and they've shut that school down that we had built down there. And the kids are going to school in the town there now. And they're helping them with that.
And just to add a little bit to that, I would go too most of the time when he went down there, and then I would go with the woman that ran the ranch where we were staying. A bunch of us women would go around trying to see what we could do, ministering to the women. And some of them would just have a curtain hanging up for a wall because, you know, they didn't have a wall on that side of the house. One woman, her house looked pretty good except she had dirt floors. No floorboard on her house, and it was, yeah.
We built 2 places down there that feed, one in Zaragoza and one in Morales, that feed the older people and the little kids and stuff like that down there. They're still doing that. I had a friend, Mr. H. Carroll Lee, him and his wife Joanne, and he was involved with Volunteer Christian Builders, and they traveled all over the United States building churches. You know, they had a 5th wheel trailer and a truck they pulled it with and all that. And at that time, in '02, we started building our house. We lived here. We had the garage made into an apartment, and we were building the house next door. And it took almost 2 years to get the house all done and before we moved in it. And Mr. Lee kept trying to get me to come with him on a job. You know, they did a job down Chandler here, and he kept wanting me to go down there and just kind of see what it was like. But I never did because I had so much going with the house and building and everything over here. But around that time, they started what called Mexico missions. Borderland missions is what they called it. It was we went down. Our church started it, and they funded so much a year, put in our budget for us to buy materials. It didn't pay for our trip down there and back or nothing. We paid for our own way going down there and coming back. And at one time we had like 20 some people went. It was in spring break, I think it was, and so we had I think the youngest one that went was like 3 years old. Her grandmother took her down there, but we had a whole bunch of high school kids that went down there and worked. And we started out down there working on a church in right across the border from Eagle Pass. I can't think of the name of the town now, but I'll think of it in a minute. Anyway, we started
Me too.
Not Zaragoza. Nah, I'll think of it. Anyway, that's been a long time ago. And so we found that church down there. They found it, and somebody had started working, and they put up 3 walls and had some red metal up for the trusses up there for the roof, metal. And they were supposed to come back the next year and work on it, and they never come back. And it sat there for 2 or 3 years. It was growed up around there, and there's goats running through the building and everything down there. It was, so we went down and talked to the pastor, and that was the pastor of the church that they were supposed to be building there. And another man, Johnny was his name, and him and his wife worked at an orphanage over there. And so anyway, we set it up to go down there and start working. And so we went down. There was mostly guys went that time. I think there was about 8 or so guys that went down there from the church. We all went down there and we did started working on it. and we hired a guy to come and do the blocks in the front down there because we didn't have any block layers with us or anything like that. So we hired a guy down there to do the blocks and lay the block and stuff. And then we ordered the red metal because they didn't have enough up there to, it was spaced too far apart to put the tin on there that was going to put on there for a roof. And so we got that, and we got the roof on it. And then we would go down and work a week at a time. We'd go down a week in the spring and then a week in the fall, because the church had allotted us like $10,000 for the year for materials. And you go down to Mexico and work, you have to buy the materials. They don't have the money to buy it down there.
Yeah.
You know, it's all volunteer work, and it's the church paid for the materials. And so we got the roof on it, got the front closed in, and then we started working on the inside. We had a group go down the next time, and we pulled all the electrical wire inside and all that kind of stuff. And then we put a drop ceiling in it, and then they had a cement floor in there, but it was very, very rough, and I couldn't see how they were going to be able to do much with it. But we got all the inside pretty much done with the walls and everything painted, and it had a stage up there that they had stepped up when they poured cement for the floor. And so we got that pretty well close to done, and went back down and to work some more on the inside. And they had put that floor in there. It's the most beautiful floor. I mean, it was just slick as glass, and they put the tile down in there. It was beautiful. They did a great job on it there. But anyway, that was our first job, and then we started working with Johnny, him and his wife Paulina. She's Hispanic and he's Anglo, but his parents were missionaries in Mexico, and he grew up down in Mexico with his mom and dad doing mission work down there, and he spoke fluent Spanish, and that's how he met his wife, I guess, and they ended up getting married. But they couldn't have any children, and they worked at the orphanage there. And so they wanted to, in that town, and I can't think of the name of it. I'll think of it a little bit. But anyway, and it was a Southern Baptist orphanage, I think it was.
Piedras Negras?
Piedras Negras, that's it.
Negras, yeah.
She's my other side of my mind here. But Piedras Negras, it's just across the Rio Grande from Eagle Pass. It's where we went in most of the time. We went down there at first. And then Johnny and Paulina, they wanted to start an orphanage themselves. And there's 5 little towns over there. There's Zaragoza, Teopillo, Morales, Allende, and Nava. 5 little towns over there, and they wanted to be there for those 5 towns to help, with orphans and stuff there in that place. And the mayor in the town of Morales gave them 5 acres over there to build on. And we went down there, and they had a piece of cardboard about yay big, and they had drawn out on that what they envisioned in their mind that the Lord wanted them to do out on that 5 acres down there. And we built the first home on there. It was like had two apartments on it. They had house parents, and they had boys section on one side and a girls section on the other side, and there was 2 washrooms in each one. And then in the middle was like an area where they would a family area where they would meet and have their meals. Kitchen was in there and all that. And then right on the back section of that was where the house parents, we built for them. But we built that first cabin. It wasn't a cabin, but you've got some pictures of it in those albums I gave you, yeah. But we went down and we worked all the way through that week, and we almost had it in the dry by Saturday. And most of the crew came back on Saturday, but me and Bobby McAlpin, H. Carroll Lee, and Mike Rogers, we stayed down there, the 4 of us, and we finished off getting it in the dry. We got the ends all closed in on it, and it rained too that weekend, and I'm out there trying to put this hardy board up in the eaves of the house on the end there, and I got mud that thick on my shoes. It was like carrying, But it was a great experience. But we stayed. We worked Saturday all day, and then we we stayed Sunday, and we went back over to Eagle Pass. Not Eagle Pass, but what was the name of that town again?
Piedras. Piedras Negras.
Piedras Negras, yeah. We went back over there. I don't know why I can't remember that. We went in and out of there so many times. But we went back over to Piedras. They were holding church service in the church that we had worked on over there. And it's about 25 miles, I guess, from Morales over to there. And we went over there to the church service that day. And the way the Lord works, we can't understand Spanish, very much of it. But if I can find out the scripture where he's reading, I can, from the scripture, get a lot of words to kind of tell what his message is about. But we got over there that Sunday morning and went in, and there was a lady in there that spoke English. She just happened to be there, the Lord does that. And she was there, and she was an excellent translator, because she translated his message even with expression and everything, just like he did. It was really great. And so then we stayed around there for a little while, and then we went into town and had lunch, and then went back over there. And I think we had finished up late Saturday afternoon, getting that all closed in, and we didn't want to come home on Sunday, so we went back and kind of put our tools and everything and that we had kept with us in the vehicle and everything, and spent the night. And then we stayed in a motel while we were over there. There's a little motel there in town, and we stayed there in that, and because that was the first building on the site there. We didn't have no place to stay out there, but that was really something. We ended up building probably 3 or 4 buildings on that 5 acres. Plus a group from Tennessee came, and in 3 days put up a big kitchen. There was like 30 of these guys that all come in. They were a missionary group, and they came in and completed that dining room with the kitchen and dining room area. And then we came back later and put a bathroom on the back for them, and put some tile in the one room in there. But that it was all volunteer. They had volunteers coming in from Oklahoma that would do some work, and then that group and us, and we still go down there sometimes. I hadn't been in about 3 years, but our group still goes down there occasionally and works down there around Zaragoza. We built a preschool in Zaragoza, and matter of fact, we built 2 of them, or two rooms on a preschool there. And built a soup kitchen, what they call a feeding kitchen there, where they feed like 4 days a week. They feed the old people, and the kids go to school half a day there. They don't have a preschool, but they're doing preschool there. But the first, second, third grade, I think they go a half a day, and then the other ones go the other half of the day, because there's so many kids. And so those kids will come off from school, and they come over there and they feed those kids, before they go home. So they do a lot of work there. There's a couple named Fernando and Deborah and Fernando. She's Anglo, he's Hispanic, but they're both American citizens, and I think they met in Alabama. They're both realtors at that time and ended up getting married. But they have a home in Del Rio.
Yeah.
And they have a ranch down there in Zaragoza, and that's where we stayed when we went down the last few years. They got a nice place out there. It's a little creek that goes through there. The irrigation creek comes from springs up there. They have a lot of springs down there, just bubble up out of the ground and run down through the towns down there. They get a lot of their water from that. As a matter of fact, they're in that town, what was it?
Piedras Negras?
Piedras Negras. Yeah, just outside of Piedras Negras, Corona built a big brewery out there to make beer, and they're getting their water from those springs to make it. That's really something. But
I'd like to add something if I could. The men, do the building, and if there's anything the women can do, they will do. But usually Deborah, the one that runs the ranch there, she would get any of us women, you know, that went down there, and we'd go out into the neighborhoods and things, and we were visit the women, you know, and see what their needs were. And we went into this one, and some of the living conditions was very, very bad.
Oh, yeah.
And we went into this older lady. She's probably not as old as I am right now, but at the time she was older. We went into her house, and it was just as neat as a pin. You know, she kept a good house, but she had dirt floors. She had no wood or anything, you know, to keep her feet warm and things like that. But that's the way she lived. And we always make up baskets and take some food products and some
cleaning, toothbrush, toothpaste, you know, sanitary
stuff like that. And we would do that, and you would see sometimes like 3 walls on a house.
Oh, that was down by the dump. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I saw them. We were out driving around.
Yeah.
And then sheets. One wall was just a sheet.
Yeah, we started a job down in Nava by the dump. They had a big dump down there where 2 or 3 neighbors, there are 2 or 3 towns, they'd bring their garbage and dump it out on this dump. And these people had moved down there on the dump, around the dump. It's a big area, big field and stuff out there, and they moved in down there and built shacks out of stuff that they got off the dump to build with. Pallets. Lumber down there, it's at a premium. I mean, you get lumber's like gold down there. But they build, we worked with one couple down there and had built them a little shack, and it was built out of pallets and plastic and whatever they could get to build in there, you know. And there was like the man and wife and 3 boys and a little girl that all lived in this one place. And they had 2 beds in there, and they had, you could just come in a little door, and on this side there was a bed like that, and then there was another one right at the end of that one facing this way. And they didn't stay in there, you know, except at nighttime. Most of the time they were out. Mm-hmm. And this guy, he did day labor, kind of like, you know, the Mexicans do in the United States. He'd stand out there and wait for somebody to come get him, take him for a job. And he come in at night, and they had a lantern or a lamp or something in there, and it got kicked over, and it burned his shin. I mean, a spot that big, and it was terrible looking. And he didn't have anything to treat it with. They didn't even have any running water there, down by the dump there where they were at. And so I think Deborah and them brought him to our attention over there, and he had started building a block house. And they'll start building a block house down there, and they'll buy a block a week, and you know, and then put it up. And that's how sometimes it takes them forever to build a house. And they were living in that little hut. And so we were down there looking at a job they wanted us to do down there. And so she took us over there, and we have a couple of guys with us are retired firemen, and they know, you know, kind of like paramedic type stuff. They're good at taking care of that. And we went over there, and Terry Toller, he's one of the guys that worked with us down there. And so they went to a pharmacy down there and got some stuff to clean his leg off with and everything.
I got a sneeze.
And to clean his leg off, because it really looked real bad.
Oh, thank you. I think it's going away.
And you could tell it was painful. He just had toilet paper wrapped around it. That's all he had, and it was stuck to the burn and everything like that. And so Terry cleaned it real good with some cleaning products he got at the pharmacia there, and he got some gauze stuff to put around it, and some cream to put on it, and all that kind of stuff. And and then he had Fernando. He spoke Spanish, and so he had him explain to the woman what to do to change that bandage every day. And don't use the old bandage, because they don't throw anything away. Make sure you put a clean one on there every day. And so we had kind of made a promise to come back down and help him to finish his block house there. And so In the meantime, they sent some pictures up and at different times of his leg, and that thing was probably that big. And you could see after he started doing it that it just kind of closed in a little. And finally, it got to where, you know, he wasn't in the pain. He was in excruciating pain, but he wouldn't say anything. He'd just sit there, and, you know, when they work on his leg. But we went back down there, and we did. We got the block and everything, and we don't lay block, but we hired some guys down there to do the block for him and that kind of stuff, and we got him out of the we dug a septic tank in the back for him and did the plumbing and all that kind of stuff in there, and did some electrical in there, even though they didn't have electric. We got it ready for hopefully that they would get electricity down there. But they pretty much lived off that dump, and the people around there was, like she was saying, there was an older lady that lived in a little place up over there, and they'd put 4 posts up, 4 corner posts, and she had, on one side, she had some plastic, and then she had, I don't know, some other material on the front, and they had a piece of chipboard laying up on top that had got wet, and you know how chipboard is when it gets wet. And then the other 2 sides was sheets.
Yeah, I've seen sheets.
Just bed sheets. That was their walls in there. It was pitiful.
Yeah.
But they started a school down there, and they taught some of the kids, and we were there one time for a graduation. About 4 or 5 of the kids, I think. A couple of them graduated from the grade school, and the others graduated from the middle school, I think it was. And and people were so proud down there.
They don't go to high school. I mean, they do, but it's like our people going to college.
Yeah, past 9th grade down there, the family has to pay for their schooling. Up until that time, they don't. But
yeah.
So at the dump, you built the school. Anything else that was built at the dump?
We built that school, which was also a church. It was turned into a church, and it was also had a kitchen on it, and they fed the people from there in there. So it was really a school, church, feeding station. And we built, like I said, we built the guy's blockhouse, which was right behind that church building that we built there.
Now, when later on you said the people at the dump was moved, they went to town. I guess the building wasn't used anymore that you know of?
I don't. They had it for sale for a while there, but one thing, the reason that the kids, they built it down there, the kids weren't getting any schooling. They wouldn't take them into town and let them go to school because the kids, they weren't registered. They had no papers or nothing. They were just they weren't counted anywhere, and they were afraid that if they took them into town, they had no paperwork and everything, that the government would take them away from them. And that's what the family was afraid of down there. And so Deborah got in touch with the mayor's wife somehow, and she came down. And of course, they didn't trust her when she first come down there. She didn't trust them, and they didn't trust her. And so the lady that we built the house for, we kind of talked to her as much as we could and told her, you know, that, and they trusted us because we came down and we did stuff for them and stuff like that. And we told them that it wasn't that way, that they weren't wanting to take their kids away from them. They were just wanting, and the mayor's wife then said that she could help get them registered where they could get their paperwork and all that kind of stuff, you know. And so they finally loosened up a little bit, and they trusted the lady there that we'd helped build a house for. She had 4 kids there, and so the second year, I think the mayor's wife talked, and they got a couple of the teachers from the school to come down and teach. And so everything was just kind of drawing them a little closer, and they were getting a little more trust and everything there. So, the dump finally did, they shut it down because it got full down there. Yeah. And they shut it down, and so that kind of took livelihood from these people. And these people were growing closer to the people in town a little bit too at that time. And so they did, they got them all registered, they moved into town, and they got to send their kids into to the public schools there in town, which was great for them. It's a great story, you know, but it wasn't done overnight. It was a period of probably 5-6 years in the making there. And we were down there every year. We built another
twice
another
a
building.
year.
We built another building right beside the building there where the church was, and everything, and it was a second classroom because they built up to where they needed a second classroom there.
And that was through what organization again?
That was with our Borderland Missions from our church.
From our church.
In Grand Saline.
How about the other group you were part of?
Okay, well, Mr. Lee, I told you earlier that he kept trying to get us to join Volunteer Christian Builders, and they're a standalone group. They're not affiliated with a church or anything like that, but they built, at the time we started working with them, they built mostly Baptist churches is what they built. And they built a church up in Chakotah, Texas, just right up south of Hugo, Oklahoma, right across. Matter of fact, the ladies and everything, and when they were there, they went over into Hugo's, the closest town in Oklahoma, there to do their laundry and the laundromat, stuff like that. But I went up there. It's about an hour and a half, 2 hour drive from here, and I went up there. They were up there like they worked for 2 weeks on it, and then they took a week off and let the HVAC people come in, put in the AC and heat and all that kind of stuff in there, and then they came back after that and worked 2 more weeks. So they worked there for a month. And I went up one day during the first 2 weeks, and Pat went with me, I think, that time.
Well, it was a day trip.
Yeah, it was just a day trip. I went up early in the morning and worked all day and then come home at night because I didn't have no place to stay up there. And then I did the same thing again in the second 2 weeks, and I kind of got hooked, I guess. Guys are just great to work with. They're good Christian men, and everybody enjoys the work. They're volunteering. They're paying their own way and everything. You know, I mean, they don't get anything from it except the feeling of helping other Christian people and getting to meet other Christian people. It was really great. And so come back home, and we started trying to, I didn't have no trailer, I didn't have no pickup truck to pull it with, and got thinking about it and trying to figure out a way to do it. And so ended up, I went down to Tyler, and I found it was in 2006. First, I was going to be going in my first job to stay the whole time in 2006. I went down there to trailer place down there and found a trailer that I liked. It's a 29-foot fifth wheel, had 2 slides on it, and we looked at it and got to talking to the guy about it. And of course, I guess he wasn't used to dealing on vehicles like I was, because he had a paper there, and he had wrote on front and back what we'd talked about on there, and the deals we were trying to work out and all that kind of stuff, and so I had him down to a pretty good price on the thing. And then when I went back to get it, I tried to get him to trade out the chairs on it. I wanted a couple of recliners in there instead. He had some chairs in there that were, that would swivel and lean back and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, kind of like captain's chair or something.
Yeah, and I think they had a footstool to go with it. Yeah, they were pretty nice chairs, but anyway, we got to talking and everything, and so we kind of broke off. And I left and went out, and I went looking at other places, and I could not find a trailer. I mean, I went a lot of places around. I could not find a trailer the quality of that one anywhere near that price. I mean, they were wanting $4,000 or $5,000 more for less trailer that I was looking at. And so a couple weeks later, she said, You're not going to let that trailer go, are you? For just over
It was a television.
Television.
Yeah,
it was a television.
I said, You're going to lose that for a television?
And so I went back down, and I sat down and started talking. I said, okay, where were we? He pulls that paper out, and we get to going, and then he tells me, he said, that trailer that I was selling you, said I thought it was one. They had one down in Louisiana, and they had a place that their main trailer place was in Louisiana. This one here, they were just starting up there. And he said, I thought I was selling you that trailer. He said, that trailer right there that you're looking at, that we've already talked about, is worth quite a bit more than what I've already quoted you on. So I said, well, are you willing to do the deal on what we talked about? And I'll get my own television. So he did. We went ahead, and then I had to go get me a truck. I went and found me a 2005, I think 2006. I think the truck was 2006. The trailer was 2005. and bought me a new GMC 3/4 ton diesel pickup truck and hooked up, and we took off. And the first job we worked on was in Greenville. Out on 19 there, just before you get to
Sulphur Springs. Huh?
Sulphur Springs, yeah. Just before you get to, Grandma keeps me straight. She's the other half of my mind. She's the good half of my mind right now. Sometimes I'm a good half of hers. But anyway, it was out there at Sulphur Springs, and it was on 19. Big old cowboy church. They had put up a metal building out there, and we went in and finished the inside on the thing. And so we worked there. That was in April, I think it was. First job we went on was in April, and every year they did a summer trip out to Pacific Northwest, out in the west and the northwest, and so we signed up to go with them out there
for 3 months.
For 3 months, yeah. We left in May, and sometimes we didn't get home till September. But we weren't in Texas, in the heat of Texas, for the first 10, 12 years that we lived here, because we were gone up there. But we went to, second job I think was in Green River, Arizona. And that was a trip. The town was like in a bowl. There was mountains all the way around the whole town. And the church was up on the side of the mountain, and they had kind of chunked out a flat spot up there for their parking lot and everything, and they had us back up right to the edge.
That was scary.
Where it went down like this. We backed our trailer and let the back end of it hang out over that a little bit. And we had a big picture window in the back of the trailer, and so we would set I had two rocker recliners. What I had, it was a swivel rocker recliners is what I put in there. And we'd take them and set them back there.
We'd turn them around toward the back.
And we'd turn them around. You'd look out over the town down there.
And watch the 4th of July fireworks one time.
We worked there 3 different years. We worked there, and get that finished up. And every year we were there the 4th of July when they put a fireworks display on down there, and down in the bowl down there in town close to the river, they'd shoot the fireworks up. But then after they would finish, then you could turn around and look, and you could see over the tops of all the mountains. There were towns on the other side of those mountains, and they'd be shooting their fireworks up. But
we were really blessed. The Lord
worked
things out. You know, we didn't know if we could, but
well, we did it for about 10 years.
Yeah, tell them about how the Lord worked at our church, because we had responsibilities and jobs over there.
Yeah, her and I taught the kindergarten, first grade Sunday school class. Of course, I was a deacon at the church, and I was on different committees and stuff like that. And so at one of the deacons' meetings, we talked about it. I talked to the pastor about it and asked him, because H. Carroll was a deacon too, and he was doing that. And he would be gone all summer, and I told him, I was going to be gone all summer, and the pastor says, no, he says, you'll be an ambassador from our church, working out there, go and do it. He said, yeah. Because
we weren't going to do it if the pastor didn't think we should, because we had responsibilities over there.
So, I don't know, it wasn't a week or two later, and a lady comes in and talks to Pat, and she's wanting to sit in with us in our Sunday school class. She's got 2 young girls, and she wants to start working in the Sunday school. She wanted to teach a class. Well, she sat in with us for a while.
She sat in with us for a while, and then she took over our class.
And I, of course, like the pastor said, go ahead and go, and with the deacons thing. And then it just happened that after, when you'd sign up on different committees and stuff, you'd rotate off, There'd be like 2 people on there maybe were newbies, and you had one that had been on the 2nd year and one on the 3rd year to rotate off. And it turned out that I was supposed to rotate off a committee I was on at that time, and I did. So it just, the Lord just opened up the door. You're looking through a window, and He opened the big door for you and helped us to get the trailer and all that. And so we took off and we went from Green River, Wyoming,
to Kansas, I believe, wasn't it? Liberal.
No, we may have went to Liberal first, but
We went to Liberal
different.
first.
May have been a different trip. But we go to
yeah.
Arizona, and then we go from Arizona on up into Washington State and work up in there. And we worked in Oregon. We worked all over. Grandma and I ended up. I was counting up, and we were in every state except for 3 or 4 little ones up in the on the eastern coast up there. Mm-hmm. And we went to New Hampshire and worked 6 weeks up there, I think, one summer, and that was a great trip. We got to meet some people. They're just fantastic people everywhere we went. The people were just fantastic. Mm-hmm. We paid our own way, bought our own diesel. They furnished a place for us to park our vehicle, and a place to hook up to water and electricity while we were there for our vehicles. And the ladies of the church would feed us lunch and supper, dinner, whatever you call it,
on a work day.
5 days a week while we worked. On Saturday and Sunday, we took care of our own and everything. But I tell you what, you meet some of the most wonderful people out like that, and the guys we worked with. And you didn't always work with the same guys on the jobs either, because some guys would sign up for one job, but they wouldn't sign up for another. And we do 4 jobs out in the West out there, and we may have, we'd have a core group that had signed up for all 4 jobs, but we would have other people come in, and then they wouldn't work on all 4, they'd work on 1 or 2 of the jobs and stuff like that. So you got to work with somebody different all the time. And
we had people that were too young, they were too young to retire, they couldn't go, like we did, but they would volunteer a 2-week vacation.
Yeah, and
they would come and work.
We had that. We worked in Montana on a job up there in Montana, a place called Troy, Montana, and it was probably about 15 miles from the Canadian border.
Yeah,
is where we were at there, and it was in a bowl too up there, and that was forestry work up. I mean, the people that worked up there were loggers and sawmillers and stuff like that, and of course the tree huggers had kind of shut down. No offense if you're a tree hugger, anybody that's watching this, but they had shut down logging and sawmilling and stuff on government land up there, and this town, that was their livelihood pretty much up there, But they were building a new church there, and they had some people that, a man and wife, that were forest rangers, and so the church itself, they had big freezers and stuff in there, and anytime an animal, they caught somebody killing an animal illegally, or one got killed on the road or anything like that, they would go over and clean it, skin it out, and cut it up and everything, and they put it in the freezers, and the church passed meat out to the people around town there and in the area there that that was hurting because they didn't have the jobs that they used to have. There's people were recovering some from the loss of the logging and stuff, and there were still some going on private land, but not as much as when they closed down the government over there. But we were working one day over there on the job, and the pastor's dad, they had a young pastor there. He was probably in his 30s. And his dad was over there working too, and we needed him for something on what we were doing over there, and we was looking all over for him, and we couldn't find him, and kept asking, does anybody know where Pastor's dad is? And somebody said, oh yeah, said a guy hit a moose up on the road up there, and said he was in a S10 or something like that. He hit it, and it went over the roof and landed in the back of his truck.
Back of his truck.
And he hauled it over there to wherever they was going, and the pastor went over. Pastor's dad was over there helping the guy skin the thing out. That's stuff like that. You're always having something happen. Of course, and our crew chief had a deer run into the side of his door when he was going into town up there. And we had,
but they didn't waste any of the meat.
No, they didn't waste anything.
Feed some of the people.
It was quite a thing. We had a microburst. I don't know if you know what that's at.
I didn't know what one was.
That happened there in that valley. There was a creek that run right behind us there, and it looked like a tornado to me. But anyway, it's a microburst, and I looked out the window. And I told Pat, I said, come look at this.
Come look at this dust storm.
Yeah, you could see the leaves and everything just going like this around, And she said, "You think we ought to go somewhere?" I said, "We're gonna go. We're building a building here, but we're out, you know."
And I looked out the window, and it did look like a dust storm, you know, rolling toward us down on the ground. But then I noticed the tops of the trees were popping off.
You look up there, and you could see like somebody had taken, you know, something and just twisted. It twisted the tops out of them trees. And they were trees this big around.
I said, James, I don't know what that is, but that's no dust storm.
No, and I'd never heard of a microburst until then. But Richard Crosby, he had a big motorhome, and he was parked down on that end of the row. And then there was trailers parked all along, and we were down on that end of the row, and it was coming from that way. And I saw it twisting some big trees over there, and it only lasted about 5 minutes and it's gone. That's all it was. Went out and looked, and there's trees down out there. Richard's got 3 trees leaning on his motorhome down there.
He kept the rest of us safe.
Well, that's
with that motorhome.
What he said is he thanked the Lord laid those trees on there to keep that thing from rolling and rolling the rest of us up, you know.
Yeah, because
and of course he had
we
to
would have rolled up just like that dust.
He had to go the rest of the summer there with a slide that wouldn't go out, because he had a slide on, the tree hit it, and it knocked a hole in the fiberglass in the front of his rig there, and he had that patched. And he went ahead and drove through the rest of the summer, and then took his rig back over to Indiana, over there at the place where it was built at. And I think it had like $40,000 worth of damage to it. It was a $100-some thousand motorhome.
Nobody got hurt.
Oh, he was a retired policeman from Dallas too. He was a motorcycle policeman, and we have another one. He's a crew chief with them now. And we had another one, Rusty Goins. He was a motorcycle policeman too, and he retired, and he's doing that. He's crew chief. We had some guys from Baptist men that went to work for us, and 2 of those are crew chiefs now, I think. So yeah.
And you know, the last job that we worked at, and he told me, I could see it. He said he couldn't do it anymore.
My back was really
because his back was killing him. He says, Pat, I don't think I can do this anymore. And it just happened to be at our old church in
Cord, Arkansas.
Cord, Arkansas. That was our last job.
Last job. I spent 2 weeks up in the attic stringing wire, rewiring, because they redid their whole Sunday school in the old church area, and they redid that, and then they added an addition on down to the other end. And so some of us guys were working up there redoing that in the old Sunday school area, and then some of them were working down on the, but yeah, we were there for 2 weeks. Yeah, we moved here from Arkansas. We first, we bought the place there in Arkansas to get closer to down here where you guys were living down here when Tom and Cheryl moved down here. We bought that place to eventually move down this way a little bit closer, and I had like 20 some acres there, I think. They're a nice place, and of course your mom, dad, and all you kids, they used to bring you all down there and stay for a week or so at a time, and use it kind of like as a vacation. It was a good place for that. And I offered your Uncle Mike and them, you know, a couple acres down there if they would want to come down there and build and move down there. But of course at that time your dad was working at UPS, and you know, y'all had roots down here and everything. You had your church and all that, so it was kind of hard to uproot everybody from here and move them down there. And so he offered us a deal to come down here, you know, and it was kind of a lot easier for the 3 of us, me and Pat and her mother. Her mother lived with us at that time, you know. She lived with us for about 17, 18 years, I think, after her dad passed away. And she moved with us to Arkansas. And then, because that's where her dad's buried, and Olene's husband, she wanted to, and that's where her grave was going to be too. So she didn't mind moving down there. There was no argument about that. She moved down there with us, and we lived down there for a number of years. We had the place for a lot longer. We used it for about 8 years or so, I guess, just for vacationing and going down and staying down there, you know.
We bought it in 1986.
Moved there in
94.
Yeah. So, and then we moved down there. Like I said, we talked to your dad about it, and they couldn't do it, so they offered us to come down here. So we talked about it to Olene, and the only way Olene would agree to move, and we couldn't leave her there. We wasn't going to leave her because Pat had to take care of her pretty much by that time anyway. And so she said if we would promise to bring her back to Arkansas and bury her, that she'd come down here with us. And so she did, and we come down in '01, and we already had the garage built down here at that time, I think. And
but again, why the reason why was because of family?
Oh yeah,
right?
Yeah. We were, well, that was the reason that we moved to Arkansas, was to get closer to our family, and then we figured we wanted to be a little bit closer. We wanted them close.
That wasn't close enough.
Either they come where we're at, or we go where they're at, you know, and that's kind of the way it worked out. So we come down here, and well, I think I had the shed built up back, and I had this garage built whenever we came down. And we were working out different ways. Pa and them, they were kind of figuring on maybe building over there on the other house, and adding on the bottom, and then giving us the upstairs to
No, we were going to get the
apartment.
bottoms.
Well, anyway,
Lower
they were figuring out a way to do it. But then we come up with the idea of us building over here, and so he didn't want to sell the land, because he figured if he sold me the land, then you know, whenever we passed on, he'd have to sell it to split it with Mike because of the inheritance thing. And so he told us if we would build the house here, he would pay for all the building materials, and we could live in it as long as we lived, you know. We just pay the taxes and the insurance on it. So that's what we've done.
He owned the land.
No, we don't own no land.
No, we don't.
He
He still owns the land, and he owns the buildings.
Yeah.
That was one of the reasons it took us 2 years to build the house over there, is because Pa set up a building account at the bank, and we would buy materials when he had money in the building account. Sometimes we had extra money in there, and we could buy materials, and I could work, and other times I wouldn't do much of nothing for a few weeks, and we got down to the very, very end, and I think we had the tile down and everything. We had the all we needed was to get the kitchen cabinets, and he didn't want me to put any money in it. See, you know how Pa is. That's just the kind of guy he is, and I love him for it. But anyway,
he's keeping his word.
Huh?
He's keeping his
Oh,
word.
he keeps his word.
He's always kept his word. Tom is a man of his word, and I trust him, you know, with everything. There's never been a lack of trust between me and Tom, and at least on my part. I don't know. I can't speak for him, but I can speak for me. But anyway, we got down to where we had it all done except the kitchen cabinets, and that was going to be a little bit of a costly project. And I wanted to throw the money in and go ahead and get the cabinets and get it done so we could get moved in over there. And he didn't want to do it. And so about that time, Lowe's had a deal where 1 year, same as cash, if you paid it off at the end of the year, you know. And so he said, well, he'd have the money at the end of the year. I said, well, let's just go ahead and order the cabinets and do it. And, you know, if it comes a problem, we'll work it out then. And so we went ahead and ordered the cabinets, got them, put them in. We moved in over there, and he had the money to pay for the cabinets before the end of the year, and everything worked out great. And we moved in there in '02, I think it was, when we moved in there. 04. Okay, I started it in '02, and it took 2 years to build it. We moved in there in '04. I had the bedroom all made for Grandma in her closet and everything, and I would take her over there, and she was in a wheelchair at that time, and I'd take her over there and show her bedroom, and you know, and all that and everything, and She didn't show much interest in it.
Not much interest.
She did, I don't think
It's just
she,
like she knew she'd
Yeah.
never live in it, you know.
But we'd sit over here sometimes and we'd be talking and she'd say, James, where's that other house? I said, you talking about the one that I'm building over there? And you know, that's got your bedroom in it? And she'd say, no. I don't know what she was thinking about. I don't know if she was thinking about the one in Arkansas or what.
We asked her, you asked her, are you thinking about our house in Arkansas? And she said no to that too.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
So I don't know what she had in her mind, but she never, she didn't live long enough to move in over there into that house. And old Jamesy boy, he was born during that time, and and he got to learn how to walk on her walker. Her walker had 2 rails about that high up off of the floor, you know, and he'd go over and pull himself up and hold on them rails and walk around.
Push himself.
That's how he learned how to walk, walking on her walker. And she got to see, you know, down to James. She didn't get to see Alyssa, but she got to see all the grandkids down to James because he was born at that time. Alyssa was born afterwards, but yeah, she got to enjoy her great grandkids and you know, and kids and everything down here. So, but it was kind of rough because she didn't respond a lot to them. You know, she died right there behind where you're sitting in a hospital bed right there in this house. She died in this house, and Kathleen was born in there in that room in there when Cheryl came over and caught her. So we've had a death and a birth and school. Elizabeth held school in here for a while.
We had our some Thanksgiving
we had
dinners
a couple
here.
Thanksgiving dinners in here, and you and Hannah and Amanda moved in over here, and you stayed for a week or so, didn't you?
I did.
And then moved up. Yeah,
Dallas.
it's been, this garage has been quite a few things. Of course, then when we moved in, or got ready to move in here, and your mom and them was going to move over, and he sold the other place, we added 14 feet onto the back of it, and it took me probably about 8 months to get it. We tore out all the walls in here, and I tore off most of the siding on the outside, put new windows, doors, and then re-put the siding back on, and we got about 1,000 square foot here. Now it's a nice little house. Grandma loves it. She said she likes it better than any house she's ever lived in.
Well, it's small. It's not as hard for me to keep clean, and it has everything in it we need. And he and I are spoiled. We don't think we could do with one bathroom.
Oh,
We
no. I don't know how that family of 13 over there did with 2. They weren't all there together at the same time. That was one thing. The whole 13 of them wasn't, but
No, Amanda got it about 50% of the time, and then we got it the rest. But it worked out. Sorry, Amanda.
I don't know how y'all did with Pa with his. He would go in there, and he had a board he put across the bathtub.
lay in
He'd get
there.
in there and sit and read his books and all that kind of stuff. And sometimes he'd have to let water out and reheat the water a couple of times.
Well, they had 2 bathrooms there with 2
Yeah.
tubs in it. So.
Yeah, they did.
So I'm changing subjects. Otis. Just you reminded me of Otis. There was something. Was Otis in World War II?
He was.
Yes, he
was in
was,
World War
yeah.
II. Yeah, and Paul was in the Korean War, I think. Yeah.
Can you tell us about what they've said about it?
Well,
You know?
Otis, the main thing with Otis that he was in the invasion of Normandy
Yeah.
over on Normandy Beach, but he told me that they were the last. By the time he got there, he said it was pretty much over with because he
They were
said
just doing the mop
they
up
were the
on it.
last wave that they brought in there in Normandy.
Right.
But yeah, he did go.
But he stayed in Europe throughout the war, right? When he landed and he stayed.
I don't know if he stayed at. Knowing Otis, he'd probably come home just quick as he could.
Oh, I'm sure
Well, no,
he
but
did.
I mean, like when he landed, he finished out the war in Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
he did. Yeah.
I had an uncle that was over there also. I'm not sure exactly where he was at. I'd have to ask Vernon. You met Vernon, my cousin Vernon, from Alabama. He's been down here a couple of times, but I don't know if you were here.
Was he the one that helped you with the TV?
No.
No.
No, that
Junior.
was Junior. Linda, that's her
My
cousin
cousin's husband.
and her husband. No, Vernon, he's a big tall guy. He's about 6'4".
He's about 4 inches taller than Grandpa.
Yeah, he is. He's about 6'4", big guy. But he's same age as Grandma, I think.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, his birthday's Christmas Day.
I'm 9 days older than he is.
Grandma's 78 now. He'll be 78
Christmas Day.
This Friday, he'll have his birthday. But anyway, his dad, he was just a baby. I think maybe, I don't even know if his dad saw him or not, or if he was
born while he was
overseas. When his dad got to leave before he went overseas, and I don't know if he was conceived during that time or not, or if he saw him. But we do have a picture of my uncle holding me and Kenneth, my other first cousin. He's a month older than I am. We were both toddlers at that time, and we've got a picture of him holding us, but I don't remember seeing any picture of him.
He was
holding
killed.
Vernon.
He
was
killed
a sergeant in the Army, and he had him and his whole platoon were wiped out over there.
Do you know how?
No, I don't know how. Yeah. I just know that he was. And my grandmother, when I remember in the 50s, late 40s, maybe early 50s, because I was born in 41, and she had 2 of those Gold Star flags hanging in her window. That was from him, and then she'd married Mr. Ott, because my grandfather was killed when he was 27 years old.
Right.
And so she married Mr. Ott, and one of his sons was killed over there too, so it was her stepson. She lost 2 of them over there, yeah.
And then Wesley was wounded.
Yeah, Wesley was wounded, and he was.
What's his full name? What's his full name? Do you know?
Yeah, I know it, but I can't. I'll think of it in a minute.
Sorry.
Put me on the spot there, didn't you?
I don't know. All I know is Wesley.
Absolom Wesley.
Absolom Wesley? Okay.
Yeah, Absolom was his dad's name. A.W. Dolberry, yeah, those his initials, I remember, yeah. His dad's name was Absolom. And, yeah. So, yeah, my Bessie had rough there for a while there. I remember that. Because, see, when we moved down into Gadsden, I was 6 years old, and that was in 1947. I was born in 1941. And, the Wright brothers didn't fly that plane until the 20s. That's amazing that how things have changed in 20 years.
Yeah.
In 20 years, they had commercial airplanes. They weren't much to speak of like we got today, but they did. They had commercial airplanes and everything. But we didn't. We lived on the mountain, had no running water, no electricity, no refrigeration, nothing out there until I was 6 years old. And then we moved into the city, and
we were sort of that way too. So
yeah,
we didn't live on a mountain.
We did, yeah.
And we didn't have springs. We had pumps.
Yeah.
Water pumps, yeah.
Grandpa, you have any stories about anyone in particular? Maybe some grandkids?
Oh man, probably a lot of them about grandkids. We just got to think of different ones. I think one where I flew down before Christmas, and to get you and bring you back. Your parents were going to let you come back and spend, I think it was about 9 days or something like that you spent with us.
We were still in Indiana
and
then.
I was still working at that time, and I flew down to get you. I had a round trip ticket for me and you. I had a round trip ticket for me and a one way for you from DFW, and come down, and we found a couple of little bitty suitcases that said going to Grandma's house and going to Grandpa's house, and I took one for you and one for Hannah. And you were, I don't know, about 3 maybe.
Well, she was expecting Amanda any time then.
So whatever age you were at that time, and Hannah was 18 months old, I think it was.
Yeah, she was.
I didn't. I just come down to get you. I figured that's all that was going to happen. So
we didn't even think we could have it.
No, we come down and we spent that night, and you loaded up your little suitcase with different stuff, and Hannah started putting stuff in her little suitcase and all that, and so we were going to leave the next morning. I flew out straight from Midway, the airport. I drove up there right after I got off work on Friday night, and flew down. Matter of fact, I had an hour wait. At first, I had to sit there for an extra hour. It was snowing, and they said that there was a delay on the first flight, but I found out later somebody said they didn't have enough people to fly that first one, so they figured they'd combine that one and the next one together and fly us out together, but they told us there was a delay or something. But anyway, we flew down, and I think, I don't know if Mike come and picked me up or if Tom Cheryl did at the airport. I think it was Mike came pick me up at DFW. We come to your house and that night, and you got all ready, and you was all hyped up and ready to go, and then I saw Tom and Cheryl standing over in a corner kind of whispering back and forth, talking to each other, and they come over and asked me, says, what would you think about taking Hannah too? I said, man, I'd love to. I said, I just didn't think that was an option at all.
Didn't think it was a possibility.
And so I said, I can take her as a lap baby. I don't even have to buy a ticket for her. I can put her on my lap and take her with us. And so,
All right.
I'd pay for you, but she was a freebie. And so, so anyway, they said, okay, so they started packing, and boy, we started getting her charged up and primed and everything. And come next morning, they started backpedaling. I said, you're not taking that away from that little girl. She's already going. She knows she's going, so she's gonna go. I wouldn't let them chicken out on me. So we went to the airport. I had you, and I had one suitcase that on wheels, I think, with a handle on it, and I think I had 2 car seats, and so I stacked them on top of that thing there, and I carried Hannah, and I made you walk along holding onto my pant leg. And we went, and Hannah sat on my lap until we took off, but they gave me a place with an extra seat, and I sat her down, and then when it come time for our meal or whatever it was, she ate part of yours, and the stewardess brought her some more fruit and stuff over there. She didn't have a meal coming, but when we got to Midway and landed, I had to go to the bathroom, and I knew it wasn't going to work with me taking both of y'all in the bathroom and me to you, so I had the stewardess come sit with you in the seat there before I got off the plane, and I went and used the bathroom in there, and then went down and got the luggage and everything after we got in there, and I was carrying Hannah, and you were hanging on to my leg, and we got in there and got all the stuff and started out to the car, and I had to drag one suitcase and with the car seats in it, and it was snowing a little bit when we got out there. It was cold. But
I couldn't go because it was just an extra ticket.
Well, not only that, I went right after
there,
work.
right.
I drove straight from Chicago Heights up to the airport and went on. And so
You never had any discipline problems, right?
Oh yes, I did. I don't remember what was the matter with her, but it was so funny when I look back on it. She was down on the floor pitching what I would call a hissy fit. And I'm looking at that child, and I think, if I get her back home and her papa sees her doing that, I'll never get my hands on her again. Anyway, so I picked her up and I gave her a couple swats, and I set her on the couch. I said, now you sit there. Well, she did. She knew what discipline was. She sat there. But I looked around, and there were you who hadn't done one thing wrong. You hopped up beside her on the couch, and you sitting there too, not saying a word or nothing. Sympathy, I guess.
I'd come home from work, and both of you would be standing up on the couch there with your hands on the picture window watching for me to come in every day.
I said, it's about time for Grandpa, and boy, we'd start pulling up footstools and everything else.
And we had those sliding glass doors in the dining room going out, and y'all had handprints all over them. I don't think Grandma washed the windows for weeks after y'all.
Oh, every time I'd look at those windows, I'd cry. That's after we got home.
Yeah.
We went, wasn't that when we went to?
We went just before Christmas, the 24th, I think.
Okay.
I got off from the 24th till the 2nd of January.
Because Amanda was born on the 10th of January, and she was about due with her, so we went.
So we left up there. Olene went with us, and of course we were going down there. And we stopped in Missouri, I think it was, down there. We drove big part of the day and stopped down there in Missouri for supper at a restaurant that we usually stopped at down there. And went in, and the table was full where people were sitting over there, but they just got up and they hadn't cleaned the table, and we were going to sit there. And I took Hannah over, and I found a high chair there, and I set her down in the high chair and put the thing up there, and she goes, I said, you better pray, girl. I was about ready to bust her by
that
then.
I don't straight to her bottom.
Yeah,
She was hungry.
she was hungry, and she had been riding all the time. And she didn't want to wait no longer. She wanted to eat.
Yeah, so we got her back, and everything was fine. And the funniest story about that one there, he was older, was when he come to stay with us a week down in Arkansas. You remember when we almost killed that frog under the table by flipping the worms? We were shucking corn. Tim
Me
was
and
helping.
Paul had grown almost an acre of sweet corn together.
And he dumped it on the picnic table we had out in the backyard and wanted me to shuck it, or him to help me, and we were shucking
Putting it
it.
in the freezer.
Well, just about every one of them had a big green worm
Right up the
that
very
side,
end where
right
the
up
silk
very
was.
end. So there happened to be a frog under it. Under the
picnic table.
And it wasn't in any hurry to jump away from us. So that first one, I took my knife and I flipped it down there, and boy, tongue come out this long and got that worm and swallowed it. So we started, everyone we'd see, we fed that poor frog
He couldn't even jump.
till he couldn't jump. I took my foot and tried to nudge him a little bit, and he could not move. I
about
says,
ready to
Tim,
pop.
I don't think we better put any more down there. We're going to kill that frog.
Now, when we brought you guys back to Texas, down here to Texas, when we brought you back, we had, I think that was, what'd you say it was, Amanda was supposed to be born on the 10th.
Well, I don't know when she's supposed to be born, but she's late because
She
we
was-
were going to Hawaii that year.
We had
think.
a trip planned to Hawaii for our 25th wedding anniversary. We was going to be gone for 2 weeks. We was going to 4 islands, and it was already paid for airline tickets and all that kind of stuff. And it kept getting farther and farther. And I kept telling her, and I said, you better hurry up and have that girl. I said,
I don't want to rush you, Cheryl, but I says I've got to go to Hawaii on the such and such a date.
So Amanda was born on the 10th, I think it was, and then she flew back home a couple days after that, and we started getting ready, and we left out of O'Hare Airport on the 19th of January and flew into Honolulu, Hawaii. And there was 100 and some of us that were on the same tour group that was going over there. And we got in there, I don't know, must have been about 8 o'clock at night or something like that. And of course it's 4 hours time difference from us over there. And so we went in and went up and went to bed and everything a little bit later, and at 4 o'clock I was awake.
I was.
4 o'clock in the morning I woke up and couldn't go back to sleep. I was going down to look for a cup of coffee somewhere. We were in the Hilton Hawaiian Village Towers apartment. We were on 20-something floor, I think it was.
It was high
And
up.
I woke up, and when we left Chicago, the wind was blowing, and it was cold. It was below. I don't know if it was below zero, but it was below freezing. And so I got up at 4 o'clock in the morning. We had a lanai, a balcony out there on the 30th, 20-something floor, wherever we was at, and I could hear it sounded like the wind was blowing. And so I'm in my undershorts, and it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I opened up that sliding door, step out on that lanai, and it's the
Trade wind.
ocean. It's the ocean coming in. The surf coming in is what I'm hearing, and it's just as warm as it can be up there, standing up there. So I put clothes on and went down looking for coffee, and I run in about half the people that was on the plane with us down there at 4 o'clock in the morning. None of them didn't go to sleep. Their body clocks were all messed up. That was quite a trip, though.
But he was going to talk about kids, and I
So-
was trying to think if there's any more.
Let's see. What about we got Hannah? What about Amanda?
Amanda Panda Baby Girl. That's what we used to call her.
Yeah, I remember being surprised when first time well, of course I was there, when she was born, and but then I didn't see her again until we were in Arkansas at that. I don't know if you remember, but a place we all went down there for a family vacation, and I saw Amanda again, and she was redheaded. And Cheryl, she's redheaded. At least it was red.
Had a
to me.
reddish tint to it.
And
Yeah, she
she's-
got some kind of a breathing problem while she was down there, and they had to put take a table and make a tent out of it and put one of those what do they call it, vaporizer thing with medicine in
that
there
was when
for
she's
her.
3 years old.
And
in our house.
yeah, and then they took her to to the hospital. I think later she got
Yeah.
worse, and they took her to the hospital and put her in the hospital. And she was
I think she had pneumonia.
she was watching videos and stuff up there, and they had that cat on there on the video. Remember that? What was
Yeah,
that?
I
How'd
do.
that go? I forgot how that went.
We was watching kind of like Funniest Home Videos, and it showed one of a cat up on top of a television, and how the cat went to sleep and fell off the television. Oh, she started laughing
and coughing.
And I thought, I actually thought I was going to have to go get the nurse. But because she's laughing, but she couldn't seem to breathe either, you know. And she asked her mama before they went to the hospital. She put her in the bathroom, shut the door, and put the vaporizer in there. And she, Mama, why do I have to breathe?
Amanda's a sweet girl, still is.
What was her personality like when she was younger?
Oh, she was more open, I think. Huh?
She was a sweet girl.
Yeah.
A little goofy?
Little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember one time I had to smack her bottom and she was running by, but she wasn't really doing anything that wrong. But we were at my Mama's house up in Cedar Lake, and I can't remember if all of you kids were there or just Amanda. But anyway, she was having fun, and she was running from the living room to the kitchen. I said, Amanda, honey, quit running. Well, she just looked at me, grinned, and kept on running. So about the third time after I told her to quit running, she ran by me, and I went, whack. And she turned around and looked at me and hopped up on the couch and stopped running. But she was.
She's a sweetheart. She is.
And
Did she like swimming?
Oh man, yeah.
oh,
she
her
likes
and
swimming,
her
yeah.
and Hannah, yeah. When we took that trip to the Grand Canyon, yeah, and she'd get a motel with a swimming pool, Grandpa. Swimming's my life.
Yeah, that's what she told me. And we stopped. We got motels with pool. One it didn't have a swimming pool,
No,
but it had a hot tub. And you ever see them girls out there diving in a hot tub? They used it as a swimming pool. And
They were a little bigger. I think
yeah.
Hannah was 13 and she was 11 at the time.
Yeah, we went to the Grand Canyon, and of course.
You were working, that's why you didn't get
as
to go.
we were traveling, they didn't pay a lot of attention to scenery. I'd say, "Look, boy, isn't that pretty out there?" And he's reading a magazine or something in the back and pay no attention to it. And then they had a camera, I got them some film and all that, and we stopped in Tucumcari, New Mexico, up there at the motel, and spent the night. And they were going to go out and take some pictures. And there was a pasture back behind the motel, and there was 2 or 3 horses out there, and they took a whole thing of film on them horses out there. That was
told
something.
him coming back, they love the gift shops and swimming pools. I says, James, we could have took them to the other side of Dallas and near a gift shop, and there's the motel had a swimming pool. They'd have been perfectly happy there.
Her mom wasn't a whole lot better on that trip.
And my mother was.
We took her. She ended up. We ended up having to put her in the hospital one night because she got congestive heart failure. Got fluid around her heart. She wasn't taking her water pill because she hated to ask me to stop and let her go pee. The fluid builds up, with that water pill, and so she wouldn't take it. And the fluid built up on her lungs, and took her there. And the doctor, they took I don't know how much fluid off her lungs that night overnight. And they let her go the next day, but he said, he told her, and I told him, I'll stop for her anytime she wants to. And he told her, he said, you take that pill and make him stop for you to go to the bathroom. Don't worry about it. Or if you don't want to do that, said, you take it and go all night and then sleep on the daytime while we're traveling. He said, you can get it done. You don't need to let that build up on you and everything, So, yeah, that was quite a thing. So she was, I'd promised her I'd take her to see the Grand Canyon, and she was getting close to 79 years old, and most all of her siblings that had died before they were 79 years old. So she thought that
at 79.
So she thought, well, she told me, you better go ahead and take me. I'm getting pretty close to 79.
She says, well, if you're going to, you better do it soon.
Took her out there. We got a motel right outside the gate to the Grand Canyon over there, a nice place to stay, and pool for the girls. And we got we had that van, that red van you guys gave your mom and dad. They used to drive, and we went into the park, And I think I got a golden age pass because Grandma was over 65 or whatever, and it was like $10 and you can get any state park in
The other grandma.
in the United States for carload. And we went to some other parks while we was traveling too for that and paid $10 for it. Took her out there and let her look at the Grand Canyon and everything out there, and stayed maybe 20 minutes that night and was going to go back the next day. And we went back and went to the motel, and I think we had supper and everybody was happy, and the girls went swimming, and next day we were going to go back into the Grand Canyon again. I don't think Grandma really wanted to go. She'd already seen it.
She didn't go, I don't think.
Didn't she stay at the
I'll
motel?
just stay here.
Yeah, she'd already seen it. So I could have showed her a hole in the ground somewhere and saved that trip, couldn't I?
Yeah, but how far down? We're down to Tim, and I told about the bug, the worms. That's what come to mind. And
how about the time we took the girls and Matthew go-karting?
Oh, that's what I was trying to remember.
Me and Mike and Tom, we took Amanda and Hannah and Matthew.
They went down the line in age-wise, you know, and it left off at Timothy. Of course, what he always said he was going to do, everything was, when I get bigger.
Yeah.
When I get bigger, this is what's going to happen, you know. So he come to me after everybody left. He said, well, Papa went, Grandpa went, Uncle Mike went, Matthew went, Hannah went, Amanda went, and I'm a good boy. He said, he come back and I said, you got a problem. And I told him what
made
Tim
me almost
said.
cry.
Almost made him cry, so he got Tim and they went to the Dairy Queen, just the two of them, and the rest of you didn't get to go.
The funny thing was, when we were all getting ready to go, Tim came out and he had his shoes on and he had his jacket on and he had his diaper on. He didn't have no pants or nothing. Said he's ready to go.
Oh yeah, he did that at my mother's too one day. You were getting ready to go down to
I'm ready.
to Norma's. I think that was the time that she's briefly married to Mr. Carroll, and he knew everybody was buzzing around getting ready to go, so he kept saying, my shoes, my shoes, my shoes.
He called them my booze, didn't he? Booze?
Booze or whatever
Yeah.
it was. Somebody put I said, somebody put shoes on that boy. And then he got his shoes on, and he didn't have anything on but a diaper. And my shoes, and he got them. He said, my coat, my coat.
He wasn't worried about his pants.
Okay, enough for Tim. I don't really remember too much about Elizabeth, do you?
Elizabeth's old man, yes.
I remember her crying a lot.
No, when we
she
come
was
down
first
to
born.
when we come
Oh,
down
yes, I
to
remember.
Texas at the when y'all lived in the duplex over there, and she was in the baby bed up there, and she could pull up and standing up and everything, and the older kids were down on the floor playing with toys and everything, and she's up there, can't even talk, and she's bossing you guys, like that, telling y'all what to do. Y'all was just ignoring her, but boy, she was really bossing you guys. That was my Elizabeth. Yeah, she was a corker.
And what I remember about Abigail is that she wouldn't have a thing in this world to do with any one of us for a while, as long as she was the baby. She'd play with him and me a little bit, but mostly him. If she had one hand on her mom's skirt,
her hair or something,
you
yeah.
know, or in her mom's hair,
I could play with her and hold,
like that,
you know,
she had to
and
be
pick
there.
at her, and she'd hug me and everything, as long as she had one hand on her mom's hair. But then what was it, Ethan next?
Yes, your mom was pregnant with Ethan, and
Yeah.
then after he was
As
born,
soon as Ethan was born, she
we
changed.
went down there to your house, and here she come, and she was our kid from then on. I tell you.
Aria's the same way. Aria, she wouldn't have nothing to do with us until just a little while back, and boy, she just changed overnight. You know, she'll have plenty to do with us now. We can play with her and pick at her and everything. She'll sit in my lap sometimes even, but she wouldn't at first. I remember the first time that I saw him. We was over at your church over there. Something was going on. I don't know if it was it Mark's wedding. Was she a baby then?
I think you're thinking of not Aria, but Evelyn.
No, it was.
And it was when he come back from the Marines and they were having something. That's when she looked at you and said, no.
Was that Evelyn? I thought it was Aria.
It was Evelyn.
Okay, it was Evelyn. Yeah, she Noah made her let me hold her for a minute. He gave her to me, and she was not happy. That's my phone. she was not happy at all with me holding her or anything like that, and she but she went ahead and let me hold her for a little while, but she wasn't enjoying it at all. And so,
how would you describe Abigail in a couple words?
Oh, for me, I described bouncy when she was little.
talkative.
Talkative.
Yeah.
Talkative, bouncy.
She won't deny that.
No, no. Well, I wouldn't embarrass her. I mean, she's probably not any more talkative than any of the rest, but she just got her words in, and like the rest of us do.
Oh, I know another funny story about Abigail. When we come up to Indiana to visit, and it was kind of cold, and had a sled, some of you older ones did, and was going down the back ravine at Mom's house on that sled. And she wanted to go. I think, pretty sure she is the youngest one. There might have been a baby after her, I don't know. But she had some insulated underwear. Cheryl told her she had to put that on, so she went in there, put the underwear over the top of her other clothes, and comes out. We had a good laugh over that.
Yeah, I remember that. They didn't have any gloves or anything, and Tom and Cheryl was putting socks on their hands. Remember that? For them to go down the back out there, down that. They had a time though. That was a nice place over there for kids, especially when there's snow. Yeah.
All you kids just grew up too quick. That's just all.
That's it. Yeah.
That's why I said enjoy the ones you've got, because they're going to be grown before you know it.
It happens quick. Ethan?
Oh, you called him Professor John.
Yeah. Our church there in Arkansas had they had a clothing drive, and people brought in a lot of different clothes and stuff there to give to the kids around the neighborhood and everything. And they had a box of clothes that was left over that they were trying to get rid of. And so we went through it and found a couple of things that, some of the kids might be able to wear down here. And we found this little red blazer, and it just fit Ethan. And he grabbed that thing as soon as it come in the house, and he wore that thing all the time.
Cheryl said he slept in it.
Yeah, he wore it everywhere. He called himself Professor John.
Professor John.
Yeah, he started going by his middle name, or no, his first name was John. His middle name's Ethan, so he started going by his first name, Professor John. Yeah, he is something else. Ethan was.
He was a character.
Yeah.
I remember he'd have you older boys you watch Ethan there down in Arkansas, and some of the girls, keep your eye on Ethan. And Mark. I remember him carrying Mark around down at SeaWorld or something.
Yeah, we had when he was a baby, I had a carrier thing, and I carried him all over the place down there. Which one was it when we went to the zoo that I had in one of them carriers too? And it was real hot. Well,
it wasn't Mark, because I was in charge of him that day.
No, I was trying to think.
I think maybe it was Seth, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it might have been Seth. But yeah, I carried Mark down there at SeaWorld. We went down to SeaWorld, and then we went to the Alamo and places like that. Do you remember going to the Alamo? Do you remember having a leash on? Yes. Or were you on the end of it? You had one of the other kids on a leash. I don't remember. They had some of the older kids.
I had this guy.
Him? You always were his servant, weren't you? Yeah. I remember when you had to tie his shoes for him. Even after, I remember one time when he was about 22 or so, he'd come over and wanted you to tie his shoe, and your dad says, I think that's enough of that. No, I'm joking. But he did. He was pretty old, and I think your dad stopped you from tying his shoes.
Oh, there's a good story about Hannah when he was born. I told James, I said, we've all overdone it. We have really overdone it, because we kept telling Matthew, well, Matthew, now you've got a brother.
You got your brother,
We didn't say it to the girls because they had a brother,
They had you.
You got a brother, so I told her something one time about her little brother. Tim was her little brother, Oh, no, Grandma, he's not my brother. He's Matthew's brother. I said, well, he's yours, too. What is that? Well, I'm on camera.
But, yeah, who were we talking about? Mark? Yeah, I carried him around down there at SeaWorld, and let's see, Ethan's older than Mark, isn't he?
Yeah.
I remember it was hot, real hot.
Ethan's the one that almost drowned. Didn't drown, but he went under.
When?
And I got him up because it wasn't over my head. It was standing in the swimming pool. Your mom was sitting up there, and I think she had Mark at the time, and Ethan was down, and it wasn't too deep. Well, I don't remember how it went, but anyway, maybe it was too deep for him right there, and he comes up and jumps in the water. Of course, he went under, and Cheryl sitting up there, because I was heading toward him the whole time, and get him, Mom. Just nonchalant, so I just got him and set him back up on it.
Where was the pool at?
I don't know, but while I was in it, we stayed in a motel somewhere.
Oh, it was a motel down in San Antonio?
I guess that's where we were, yeah.
I think I remember that.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Yeah.
But I remember us walking around SeaWorld over, and it was so hot, and I got a great big Sprite or something like that, drink with a lot of ice in it because it was so hot. And I was drinking that, and I think Mark was drinking some of it. He was big enough to drink through a straw, and then Ethan come over and drank about the half of the rest of it was left. I'd get a refill.
Thirsty.
They were all thirsty.
Something I was going to tell about Mark. Oh yeah, Mark, I could tell from a very early age, he would watch Ethan. And he would mimic Ethan. I could see that because at the house one time, and he was in a playpen. Not that he couldn't walk or nothing, but your mom had put him in a playpen, I guess, to keep him contained for a little while. And Ethan was doing something, and he ran past in front of him, and he's slinging his arms up like that. And I looked over, and Mark was just a baby. And he stood up, and one little arm was going like this the whole time.
He was trying to mimic his
do
brother.
what Ethan did.
The one I remember most was Nick, and you probably
Oh my gosh,
you've probably
there's
seen
stories
some of that
about
in the films. If you've looked at any of them films, he reminded me of the old people that when I used to go to the family reunions down there, the real old people. If you'd go up and start to take a picture of them, they'd just freeze and grin. I guess because the old cameras, you had to be still for so long for them to develop, while the old gunpowder flash cameras.
They wouldn't even breathe.
But I had a video camera. It was a moving camera, and Nick would run down there, and he'd see he was in the camera. He'd just stop,
He'd freeze.
just stand there and just stare,
All
just
you
like
others
that.
was just going on around him, and there's Nick.
When you look at, did you notice that? He has on a yellow rain jacket. Is what he's wearing, and he'll just stop every time he gets in front of that camera. Just stop, then stand there and stare. Tried to get him to move, he wouldn't move for nothing.
And the funniest thing about Nick was Papa Says.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
was going into Papa Says, and he come in, and Papa said a lot of things, which I don't remember a lot of them, but I do remember a couple. It says, Papa says, "Don't pick nobody's nose."
Yeah.
Don't pick nobody's
What
nose.
he says is, what he means is, Papa says,
don't pick
for
your
nobody to
nose.
pick their nose. Yeah.
Papa says, "Don't pick nobody's nose," and then he said, and Mom was sitting there because by that time she was pretty well down. And she didn't talk or laugh or anything.
No, you never got much
And I looked
reaction
at
out of her
and
at
she
all.
had kind of a grin on her face. She was in her wheelchair, I think.
Sitting right in there in that room.
And then he comes out with
That used to
one.
be the
He
living
says,
room.
"Papa says don't pass gas, but
Everybody does. Don't nobody pass gas, but everybody
About
does.
that time, Mom,
She just,
poor old Mom went, huh?
Oh. Old Jamesy boy, he learned how to walk in that room right there, holding the bottom rails on Grandma's walker, because she had that walker, and she'd get up and use it to walk around. When she'd bring him over, he'd crawl around, and then he would get in that walker and stand up with them two rails and push that thing around. It had wheels in the front of it and slides on the back, and that's where he learned how to walk. That was on her walker.
He learned
over there.
how to walk in a motel on our way to Indiana.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
He was going from one bed to the other.
The beds were in between, and he was walking right between the beds. Took off running. There
He didn't walk. He took off running.
Yeah, he did. He was ready to walk. Well, he'd been riding all day in the car, and he wanted to get out there and move around. He was tired. That was when we were getting a motel, and waiting to get a motel, and he laid his head over on my shoulder, and his mama asked him what he was doing. He said he's just resting his little baby head. I used to tell him, Matthew, rest your baby head over here on Grandpa.
That stories never go away. Until my cousin Virginia died, she told one on me all the time.
Let's move over to Kathy.
Kathy? I don't know nothing about Kathy. Kathy was my girl. Man, she was too long to even sit in Grandpa's lap. And
I got a picture of her. Her feet
sit here and her
hanging
feet would hang down to the floor and sat on me. She was Grandpa's girl.
Kathy was the only one of all you children that I saw being born. And your mom invited me. She says, Mom, would you like to go and watch the birth? And at first I wasn't sure I did, because I didn't even see my own birth. My own two kids, back then they put you to sleep for the final.
And they wouldn't let me go in there.
And so I didn't know if I did, but then finally I thought, well, yeah, I don't really, if I have a chance, I don't want to miss this. I says, sure it's all right with Tom? She said, yeah. She says, yeah, I talked to him about it. And he said, I could bring you, but not Grandpa.
I don't want to go anyway.
He wouldn't know that.
No.
She told me, she says, I'm sorry, Dad, but I just can't invite you to this one.
That's okay.
So I'm standing over there, and she's in a room that's not only a labor room, but it turns into the bed breaks down and it becomes a birthing place.
Room, yeah.
And so she knew, the nurse said, we'll start breaking the bed down, and knew the baby was going to be born pretty soon. And so I stepped over out of the way. I wanted to give the doctors plenty of room. Cheryl told me later, she says, Mom, by the time that baby was born, your head was right over there, right beside the doctor, she said. So the nurse wrapped her up and said, who should I give it to? Well, I figured they'd give her to Tom. Most of them will give them to the father. She comes over and gives her to me. So I was the first one that held her. That was really something. I thanked your mom for letting me go.
She was always Peepaw's girl.
Yeah.
Seth?
Oh, Sethy man.
Seth was the most honest kid I ever...
He was the most honest kid.
He was. He would tell it like it was. He would sneak off from the house over there. When we moved over here in the garage, he was little, and I think James was born...
James was born that first summer we were here.
Yeah, the first summer we were here, and Nick and Mark and them, they would come over. You know, we had certain days for them to come over. You know, each week.
Well,
because,
we did later. I don't know.
Later, but Grandma says, "Why do you do that?" And I said, "Well, we wouldn't even have a free day if we didn't to do anything. You know, we need to do."
I wanted all the grandkids just come over anytime you want to, and I still do.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, the girls, they can come anytime they want to, but they still just come on Mondays. But anyway, Seth would come over sometimes when he would sneak off. Is what he would do, and the grass was growing.
You could tell he was sneaking.
Yeah, the grass would grow tall down there in that dip, and old Seth, I'd see him over there, and he'd amble over this way, and he'd get down there to the high grass down there, and he'd get up so far, and then he would duck down and hide.
He'd get behind a tree.
You wouldn't see him for a little while, and then a little while later, he'd bob up, and he'd come on a little farther, and then he'd get behind that big old tree out there, and the door was right over here to come in the garage, and so he'd come up then, and he'd knock on the door. And I'd open the door and say, "Hi, Seth. You have permission to come over here?" No. He'd come anyway. He come over here one time when we lived in the other house, and he had on a pair of Catherine's leotards. He couldn't find any socks. He couldn't find any socks, and so he found a pair of Catherine's leotards and put them on. And he's over there on the porch, and I see something black there at the top of his pants. And I said, "What's that, Seth?" And he grabs a hold of that and pulls that thing. It was the tops of Catherine's leotards. That's so funny. And so he could put more stuff in his pocket than any kid I have ever seen. He would cover that top of that coffee table up over there with stuff out of his pockets, out of 2 pockets. It'd just pile up across through there. So I got to checking him when he'd come over to see what he had in his pockets. And one time I found he had a knife, a steak knife stuck down inside his pants, on the inside of his pants. And I said, Seth, what's that? And he said, that's a knife. I said, well, son, you can't carry a knife in there like that. I said, if you was to fall on that, I said, that would cut your stomach open, and then I wouldn't have no more little Sethy boy. And he kind of, got a sorry look on his face, and I took the knife, and I said, you don't need that knife. I said, I'll give it back to your mom. Don't you be carrying anything sharp in there or anything anymore. You'll end up hurting yourself. So I don't know if he ever did anymore, but I never caught him with one.
One time when the three of them, Nick, Seth, and James, they used to come over at one time. They were sitting on the back porch over there and swinging around at different places. Why, just out of the blue, they started what I call confessing sins. Anyway, they were all three telling me things they had done wrong, and they knew. Seth said one time he threw a whole bottle of shampoo out of the window, and I says, "Now, boys, wait a minute."
Bathroom window upstairs.
Bathroom window. I says, "Now, boys, wait just a minute." I says, "Now, I just want you to know that if you tell me anything that you're doing or have done that will hurt you or is really a sin," I says, "I will tell your parents." I wanted them to know that before they opened up. I forget, they didn't do that, but different things they had done.
Mark would come in over there. I remember Elizabeth was the boss, I think, at the house at that time, or took it upon herself to be the boss, and so Mark had done something that he wasn't supposed to, or hadn't done something that he was supposed to, and so he was being punished, and he had his television privileges taken away from him, and so he would come over to the house, and the other kids would be sitting in the living room watching cartoons and everything, and Mark's in the kitchen. He's moving around. He's trying to watch television, move his eyes around and all that. And I said, "Mark, what's wrong?" I said, "Why didn't you go in there and watch television?" Elizabeth told me I couldn't watch television. I said, "Listen, Mark," I said, "when you're at my house, you follow my rules." I said, the punishments and stuff they put on you over there don't count when you're at Grandpa's house. I said, "Come in." And I said, if she don't like it, you tell her I said it was okay.
Well, that would depend on what the punishment
Well,
is.
yeah, but I mean, punishments that Elizabeth put on him, no, they didn't. They didn't work at Grandpa's house. Don't show this to Elizabeth. I don't want to hurt her
Matthew.
feelings. No, yeah. I love you, Beth. Okay, James, you think of anything about James?
I'm sure I will the minute the camera's
we start talking about you. The camera's on. Yeah. I had something funny about James a few minutes ago, and I can't remember what it was.
The time that they were out there wading around in the lake, and you called and ratted on them. And
well, I told Cheryl I wasn't going to say nothing that the kids did. They were on their own unless they looked like they was getting in danger or anything. And they were over there and started throwing sticks in the edge of the water. And then the next thing you know, they were out there up to their waist in the water. And I made a phone call over and told Cheryl, I said, "Don't say anything to the kids, but you might be wanting to get out there and check on them too." And so she did, but don't tell them that I told on them, because I didn't want. It's too late for me to get in trouble over it now.
They're grown now with kids of their own, except
anyway, yeah, they're good kids. James.
And James.
Huh?
He don't have kids either.
No, they don't now. But yeah, James, a boy. He's a good boy. He's my namesake, like a couple others of them.
Yes, yeah.
2 or 3 other. How many more we got? We got him and Seppi and.
James would want to cook when he come
to
my house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nick did too. Nick was
the main one. I'd buy little cake mixes for him to cook when he come over, but James would.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd have different things, goodies for them to eat, and he'd come in, "What do you want, James?" "I want a baked potato."
Yeah.
He'd put one in the microwave and cook it.
Yeah, we let them experiment and trying different stuff and cooking, and Grandma would work with them, and Nick would make Jell-O, and within the time it come for them to go home, 5 o'clock, whatever. Sometimes he wouldn't make it in enough time for it to thicken up. We told him,
Thicken
and
up
so,
was this,
to make gel out of Jello, and so he would want to take it home with him. He said, and he'd let it click up at home.
he told one of the kids, you can't eat it now, it's got to click up first.
Yeah, he'd take it home and then try to be the boss over who got any of it.
Straw.
Who was it Matthew that I used to give the big packs of chewing gum with, and he was played.
Oh, one time I bought chewing gum, and being the oldest, I'll give it to him. I said, "Now pass it out."
He passed it out like a
somehow
king.
Cheryl took it away from him. Oh, his world was just turned upside down.
Lissa and I are building birdhouses now. I don't know if you guys remember, but when I first moved down here and they were having school over here at the house, I started building birdhouses, all the ones that I built and put around the lake and over here and everything. And I did a woodshop class out there with all the ones that were still homeschooling. And they got extra credit for that. So I'm doing it with Alyssa. We're building 9 birdhouses there. And I'm going to put 3 out here in the backyard. I'm giving 3 to our new neighbor over here. And we got another neighbor down the road that's building a house down there, and he gave me some hardy plank that he had left over down there, and I'm building him a couple of birdhouses to put up down there at his place, down there, his new house. So,
but Lissa's helping.
Yeah, she's drilled all the holes in her with the hole saw and did all that, and we put three of them together, and we were going to work Saturday. And she came out for a little bit, but Cheryl had a lot of stuff for her to do with the dogs, so I just told her to just go ahead and we'd start back later.
I remember a story with James.
Okay.
Okay. This has not been that long ago when they started going to our church on Wednesday night to the youth meetings. We went over there. They were getting ready to get on the bus and go to camp. They were going away for a week.
Yeah, I sent Becca and James and Seth to the youth
sent them all
camp,
to camp.
That year.
And of course I was hugging the girls. Girls always hug. And James, he comes, I don't remember if Seth did or not, but James come up and he give me a big old hug, and there's kids, his peers, all over the place. I said, well, look there, thank you, James. I says, he's not ashamed to hug his old grandma. Never, Grandma. And he give me another one.
James is he's a good soft-hearted boy. I love him to death, and I think he's going to make a good man too. I can see that in him already.
I think so.
Yeah.
But I better not say that.
Any funny stories on Alyssa?
Alyssa? Oh man. She's just been funny from the very start.
Yeah, she is. I get tickled at her and Mike's girls over Monday. They still come over, and her and Kathleen, are the two main. Kathleen gets something on her.
It's YouTube videos or something. I think they look at them and laugh.
Things. They'll sit and laugh for an hour over there.
Grandma used to play games with them all the time, but Grandma's getting so old she don't
want for that anymore.
She don't want to entertain them. She says, y'all got to entertain yourselves.
I told them about a year ago, I says, girls, I still want you to come, but I said, you got to make your own entertainment. But we'd play drop the clothespins in the bottle and
cotton balls.
I
blindfold them.
We're supposed to blindfold them, but I put them on the honor system, told them to close their eyes, and they did. And we'd just
dip cotton balls out of one ball.
When they wouldn't have a single ball on it, and we'd just do it
all kinds of games like that. But she got tired of games, and so Alyssa brings some board games over. Sometimes, one day or the day when they come over, and other times they just entertain themselves and laugh and have a big time.
Of course, Kathleen and Rebecca are not children anymore. One's 18, one's 20, but they still come and they relate to Alyssa just like.
Well, Alyssa's grown up. She's been a grown up from the very start. She wasn't ever a little child. She's probably started riding a 4-wheeler younger than anybody. She's been riding it for 2 or 3 years, and she's just turned 12, so she started probably riding it at 8 or 9. Well, I'd let her ride it about when she was about 8 years old with me on there with her. But for the last couple of years, she's been riding it. All the girls, they'll come over one day and ain't got nothing planned, so they'll take the 4-wheeler out and wear the grass down out in the yard, so out there and ride around.
They still like to get together all the
Yeah,
time.
they do. They enjoy getting together.
But I'm surprised, really, that the age difference there, but they do. They relate together, all three of them.
Mm-hmm.
What I remember about Amy is she didn't know that I was grandma to all of you kids. She thought she was the only one, and she told me she didn't like it very much whenever she found out I was all you other children's grandma too. But she was little, and we'd go to her house, and she had this doll. Was it Jolie?
I don't remember. I don't think it may have been.
No,
it
some
was at
doll
that time.
she had,
she played
and
with.
they had told her, we were sleeping in a spare room, and they had told her, don't go in there and wake them up, until. So what we would do, we'd be laying there awake because we knew she's going to do something. So she'd take that doll's arm and she'd run it under the door like that. And
wouldn't
we'd
make
lay
any
there and
noise.
laugh. And she was so sweet.
She'd hear us giggling in there. She'd do that, and we'd giggle or laugh or something. Then she'd know I was awake, and she could come in. But yeah, she was a cute little thing. I remember when she was first time I saw her. I think Mike and Brenda brought her down to Arkansas there, and didn't they? Is that the first time we saw her? When they brought her down there?
First time I saw her was here in Texas, so I think we came down.
We came, okay, but the one time then they did bring her down to Arkansas there, and they had been riding for a long time with her from here down to there, and of course they had to stop and take her out of the car seat and to nurse her, and so they didn't have her in a car seat, so they had to sit there and wait until it got finished, and then put her back in and bring her down. So it took them quite a while, and they were all wore out, I think, whenever they got down here. And Mike comes in the door with Amy, and he hands her to Grandma, and he says, "Here, forgive me for anything I've ever done." But she was our first little Dolberry girl.
Yes,
she was a cutie. She had the real dark hair and eyes, and she was real expressive. I remember, the one time I remember when we were down here in Caddo Mills when they lived over there, and Evan, Brenda's brother, was over there, and we took Amy and took off. There's an airport over there, and we saw some gliders that were flying overhead. And so we thought we'd walk down to the airport there, a small airport there, and they were pulling them up with planes and letting them go up there. So we walked down there, and I carried her, and my arm was almost giving out, and I trade her to the other arm, and I don't know, I must have carried her for an hour and a half or so. We were walking down there and walking around and everything, got back home, and I carried her for all day that day, big part of it. And it was
Was Sheldon there with you?
No, Evan was there. I don't remember Sheldon being there. If he was, he wasn't with us there. He did come down to the house, though. The whole family came down to the house Thanksgiving.
They come to our house.
They came to our house in Arkansas, and we must have had like 17 people there for Thanksgiving at the house down there at that time. But yeah.
Yeah, it was. And one thing that was funny was that she had a children's show she liked to watch.
Oh yeah, it was
Do you
Barney.
remember Barney?
Yeah,
That's
the
it.
purple
the
dinosaur.
purple dinosaur. And she was watching that, and enjoying herself. And they got all the children and the leader got together and had a group hug. So what does Amy do? She goes over and hugs the television set.
Well, I used to use the video camera quite a bit whenever I would come down here. I always rented one. I didn't have my own at that time. And I had a video camera over there, and I videoed her watching Barney and doing all of that stuff. And then I played it back to her, played the video back to her on the TV, and she's watching that, and I videoed her while she was watching that. So it was kind of funny. Yeah, she was very expressive. We had her in the van. We had that red van that you guys got afterwards, and she sat up in the front seat because it had captain's chairs in the front and the middle, and then a couch like in the back. So I think Grandma was in the back, and the captain's chairs back there, second row seats, and Amy was sitting up in the front seat over there, and I was driving, and she's got her feet hanging down, and she liked to tell scary stories. And she started telling a scary story. She was making it up as she was going, but she got scared and drew her feet up in the seat because she thought there was something down in the
spider.
A spider was going to get her from down in the wheel well. That was so funny. Yeah.
How about Rebecca?
You want to do Kathleen first? She's next. Kathleen's the middle one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about Kathleen. Yeah, Kathleen was born right here in this building, in there. In that other room. That used to be the living room.
I think your mother delivered her.
Yeah, living room, kitchen area in there, and they, of course, there was, what was there, like 8 years between Amy and,
there was
and
8 years.
Kathleen. And so I think Brenda may not have realized that she was as far along as she was. They were getting ready to go to the birthing center where the midwife was and all that, and she sent Amy over to the house over there to your mom, and told your mom that her mom needed her to come over. Well, it didn't sound like there was any urgency or anything like that, so your mom went ahead and took a shower and everything, and she come over, and she said when she got over here, she said, there's Brenda and Mike, they're up walking around, and Brenda's got her arm around Mike's neck, won't let go. And she said that they had a hard time getting her to a position where that the baby could be birthed and everything, and Cheryl said they finally did get her in a position there where they could, and she said basically what she did was just catch the baby. But she said that she looked up there at old Mike sitting there with Brenda had her arm around his neck, and she said she could just see the sweat just running off of the end of his nose and everything. And she said, I wanted to say something and laugh, but she said it was too serious with what was going on, and I thought I'd just save that for later, she said. So that was pretty good. But yeah, she was born in there, and they lived here in the garage for a couple of years. And then I think they moved to Fruitvale over there, because I had come down and told them I was going to have to start working in the garage to get it ready for us to move down here. We were going to be moving down here too, and so they rented a place over in Fruitvale over there, and the girls called it the Rat House, and because I guess there were some rats around there and underneath or something like that, so they call that the Rat House over there. But anyway, I go over there, and after we finally got down here, I would go over there and go on the door, knock on the door, and go in, and Kathleen would come running. I'm coming, Peepaw. She's the first one to ever call me Peepaw.
She was the one that coined the phrase Peepaw.
And I thought she was saying people.
Yeah,
I'm
I did
coming,
too.
people. But she was saying, I'm coming, Peepaw. She called me Peepaw. And she was the cutest little thing. She still is, but I don't want to tell her that. I don't want her head to swell up or nothing. But she's still a very pretty lady. She's 20 years old now.
Yeah, she is.
You believe that? Man, oh man.
She
Yeah.
is.
Yep.
So, well, he's told about everything that I was going to tell too. So, but one time, oh no, I think that was Rebecca. So I better save that for her.
Kathleen was the one, you did tell us already some stories about that. Was that you and her and Alyssa were playing games together and taking the cotton balls?
Oh yeah.
And putting them on top of the head?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they used to come over back when I was a little younger and had a little more energy, and they still come. And that's one thing about the two girls. They have come over faithfully every Monday, unless they were sick or something, since the time they were really little to they still do it, you know. And I told them, I says, girls, I says, you're not limited to Mondays. I said, you're both adults now. I says, you can come over to our house anytime you want to. You know, you're not limited. But they still choose to come on Monday.
Whose day?
Yeah.
Who
Hi-
are you talking about?
I'm talking about Kathleen and Rebecca.
And Rebecca. Okay.
And Alyssa, she
Okay.
comes out.
And
too.
Alyssa, yes, she
I
comes.
don't want anybody to think that we're old ogres setting days for them to come over. But when we had 13, Cheryl had 13 kids and Mike had 3. And we did set days. Some of them we would have them come over on a Monday, some on Tuesday, and then
The younger
and
ones.
another day. Yeah, the younger ones, because if we just let them come anytime they wanted to, we'd never have any free time at all for ourselves. So we set them up that way. And then as some of them got older and would quit coming, we kind of rearranged them.
Yeah, they kind
And these.
set their own schedule.
They
When
do,
they got
yeah.
old enough, they quit. You know. So
Yeah, well, they've all moved away except
But
for
yeah.
except for Amy and Kathleen and Rebecca and
Alyssa.
Even old Jamesy boy's gone, but he quit coming quite a while before he left because he was
Yeah.
working, going to school, and all that kind of stuff.
But we would, like you say, we would play games, and I'd try to think of things that we could do that they would enjoy doing. And so we played pin the tail on the donkey. We played this one they really liked. You took you're supposed to blindfold them, but I told them if they'd promise keep their eyes shut, we wouldn't use blindfold. And they have a cereal bowl in their lap with cotton balls in it. Then I'd give them a tablespoon, and they put another up on their head.
Bowl, yeah.
And they'd have, I forget how many times we had, so many times,
yeah.
To try to lift those cotton balls up. And of course the rest of us that was watching, they wouldn't have a cotton ball in there, and we'd go, oh, wow.
You can't tell what's happening to them cotton balls when they're doing it that way. I watched them a few times, and
But
you'd see
Kathleen-
they'd dip in that bowl, and they wouldn't even have any in the spoon, or sometimes they'd have a big bunch of them, but then they would drop before they got it anywhere up there.
Yeah.
But they enjoyed that kind of stuff. They
If you want to tell
inventive
about,
games. Oh, she played drop clothespins. You stand up over a jar and hold a clothespin by your nose over it and drop it. And see how many you could get in there. She had all kinds of inventive games. They used to
when
play
they
charades.
were little.
They would make up lists and put them in a bowl or something, and then they would have to mix them up and draw one, and then they would have to act it out, and the others would have to try to guess
Try
what
to
they
guess, yeah.
they were doing and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, if we're still talking about Kathleen, you could tell them just a few things about our trip to
Oh yes, I forgot about that.
trip.
Last year we went. We took Kathleen to Virginia.
We did.
And
Becca went too.
Becca went with us. That was kind of a funny story the way that happened, but I won't. Maybe I'll tell that later whenever we get to Rebecca. But Kathleen, they had a thing from their church where they had a singles retreat out there in Virginia, up in the mountains. And so she wanted to go to it, and so she signed up for it, and me and Grandma drove her out there, and Rebecca went with us. And it was a 3-day thing. Of course, we took a couple days to drive out there.
We were gone about a week,
Yeah.
roughly.
Yeah, it's quite a ways up there. But it was way up the mountain. Beautiful place up there. But the trip out there was quite fun. We got to see a lot of country that neither of them had ever seen before. And
Well, I hadn't either.
no, well, we had not past Tennessee. After we got out of Tennessee over in Tennessee over there and went over across the line into Virginia. That's as far as we had been before. But it was quite a trip going out there. And while Kathleen, we dropped her off up there in the mountains at the place where they were having this retreat at, and then we came about 30 miles back to a place where we had our motel there that we stayed in while she was up there, and then went back and got her then after the last day of the retreat thing, brought her back down. But we went back, came back to Texas a different route, and we went down through Tennessee and down into Alabama, and went down to the old place where I grew up down there. We took them by the Knockaloota waterfalls there, and took them down to show them the house where we used to live, and saw my cousin Vernon and Susan, visited with them, and then went out and had supper with them that night. But you know, it was quite a trip going and coming. Mm-hmm. It was, you know, something I'm sure they'll never forget. I know, you know, I won't. But yeah, when we were getting ready to go, it was just going to be me and Grandma and Kathleen, and Rebecca wanted to go real bad.
Yeah, we're into Rebecca now.
Yeah, Rebecca wanted to go real bad, and so she come over and she talked, and she handed it around a little bit.
Well, first she talked to Cheryl.
Well, yeah, she talked to Cheryl, and Cheryl told her, well, but first she'd made a couple of hints, I think, around to us before that, and she went and talked to Cheryl, and Cheryl told her, says, well, why don't you just ask him? Said, all he can do is say no, and you're in the same position you're in right now, not knowing, you know. And so she come over and asked, and I said, sure, you can go. I said, so they did, and they loaded up the back of the car, and they had blankets and everything in the back there in the back seat. They had the whole place we had a good time. We had a good time going and coming. We enjoyed it too.
Yeah.
Now, how old is she?
Rebecca is 18. Kathleen is 20.
So was Kathleen nervous that Rebecca was going to steal all her bows up there in Virginia?
No, I don't think so. She hadn't met anybody. You know, there was guys and girls, and there were chaperones there too. They had a regular.
You had to be 18,
yeah.
So Rebecca at that time couldn't go.
Yeah, she wasn't 18 then, but she was. But they had we got there before anybody else did. I think the minister was there, and Cook was there when we got there. We got to talk to them and everything, and kind of, you know. And it was rough leaving Kathleen up there.
Oh, it was.
Whenever we left her there and drove away, because she'd never been
by herself
alone anywhere like that before, and not knowing anybody, anything like that. And the minister said that he had a daughter about the same age as her that was going to be there, and he would kind of, you know, keep an eye and everything like that, but I don't think she came in the end.
Well,
we
she did make friends though.
Yeah, she made some friends up there, and they did some nice hiking and stuff up there, you know, and yeah.
Was she pretty nervous?
Oh, when we left her?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was hard for us to leave her.
Yeah, it was.
Very hard for us to leave her up there, you know. But she wanted to stay, but we told her when we got ready to go, you know, you don't have to stay. I mean, you know, we don't care that we drove all up here, whatever. If you don't want to stay, you can go with us. We can go back down to the motel. But no, and she was tough. She showed her tough side, and then went ahead and stayed. And I'm glad she did. I didn't want her to leave. I wanted her to stay because I knew once she stayed that she'd be, you know, she'd feel better about it, and it would make her stronger, you know, the experiences and all that kind of stuff. But yeah.
They like to sing, Kathleen and Rebecca, and they're both very good singers.
They have good voices.
They used to sit out in the swing, when we lived over there, and sing, you know. And Grandpa's got a movie called Oh Brother. And in that movie, there's a song about the highways and the hedges.
Yeah, it's sung by the Little Warby Girls. I have the whole soundtrack to it on a CD, and I would put it in my CD player in the vehicle when I'd take them home, give them a ride home.
But they were in the back seat of the car, and he played that, and they started singing, and they sung the highways and the hedges.
Yeah, I'll be somewhere listening for my name. And it'd go off, and it'd say, "Play it again."
Play it again.
I just play that thing over and over. They love to sing that song. Yeah. They got good voices too.
They
both
do.
of them
They've
do.
got good voices.
I think they sang in the choir at church for a while too. I don't know, since COVID and everything's been going on, I don't think they've been having the choir, so they're not singing now in it. So yeah.
But they were
Rebecca's getting her driver's license. She's got her permit, and
she does.
Her dad and her driving up and down the road. I was coming up the road on my bicycle last week and somebody pulls up alongside me, and I look over there, and it's Rebecca. She's driving. I said, "Don't run me over." But she's doing good, I guess. According to Mike, she's doing real good. He took her out on 80 and I think on 19, and I don't know if he's had her out on 20, maybe 17, but have to be careful on 17. That's not a good road to teach somebody to drive on.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
So,
but she's doing good.
Can you tell me a story about Mom?
Oh,
Cheryl,
I could probably tell you a lot of stories about her from the time she was born to the till now. But she's a wonderful person, and but I can look back on it when she was little, and I could see things that now, looking back, at the time I didn't pay that much attention to it, but I should have known how things would be with her as she grew, with all the children she has and all the animals and all that kind of stuff. And because even when she was little, well, she was a strong-spirited little girl when she was like 2 years old. I remember.
Strong-willed.
Yeah, she had a strong will and a spirit about her. But she would we'd let the kids outside to play, and we'd kind of watch them. And she would take off up we lived on a kind of a dead-end road, and so there wasn't only traffic on the road was coming to our house or the house next door. And so we didn't have to worry too much about them getting out there and getting in the road, getting run over, that kind of stuff. But we told them not to leave the yard. Well, she would kind of leave out of the yard and head up the what was left of the road up there. There was another road that this one, if it was finished, would have ran into, and there was other kids up there, and she would take off up that way a little bit, and I'd go get her and bring her back and set her in the yard and tell her, "Now you don't go anywhere. You stay in the yard." And I'd look out there, and the next thing I know, she'd be going back up there again. So I'd go back up there, and I'd get her by the arm, and I'd give her a swat, and then I'd walk a little way and give her another swat, and I'd tell her, I'd swat her back to the house. Wasn't nothing hard, wouldn't hurt her. But I told her, I said, "Now you can't do that, So she was pretty strong-willed about that. But then as she grew a little bit older and everything, she started bringing home a stray dog, a stray cat. I don't know how many stray cats she brought home. But at that time, I wasn't a cat person. I didn't care for cats and didn't like them.
You didn't like them at all.
But we let her bring cats home, and then she had one that got with kittens, and she she had it in a box in our garage. We had an attached garage, had a tri-level, and our cat started having kittens in the night, and she stayed out there with that cat all night long in the garage, helping that cat birth those kittens. And she was, what was she, about 10 or so by then, 10, 11?
Something like that.
Something like that at that time. But then when she was she in the 4th grade when she brought that little girl home from school?
Leave some of it for me to tell.
Oh, I'll let you tell that one then. But she always had, bring home kids. She'd bring home anybody, with her like that. So I should have known, she was always fond, and there was a family in Lowell there that had 19 kids. I can't remember the family's name. She would know it, but she went home with one of the girls one time, and she just thought that was the greatest thing, all them kids together and all that kind of stuff. And so she ended up having 13 of her own, and you're number one.
Yeah.
And you've always been number one. Some of the others have tried to.
Don't tell anybody else.
No, we won't tell nobody. They've all tried to take their place, especially Tim. He's tried to horn in, a couple of times. But we won't say nothing about that. But yeah, Tim, he'll say, "What can I say?" That's Tim for you. But yeah, and she's a very, very good mother, sweet girl, love her to pieces. I'll let her mom say something about her now.
Oh, there's so much. What was I going to tell? My mind's a blank.
You told me not to tell it.
Oh, the little girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, she come home from school one evening.
Friday.
And on a Friday, the weekend was coming up, and she had a little girl with her. And she come in and announced that this child was going to stay with us for the weekend. Her parents weren't home. They had gone somewhere. And well, Cheryl, we can't do that. Where is she from? Who's her parents? You know, they can get us for kidnapping. And so we finally found out that the parents had gone somewhere, left the little girl in the care of the wife's brother, an uncle. And she did call him or see him or something and ask if she could go home with Cheryl. Well, he didn't know us from Adam, you know, and didn't even know Cheryl, but he said, yeah, you can go.
He didn't have to babysit for the weekend.
So we made sure that you know, we had permission from somebody. And so we kept her all weekend, took her to church with us, you know, and everything. And then I think Sunday afternoon, wasn't it, we took her back or something like that.
Yeah, we got in touch with her mother and talked to her.
Oh, that mother was fit to be
man.
tied.
Oh, man, I pity her brother.
I pity her brother. But
she was happy, you know, after she got to know us, she was happy that we had taken her, and she's in better care than she would have been with her uncle. But you know, somebody brings a strange kid into your house and you don't know who it is and don't know what the situation is or anything, kind of makes you a little bit fearful of what's going on. So we tried to find out and best we could and just dealt with it. But
But yeah, it was a journey with our daughter. Well, our son too. But you know, our daughter kind of kept us on our toes a little more. But she was very sweet. You know, didn't give us many problems at all. We just had to be aware of her personality. You know.
Was that pretty hard when she moved down to Texas with Pa back in?
Wow, oh my goodness!
What year did they move down? I was born in '82, so
it was in '82. You were 3 months old.
Yeah, it was '82.
You were 3 months old. You were born in what?
September, and I think.
Yeah, it may have been the first of the year. It was either November, December, or the first of the year.
We come down at Christmas time.
Oh yes, that's right. We came down at Christmas time to visit. They
matter of fact,
been gone that long.
They hadn't been gone but 2 or 3 weeks, and there we showed up on their doorstep.
But I imagine that was pretty hard, though.
Oh,
yeah, it was. I cried.
Well, they were preparing to come down for time to go to Criswell Bible College, and so they had an apartment up there, a little house that they rented, and they had it after they got married. And but whenever they were preparing to come down here, they started, you know, getting rid of stuff, and they moved out of the house and moved in with us, and lived with us for about 3 months.
When you were born.
Wow.
Yeah, before they came down here, and so you were our first grandchild, and you were there with us for 3 months, you know, and then all of a sudden, the house goes dark, and it's just me and Grandma.
Yeah.
Mike's gone. He
was at college.
Was in college, and he graduated.
He went to France too for a while, right?
He went twice. He went his junior year of high school. He went over there for like 6 weeks
in the summer. Then
they sent like 30 kids out of the state they chose like 30 kids out of the whole state of Indiana, and he was one of the ones that got to go. And then his junior year of college at Indiana University, they had an exchange program with a university over there in Strasbourg, France, and he got to go over there and stay his whole junior year of college and study there, and he lived on campus. A lot of the kids, the American kids that went over there, they kind of stuck together and got their own apartments and all that, but he wanted to immerse himself in the French culture and the language and all that kind of stuff. So he stayed on campus there, and it's quite a.
So jumping back to Mom, did you ever warn my dad or Pa about her love of animals?
I don't know. Did we?
I probably did.
Let him figure it out for himself.
Figure it out for himself.
Well, we had dog and cat and stuff like that around there.
Yeah, we had Dudley.
Did she show as much interest as she does now in animals when she was younger? I mean, I know you.
Not as far as no, I didn't let it get that far out of hand. I think you know, I don't know.
I'm the same way.
I don't know how it got
Just
to where
one animal at a time.
I don't know how it got to where it is now, and I'll not say anything, but but no, we wouldn't let her. She probably would have been as bad now, but man, how many fish tanks has she got over there in the house now? And dogs and cats and
I don't even.
kids and grandkids. Oh, she loves her grandkids, I'll tell you what. She does. Yep, she loves her
yeah,
grandkids
she
and
does.
her kids too. So
But,
yeah.
I don't remember if she had any fish. Do you?
Oh, she probably had a fish bowl
I'm
or
sure
something around,
she
but
did,
not
but-
aquariums like she has now. I know.
Turtles or hamsters or.
Oh yes. She
Yeah,
had a hamster.
yeah. And
Yeah,
I-
died, and I think it was launched out into the field.
Did you replace it?
I don't remember if she got another one or not, but I think when it died, it had a stick and it went out into the field out there, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I
Don't remember the whole situation on that one, but
All right, I'm gonna. Can you go back maybe and we've done the grandkids now, but jump into when you first, I guess, met Pa, Tom Allen.
You want to tell it or me?
well, I can tell part of it, and you can tell the rest of it.
Okay.
But yeah, I remember. Well, for one thing, when him and Cheryl finally got interested in each other, and he wanted to take Cheryl out, and I told Cheryl, I don't know how many times that he's going to have to come and meet us before he takes you anywhere. He's not going to come up in front of the house out there and toot the horn. You're going to run out and jump in the car with him. I said, that's not happening. You can just forget about that. And so she told him, I guess, and it rode on for a while. Nothing ever happened and never came. So
And she'd keep asking every little bit, could she go here or there with Pa? Nope, we haven't met him yet.
not till he comes here. So finally he gave in. I guess he wanted to go with her bad enough that he'd bite the bullet and do what he had to do, because he thought we were, you know, we were church people, walk around with a Bible under our arms and just old fogies and that kind of stuff. I guess he'd never run across anybody like us before. And so after he come the first time and talked to us, he learned that he liked us. He just became ours, I guess, after that. Became a part of us.
He's wanting us to tell how he come in that first time and was standing by the front door, and he didn't get in any farther that one time.
Yeah.
Just by the front door. And you mostly talked to him, but I said hi and said a few words to him, and I don't know what all you said, but you must have sounded friendly enough. And so Cheryl come down and we let her go, and off they went. I don't know where they went.
They didn't go very.
I knew at the time.
They didn't go
but I
very far.
know.
They didn't. They weren't late or anything like that
No.
either. They got back plenty of
Yeah.
time, and it was just a trial run
But
that
I
time.
think
guess.
wasn't it the second time he come over that he
He came in and sat down, and
Sat down
yeah,
by him,
and you know, Paul, he got in deep discussion, even though it wasn't what he discusses now. He's just talking, you know. He found out that we were easy to talk to and all that kind of stuff, and we moved around, went in the kitchen in there, and he's leaning up against the kitchen counter there, and he's got a bag of chocolate chips he's eating, you know,
he's
and
eating chocolate
and
chips.
and he offered some to Pat.
You want some? And I said, no,
Pat,
I
got a bag there
of
in the
them
drawer.
In the drawer there.
He said, "This is them."
This is that.
He'd found them chocolate chips, and he was leaning up against the cabinet there where the drawer was, and he was sitting there eating Grandma's chocolate chips. And we found out pretty soon after that he was a chocoholic.
He's a chocoholic, and
Another story, when they moved after you were born, and they were getting ready to come down here to Texas. They were living with us, and he was working at Mead Electric up there with his dad. And we would buy groceries and stuff, and we'd get stuff for him, Cheryl, to make for his lunch to take to work. And he liked those little ho-hos and ding-dongs and that kind of stuff, you know, and those rolls, Swiss rolls or whatever you call them. And we'd buy a pack of them, enough to have him a pack for him every day for lunch, one or the other. And you know him, he'd go into a binge and he'd eat them all the first day, and he wouldn't have none the rest of the week. And so I told Cheryl, I said, oh, you know, you ought to hide some of them from him. And she said, he'd find them. I said, well, put them in a plastic bag and put them in the back of the toilet, in the water there. I said, he won't find them in there. He'd find them, she said. So she wouldn't hide them from him. But
and she told me, she says, Mom, I told Tom not to eat all those, that you bought them for his lunch. I said, Cheryl, I don't care. I said, I buy a certain amount for the week. I said, he can either eat one a day if he wants to,
or eat them
all at one time if he wants to.
She told some stories since then about trying to hide chocolate from him. She'd hid it up behind the curtains and stuff like that, and he'd find them. And she said she got ready to make a cake one day, and she had a thing of chocolate frosting in there, and she went and picked it up and said she thought it felt light. She was getting ready to ice her chocolate cake, opened it up, and there was a little note in there that says, I'm so weak.
And the frosting was gone, or almost gone.
Yeah, but he got to be ours after a while. I don't know how Tom's home life was. Of course, his mom and dad were divorced, and him and Mindy, and I think John lived with his dad, and
I think most of the time.
And Mark was still at home for a while there, and I don't think they sat down and had sit-down meals or anything like that. They just come in and grab a bunch of stuff out of the freezer and put it in the microwave and eat. And because Norma drove a school bus in the afternoons, and then she did a lot of softball stuff and stuff like that. So
there's a story I've heard about you teaching Pa judo.
No, I didn't teach him judo.
I know what you're getting at.
I showed him one move, that's all, and it was it wasn't really a judo move. But Pa got this thing. I don't know. You ought to know better than me. He liked to tickle people, and he'd dig into your ribs. And
He'd take the meat. Well, he didn't meat.
I was
of course.
not ticklish.
I'm a girl, but he did.
This was the first time he brought John over there to the house with him, and I was laying on the couch. And we had the coffee table like this there in front of the couch. John is sitting over there in a chair. Tom comes over and he tries to tickle me, and I'm not ticklish, so I didn't laugh. And he started digging more and more. So I just took my feet, brought him up, and put them in his stomach, and kicked him clean over to that table.
Over the top of the coffee table.
John's mouth fell open.
John went,
what have I got myself into? He's thinking, It didn't bother Pa.
I was afraid you'd hurt Tom because he kind of was, wincing a little bit when he got out.
I remember Bill Marshall, our pastor up there, he was close to Tom. He was a young guy. Matter of fact, he's the one that I think got Tom
He's
interested
the reason you guys are
and coming down here and going to Criswell Bible College over there, because that's where Bill went. And we were building a garage out there, and I was up on the roof. And me and I don't know if your dad, I don't think he was up there helping me on the roof. Somebody was. We was doing roofing up there on that garage.
No, because that was toward the end of Dad's life.
Yeah, it was. I built it because he got, they found out he had that cancer while we was building that garage.
Yeah.
But anyway, we were up there doing the roof, and Bill came over in his car, and he did trim carpentry work. He did kitchen cabinets and trim round doors and, and all that kind of stuff. He's real good at it. Matter of fact, he worked his way through college over there working for people in Dallas over there doing trim work while he was going to college at Criswell. And so he come over and he had his overalls on and standing down there, and he's talking to me up there on the roof and talking back and forth. And here comes Tom down the yard, and he goes up behind him and puts his arms up under his arms and back of his neck like that, old Bill. And he's doing like this, and Bill just pushes himself up and falls back on top of Tom on the grass. It was a learning time, I think, for Tom.
Poor old Bill, he's not young anymore.
No,
he's
had prostate cancer, I think, since then. But
and another thing about a baked potato. He was grilling steaks, I guess. I don't know what he was grilling, but anyway, I baked potatoes. And I took him out there, and Tom says, "What's that?" He didn't know what a baked potato was. Cheryl showed him.
She fried chicken one time, and had a big platter of fried chicken there, and we had ate all we wanted. Tom had ate all he wanted and everything, and there's like 3 pieces of chicken laying there, And he wanted to know if he could eat the skin off them 3 pieces of chicken. And I said, no. I said, whatever's left is going in my lunch to go to work. Now I said, now if you want to eat those 3 pieces of chicken, you can eat them. You're welcome to eat them, but you're not going to eat the skin off of them and leave skinned chicken for me to take to work.
He did skin a turkey one time.
Yeah, he did. She had a turkey left over. It was in the freezer. Went back the next morning. There wasn't
in
no
the
skin.
refrigerator. We stuck it in.
Yeah, in the
there.
refrigerator.
Back the next morning, there wasn't an inch of skin all over.
I don't know what he had about skin on turkeys and chicken, but I love you.
Tom.
I love you, Tom. If you're watching this.
Yeah, I do too, Tom. We couldn't have asked for a better son.
No, you're the tops. Oh yes, the time we were in Arkansas, and it was, I think it was one of the first times that, I don't know if it was the first time you guys had been down there on vacation or what, but Tom loved to come down there, and we loved for y'all to come down there. Matter of fact, after we sold the place and moved down there, he was kind of sad because he said he didn't have no place to go on vacation. But we went out squirrel hunting out in the back there. We had like I said, there was 50 acres from my place and Paul's place and the other guys that bought the deer lease over there. And we leased 100 acres in the back there that we deer hunted on every year. We had a deer lease on it. And we go back in there and go squirrel hunting. Well, you can get back in that 100 acres and you could get turned around and you get lost. I've had more than 1 or 2 people back there that got lost and went from one side of that thing to the other and couldn't figure out where they were. But anyway, we went down there and we hunted, and the squirrels, they wasn't moving real good. I think I'd shot 1 or 2 or whatever, and then I was getting ready to go back to the house. They'd slowed down. I said, well, I think I'm gonna go back to the house. And he said he thought y'all would stay down there for a little bit longer, and and he thought he could find a way back home. Well, I went on back to the house and sat up there for a long time. You guys didn't ever come. I said, well, y'all must be seeing squirrels or something down there. And I went on in the house and stayed in there for a while, and it was getting close to dark. And I said, well, I better go see if I can find them. So I went on back down there in the woods, and I found him down there coming out, and he said, didn't you hear me? And I said, what? He said, well, we were lost in there. He said, I shot 3 times in the air. I started to say, Kemosabe, if you'd have been bow hunting, would you have shot 3 arrows up from me? I said, I did not hear nobody shooting down there.
And wasn't there a time he went deer hunting and smoked
his
pipe?
Yeah, he bought a deer license, out of state license, and it wasn't cheap. It was like $100. I think it was for like a 5-6 day license, whatever it was.
Sorry, Paul.
And he bought a license for $100, and you know, Paul don't like to waste time. So I had a deer stand down there on that one field. And he took the gun and went down there and sat up there on that deer stand, and he took a cigar with him.
Oh, a cigar.
And a book.
Okay.
And he sat down there and smoked his cigar and read his book and never saw a single deer. And I've sat on that same stand and seen a lot of does go by. You got to watch. Because on deer, when I hunted, you wouldn't see nothing, and then all of a sudden you'd see a tiny bit of movement, and there would be a deer standing right there. They're pretty wily, but yeah, he didn't want to waste his time. He said, so he's read and smoked. And that's enough about Tom. I've probably already made him mad. I hope not, Tom. I love you. Oh, we had a lot of fun together down there, didn't we?
Yeah, we all. Sometimes I miss the place.
You remember when he rode my 3-wheeler down there and used it like a horse? You guys were playing cowboys and Indians or something, and he jumped on that 4-wheeler. That one you had to shift. You couldn't. It wasn't like the 3-wheeler. Like the 4-wheeler, you just get on it and take off and shift gears. You don't have no clutch. That one you gotta clutch it, put it in gear, let out on the clutch, and give it gas, and that thing would shoot right off from under you. That thing would do 70 miles an hour out on an open road. It was fast. But he dumped himself off that 2 different times, I think. But I was working that day, I think, when at work, whenever he was playing Cowboys and Indians with you guys down there. I don't think I was home. I'm not sure.
About 20 feet in the air.
Oh wow!
Is that when somebody took him to the hospital?
Yeah, I think he had an X-ray. He thought he'd broke a tailbone or something like that. But we had a lot of fun on them 4-wheeler and 3-wheeler down there riding back
Unless
in the
you
woods.
want the story of the of the Yellow Jackets. Okay, well, he was out there, and he may have to tell you how he got into the Yellow Jackets. I'm not sure how that come about.
Cleaning brush out from that back back pines out there and behind the house. It was pretty growed up with brush and stuff in the pines, and he was cutting down small, inch or so bushes that stood up 5-6 feet high. He was chopping them down to the ground with an axe. And you get them Yellow Jackets in the ground, and I had the same thing with bumblebees over here with my tractor. They get a vibration. You hit them small brush, and they'll vibrate, and they'll drive them things right out of the ground. And boy, they come out at him.
Here they come, whole swarm. Got after him. He's fighting them, and I don't know if someone told me to or I just did it. I grabbed the water hose, and I started squirting him with the water hose. And after it was all over with, when he thought it was all gone, he was sitting on the back step.
He'd already went and took a shower, right?
Had he?
I don't know. That's what the story ended.
One single Yellow Jacket or whatever it was, come get right between the eyes like that. But after it was over with, he looked at me and he says, "Pat, I think you enjoyed that water hose a little too much," he said.
I've heard if one ever stings you that the others can smell or sense the pheromones or something from where the one has stung you, and they'll come back, and they come stung him, and somebody else will stand beside him. They stung him because of that. But
yeah, Cheryl was sitting there with him, I think.
When it comes to Pa, he always helped you out with the project. He always worked really hard.
Oh yeah,
he did.
Yeah,
Very
he was a hard
worker.
worker. Yep.
Can you name some projects maybe you've done together?
Oh well, the first project we ever worked on was that 2.5 car garage I built up there in Indiana. Him and Mike and I did the digging for the footings and all that stuff, and yeah, he helped us with that. Me and my father-in-law helped me on that. That's when we discovered he had cancer. And
what's his name again?
Winfred Hayes.
Winfred Hayes.
Yeah.
Never heard anybody else with that name.
He went to the hospital.
Joseph Winfred.
Yeah. He went to see the doctor, and they did a X-ray on him. Thought he had pneumonia. They found fluid on his lungs, and they gave him medication, and it never helped at all. And so, a few days later, they put him in a hospital, and they drug out about 3 or 4 of those 1,000 ml bottles of fluid off his lungs.
Then they went down his throat into the lungs with lights or something.
Yeah.
And found it.
Well, they went through the back, through the ribs in the back, and in there and pulled that blood out that fluid out with the needles and everything in there. He was in the hospital for about 3 weeks. You were just a baby, because they took you up there to see him when he was in the hospital, and he held you and said a prayer over you before he died there. Yeah, you was his first grandson. Great grandson, yeah. Not grandson. But yeah, and me and Pa, we built this building here, and you got pictures somewhere in those that your mom are putting of all of us working over there on that other house over there too.
Had a bunch of your church,
your friends and everybody from church came out and helped us, the young boys dig the footings and all that stuff over there for it. We had,
Grandpa, can you tell us maybe a pet peeve or two that you guys maybe have during your years of marriage?
No, I can't think of any really, but Grandma might have one.
I'm sure he does.
Go ahead, Grandma.
Oh, I guess what got on my nerve, and sometimes it depends on my frame of mind. Sometimes I laugh at it because it's downright funny. And other times it kind of irritates me a little. I can be talking, and then something will be going on that I shouldn't speak right then, and I'll get something like that.
I don't know where that comes from.
And okay, he's also, which I just laughed. He's also told me one time, stay out of his office. I misplaced something in there, and keep my things off of his table over there.
Well, you got one just as big as mine,
I know.
I think I've been trying to teach her how to be left-handed, because she keeps wanting to
I'm right-handed.
She's right-handed, and she keeps wanting to set stuff on my table over there, So my table gets full and hers is empty. But I mean, you know,
Look who's full now.
we share. We share.
We
Yeah,
share.
we're
I
good
think we
sharers,
do
but
well.
Pretty good after how many years of marriage? today?
Almost 60. Be 60 in another month.
60 in January.
January. Yeah. They
Yeah.
said we had to learn. Sometimes we finish each other's thoughts and sentences. We do that on occasion. Sometimes I even tell her stuff she's thinking she had, you know, and
Yeah, we did that today, right?
we did, yeah, and it'll be right too. I don't know.
And it's a good thing now because we're both getting forgetful.
Yeah, we're getting forgetful.
I'm
so-
worse. I will admit I'm worse, but he does it too.
When it comes to pet peeves, Grandpa, how do you feel about people not putting your stuff back?
You know, I had a little policy when I first come down and started working with grandkids and kids and stuff like that, you know, and I don't mind anybody using my tools. Now, I did have some new tools that I bought that I used with Volunteer Christian Builders, my battery-operated drills and saws and different stuff like that. I kept in the belly of my fifth wheel. That's where I kept all my tools. They were locked up in there, but I had tools that I keep out here that I use at home, and I don't care for anybody using them, but I do want them put back where they were found, because if they don't get put back where they were found, then I won't know where they're at. I look all over the place. I told them it may not make no sense where they're at, but I know where they're at, so if you put them back, I'll be able to find them. But had a lot of trouble with that when we first started. The biggest part, it wasn't the people not putting them back where they were where they were gotten from. It was they'd send one person to get them and then send them back with another person, and they had no idea where they come from. They'd take them in there and throw them anywhere. So, but now there's less people around. I don't have that much problem anymore. Me and Lisa, we know where it goes and we put it there. Paul's got a lot of his own tools now too. He uses some of mine, but I don't care if I'm using them. Or Mike comes over and uses them too, but they usually put them back where they got them from. And I don't use them as much, so it don't bother me that I can't find them.
Can each of you tell us one of the traits you like best about each other?
My biggest one is that he's been faithful and stuck to me all these years. And I'll be the first to admit that I sometimes drive him crazy.
It's not a long drive. It's just a short putt. I'm not that crazy anyway. No, I love Grandma. She's got a very good heart, and sometimes I aggravate her. I know I do. Don't mean to, but sometimes I do. And during the COVID thing, we've been together here for all these months together, as long as this beard and has grown. And I think we've grown closer to each other.
I think so.
And we understand each other, and we're more tolerant of each other than we ever were before. And that's all the Lord's doing. I thank Him for that. Yeah.
I do too. And He helps me a lot more as far as doing things. Since, of course, he had to work before and he didn't have the time, for women's work like that. But
I didn't say that.
But
Now,
no,
that's first
I know. He didn't say it, but I wouldn't ask
There's
him
no such
because I
thing as
knew he
women's
was-
work.
But he cooks. He grills every Thursday, and then we were having pizza on Friday, which I don't know. My sugar went up
We're
so
gonna have
much
to
after
change
eating
our-
pizza
change our
that I
menu, I
didn't
think,
know
for
if I
Friday.
needed to eat too much of it anymore. But yeah, he does that. He's even made the bed a time or two.
Oh, yeah. I taught her a new way to make the bed.
Yeah, he did actually.
It makes it all easier
And
for her. She was
it's
fighting
much
the
easier.
spread and everything in there when she would have to make it, and her back was hurting, her legs was hurting, and everything. So I started making it, and I found a good way to make it, and she saw how I was making it. Now she does it that way, and it doesn't bother her legs and everything anymore.
Yeah.
When you take the spread off, you fold it and roll it up and lay it over there, and when you put it back on the next morning, you just do it
You
backwards. And
unroll
it's
it
real
the
easy.
way
Yeah.
you rolled it up, and it's perfect.
Yeah. Works
Very
real
little
good.
adjustment.
Grandma's a very fastidious housekeeper. She loves to
Well,
keep her house clean, and
I can't do it all anymore,
Well,
though.
she still does a good job keeping house. She's particular about her house.
Yeah, we had Amy for a while, and then he decided
No,
I needed to do it on my own.
well, no, she had got another job
Well, I
and
know
couldn't do it
she couldn't do it,
for
but she
months.
asked to come
and-
back though since then.
Well, yeah, but that's was after 6 or 7 months working somewhere else, and I thought, well, I think we can handle it now. I just wanted to help her because she needed a job,
needed
and
some
and
money
at the
and a
time I needed
job.
to make some money, so I thought I'd get her started, but it wasn't a permanent job anyway.
We didn't pay her enough for her to make really any money, but helped her out a little bit.
Grandma, I've heard that you like to play dominoes. You're pretty good at it.
I haven't played in ages.
You used to play
Oh,
with the
we used to
ladies?
win once in a while, the women. I'd be on a team with the women.
Yeah, there was 5 couples of us older couples that we all met on Friday nights, and we played every Friday night. And when we first started out, we would have whoever was hosting it at their house, we'd rotate, and whoever was hosting at their house would serve the main course, and somebody else would bring the dessert.
And somebody else a vegetable or a
Yeah,
salad.
they would bring different things, and then some of us got to going away in the summertime and working, and the ones that were left, they would still play, but they decided it was too much work to do that, so they would go out and eat on Friday night and then go to a person's house, and they would have dessert at their house. And so that worked out real good, and it was good for the ladies not to have to do a lot of cooking and stuff, so we started doing that then later after we all come back from working on VCB jobs, and it worked out real well. We'd go out to a restaurant and have our Friday evening meal, and then go to somebody's house, and the men would play dominoes at one table, and ladies would play at another. There's 5 of us each, until they started dying off, and we've lost so many of them now. We don't have just a few of us left, and they died off and moved off. Some of them have too, yeah. But we still keep in contact with them. Bobby and Shirley McAlpin came up from Louisiana a month or so ago, I guess it was, and visited, and they still go to the dentist over here in Grand Saline, drive up from Shreveport, and we visited with them over at McAlpin's, or at the Duckworth's house over there, and had supper with them. So we still enjoy getting together when we can.
All right. Grandpa, this is for you because we've already asked Grandma this, but what do you want to hear when you stand before Christ at the last day?
I would love to hear "Welcome In," and but I don't deserve hearing anything because I haven't earned anything. The only way that I can even hope of being in is through Jesus. The promises He's made, and all the work that I've done since I became a Christian had nothing to do with me getting into heaven or anything like that, because you can't. It's a free gift of God. You can't work your way in or anything like that, and I don't want any praise for anything I've done, but but the Lord has been good to us and allowed us to do a lot of things for Him, and we've got just as much joy out of it as we could get, and He's always supplied our needs when we needed something, and every time we'd get ready to go on a job, everything was it just seemed to fall in place, for us to go if we were supposed to go there, and it's just been great. I'd just be glad to see Him and see all the relatives that have gone on before us, all my family and all that.
Yeah,
her family.
I hope when my time comes, whether it's soon or far away, I don't know, that I'll remember what my mother said for me right before she died, maybe a couple of days, and she says she didn't want me to grieve and be upset. She says, I want you to be happy for me, she said.
Yeah.
And that's what I want my family to do.
It's difficult to be that way.
It is.
To do that because it's sad, but yet it's a joyous time. I remember when my dad passed away, we were all in the room with him. They knew he was going soon, and they brought the whole family. They put him in a place up there where it wouldn't disturb other people, and they let us come in and talk to him and be there with him and everything, and he was just he was talking to his mama, and he even asked the question, "What will I be doing?"
What will I do?
Yeah, what will I do? That type
Like
of
he's
thing,
talking
you know.
to somebody.
And he was talking to Mama. He kept talking to Mama, and they lived in Lowell, Indiana, there, and their fence bordered a church parking lot. There was a church there. It's not the church they went to, but him and the pastor became good friends. The pastor worked on vehicles and stuff for some of the church members there in the garage, and him and Dad talked a lot. And he come up to see Dad in the hospital when all this was going on, and we thought Dad was talking out of his head and everything. And he walks over along beside him, and the pastor does, and mentions his name, and he says, "Oh, hi, Pastor," just like, you know, just like
he's not out of his
he was
head.
in.
He's having actual conversation.
Yeah, he was in. It was almost like he was half there and half here, you know, when it went on. That was really something.
Well, the
yeah.
Lord has saw fit to let me experience 2 deaths with people that I love, and of course one was my mother. Myself and Cheryl and I think Elizabeth were standing around her when she passed
Yeah, she was
away.
right here where you guys are sitting in a bed right there when she passed away.
And from everything we could see, it was so peaceful.
Yeah.
And I tried to talk to her, and she must have made some move, and Cheryl said, "Mom, she hears you." And so, you know, that was good to know. But then she just gently went away, and her eyes were a little bit open, so I closed her eyes, you know. And then his mother, I got to witness. I was there too when she passed away. Well, a lot of us were, and they both appeared to be quite peaceful and just, you know, relaxing and going to sleep. That's what it seemed to be. Of course, you never know what's going on inside a person, but there was no indication that it was any pain or trauma or anything.
We were singing hymns, all of us
Yeah,
were,
we
when
sang
Mom
it
died.
when his mom passed away.
Mom's always one that would never go to sleep unless all her kids were in. At night, she'd stay up half the night till all her kids were in. And Georgia was flying in from Washington. And I had to go up and get her at the airport. We had driven up there, and I had to go, and it was snowing a little bit. It was in February. And I had to go up and pick Georgia up, and Mom was in the process of going when I left to go get Georgia, but she waited until all her kids were there.
Well, the Lord let her wait.
Yeah.
All the kids
Well,
were
yeah.
there, yeah.
He gets all the credit for it, but they hadn't. Her birthday was in February. She just turned what, 79 or 80, 85,
Oh, she was well in her
87. Your mom was 85 and Mom was 87.
Yeah, Mom liked one month being 85. Yeah. She was actually 84.
Mom had just celebrated her birthday, and Georgia and them came and said, "We never got to sing happy birthday to you," and so we all sang happy birthday to her.
Mm-hmm. I remember us singing Amazing Grace.
Yeah, we sang.
All of us around
we just
her.
kept singing hymns until she just died.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe the last question, we'll see, but do you have anything you want to say or would like to say to future generations who might view this?
That might what?
That might view this video.
Oh, well, we always had a saying when I worked with Volunteer Christian Builders, we would have a devotional, or anytime we would have a meeting or anything like that, someone would say, "God is good," and everybody would say all the time. And then they would say all the time, and we would say God is good. And He is.
I am. Well, are you finished?
No. He's good all the time, and you can talk to Him about anything.
Anything.
Anytime you want to, He'll listen to you.
Mm-hmm.
He loves us, and He cares for us, His own.
He does. Well, you done?
There's always been a saying, I don't know if it's exactly like I wrote it, but I have heard it before, and it says that, you know, if you have a problem or a concern, then you bring it to God. And then the next thing you do is ask yourself, is there anything that I can do to solve this problem?
Well, am I part of the problem or can I be part of the answer?
Yes, and if there's anything I can do to solve this problem, then do it. If there's not, then we turn it over to the Lord and ask Him to solve it. And because He knows our needs and everything, and just sitting around and worrying about something that you have no control over, can do nothing about except bring it to Him and pray about it. It'll eat you up. So just remember to lean on Him. That's what He's there for. He knows our every care. He knows our every need, and don't wait until you've got all these problems piled up on you. Go to Him daily, every day. Shoot, I've been working out in the yard out there by my garage and be working on something and have a screw come loose, and I drop it down in the grass, and it's the only one of its kind that I don't have anymore. It's a specialty screw or something. I pray about it. Lord, help me find that screw. I need it put back in there. And that screw's there. I'll pick it up and find it in the grass. And there's been other times when I didn't, and I couldn't find it to save my life. But He cares about every little thing that we do.
Yeah.
If we'll bring it to Him, He'll help us with it.
Well, I would just like to say to all the future generations, to all of your children and all of the rest of them, my great-grandchildren, and even farther on, to give God His rightful place. He wants to be, and He should be first, number one. He's first in your life, and then the rest of it is just something I personally believe. Your spouse, your husband, or your wife should be second, the next most important thing in your life. Then after that, your children and grandchildren and family and friends and things like that. But the number one is give God His rightful place in your life.
We have a wonderful family. We've been blessed with. We got number 30 coming up pretty soon in January.
And they're
great
all so
grandkids.
sweet.
Some of them have been brought into the family, but most all of them have been born into the family, but we love them all, and the Lord has blessed us greatly with so many kids, and I love kids so much, always have.
Little William, that last picnic they had over there, I didn't even think he really knew me all that well because he hadn't been around me, but he was way out in the yard over there. And he turned around facing those of us that were out closer to the house, and all of a sudden, and Linda or Susan one was sitting beside me.
That's my cousin Vernon and his wife and Junior and Linda were here.
All of a sudden, he starts running, and I seen him. And he started running just as hard as he could run. He's running, he's getting closer and closer, and I didn't dream he was coming to me, but he ran. Then he ran up, and it didn't last over 2 seconds, but he ran up and grabbed me around the shoulders and gave me a big hug, and then kept on running.
Took off, yeah. And Karen, if you're watching this, just be reminded that I carried you for 18 holes of miniature golf when you were just a baby. Enjoyed every minute of it.
Karen.
I played one-handed miniature golf. And
Karen was our first.
I know it. That's what I said. She was
so sweet.
So I played 18 holes of mini golf up there at the Robbers Roost up there, and with me and you and the Betches and who else? I guess it was just us four, wasn't it? We had Karen.
I'm not sure.
And and I carried her the whole 18 holes. They kept wanting
Karen a baby.
They kept wanting to take her back, and I wouldn't let her. I held her and played golf with the other hand up there, mini golf.
And little Eli, when we come out to California, what was he, about 3 or so? He was little. And
he was telling us.
He just stayed right with me.
Oh,
he got to I don't remember what he said, but he got to talking about a license plate.
Yeah, he was reading something off that license plate. I don't remember the letters on that license plate meant something to him. He was telling us some story about that license plate. I don't remember what it was.
But they all have their special place.
They do,
in our heart.
every last one of them.
Suni and Thomas, of course, they lived by us for quite a few years of their life, and they
Suni was born
just in and out of the house.
Was born here and lived what was she, 8 years old whenever they moved away? Thomas was
know.
2 years old. I remember when Hannah come home with Thomas, the first week she had him home, I was over at the house and I'd call her and I asked her, is Thomas fed and dry? And she says, I'll have him done in a few minutes. And she'd bring him over to me and he'd lay on my stomach there for a couple hours and me and him would lay there in the recliner and rock or sleep or whatever when he was just a tiny little bitty baby. Yeah.
They're all sweet. I wish
Every
I could
one of them.
see them every day, but I'm really grateful when I get to see them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, family. I love you.
Alright, so today's date is August 16th of 2020. And
August?
Alright, today's date is October 16th of
November. How do you want it? Like that?
I guess that's all the place I know to put it.
In the recess, you can take it.
Yeah.
How's that?
Like this one.
Oh, okay.
My throat keeps clogging up.
You want a wet kiss? Wait till I turn the camera on.
It's already on.
No! It's not taping, is it?
Yes.
Oh, it's not!
I stopped it now. There you go.
That's my phone. Got a fact text, probably.
I'm gonna have to turn. It's not.
We went to what we thought was a garage sale. The garage was full. There was a man sitting outside it in a lawn chair. So I said, there's one. And whichever one of us was driving, we pulled up and we went up and the guy kept looking at us and waiting us to come up there. And it dawned on us that was not a garage sale. So we said, hello, and turned around.
Turned around, got back in the car and left.
This was who again? You and who?
Norma.
Oh.
No, yeah, that was in Lowell, Indiana up there.
Yeah, there were some places you couldn't tell whether it was a yard sale or just a junky place. Sometimes they'd have grass growed up and stuff out there, and then they'd have a pile of stuff up on the driveway.